Hey, Kev, we did it. We got here.
We made it. We're here. We're live, and we're in your ears, everybody. Welcome, everybody.
We are. I honestly thought it might end up like an August situation.
It was getting closer. This was, I think that much like their plan with the Dragon Reborn, this one felt like it was it was teetering on the edge. It was right there. But unlike them, we pulled through in the end.
We did. So I think we've scheduled this. This is the third time we've tried to do this particular stream. Obviously, we've done other streams before, but we intend to do this in May.
It was in May, and then because April was JordanCon, and then May was crazy, especially for me in particular. And then June was like every weekend was a little bit silly, but this weekend, it was just right.
Yeah, just about. So, but we are here, folks. As we said in chat, it is puffer fish time. So, we're going to spend the next 6-7 hours talking about Siuaraine, and we've got a couple of folks in chat. One of whom is already just like giggling over things we're saying, apparently. So, Kev, who do we have joining us to kick off this fun stream?
We've got two of some of my favorite people in this entire fandom. We've got Melindra, and we've got lesbian nerdy Jenny Sedai, of course, one of my favorite co-hosts from Tarvalin After Dark.
Hello. Hello. Am I one of your favorite 3 co-hosts?
I'd say you're my top 3 co-hosts of Tarvalin After Dark. Yeah.
So wow, such
Look
a good
that
compliment.
hat.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh wait, sorry,
Oh,
it's not
God.
quite jaunty enough. There we go.
That is fantastic.
It's for Rob. I wore it for Rob, representing. Since there wasn't enough Swan in the intro.
That's Rob's
Yeah,
favorite.
folks. So I probably need to apologize for that intro because firstly, I noticed I left a parrot in there from
I
last
thought that
time.
was so funny.
That was so.
It's good.
And also,
it's good.
due to Kev and I splitting up, clipping the scenes, Kev ended up clipping all the Swans clips, and I got all the Moiraine clips, and then I threw that video together very much last second, and I was like, I have no Swan to put in, so it'll just be Moiraine.
We're gonna keep you waiting, just like they made us wait until episodes 6 and 7, and kept us waiting until season 3, till hopefully we see more.
This is absolutely how it works. Yeah, that's what they like to do to us. But that's just how they do it. So we're fine with that. How has everyone been?
I think you're fine with that because you're fine with not seeing Swan.
At least not her outfit.
It was completely subconscious.
You get me in trouble with lesbian nerdy now. This is not okay.
We're gonna be in a fight. We're in a fight.
That's what I'm here for, to start people arguing.
Yeah. Oh, it's beef in the fandom. Can we have like YouTube drama? And
Yes.
then
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Videos
Yes.
about our drama, and then somebody can
Rumble.
make reaction videos for their other drama. Oh, it's so good. This is
I'd
how
love
we
to
make
see
it.
like a showdown between you, like your Bitmoji, and Rob, just like a really poorly edited like fight scene.
Oh yes, that would be amazing. Please.
You and I, we're gonna have one of those like back and forth like Rumble things. Is that what's happening? Is that,
Yeah. And set it to the "Welcome to Demise Wells" Idol song.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I see what's happening here.
Okay, can't keep wearing this. It's a purse.
You'll need it later. Bring wear it with if you're watching later. Just throw it on.
I'll
when
just
we're
put it
watching
on in
this content.
solidarity. Yeah.
Yeah.
When she makes her grand entrance.
Okay, when she makes her grand entrance. So will you still be here at that stage?
I don't
Because-
know.
Probably
I don't know
not,
what you're
but in
doing
spirit.
today.
You don't know what we're doing today. So Kev is the master of getting the timings together. So Kev very kindly went through and got all the timings for all the scenes that contain Moiraine and or Siuan. And so we have a total of 7 episodes that Moiraine features in, and only 2 that Siuan features in.
Criminal.
Yep.
It is.
Total of 36 scenes for Moiraine, 9 scenes for Siuan, and then that equals an hour and 21 minutes and 51 seconds for Moiraine, and 17 minutes and 15 seconds of Siuan. That sounds abysmal when I've said it like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
It does.
Very
It does.
upsetting.
It does make sense why she's been considered for a guest spot for the Emmy nominations in that for Sophoe Okonado. So
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I like that they plugged her for that though, but there's so many people who would have fit in that nomination slot.
that's very true.
too.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah. I suppose. Yeah. If you're in for less than 20 minutes of over 8 hours of television, it kind of the guest, sadly, in this situation, kind of
I think
fits.
you kind of have to take that role. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be in the full intro by season 3, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if like next season is book 4.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, 70 minutes
My
of screaming, 24/7 on my heart. Yeah, that's very sweet. So thank you, Kev. So we have what's that? There'll be some crossover, but in theory, there's about an hour and probably 30 to 40 minutes of footage that we're going to go through today. We're going to go through episode by episode. There will be nothing from episode 3. As seems to be the tradition, there is one episode where the characters don't appear. And that's in this episode. In this case, is episode 3. I have a little spreadsheet here, by the way. This is what, if you worry what I'm looking, I keep looking at. That's what I'm reading from. So yeah, we'll just go through episode by episode and play the scenes. Do you remember when Siuan actually appears?
It's episode 6 is when we see her in the carriage. Yep.
Yeah.
6. Okay.
Too
So
long.
now too long.
It is.
Maybe Mel will just have to reappear very quickly for that. We'll just like the headpiece. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. So we will just kick it off with the first scene. And this was a very fun scene for me anyway. It's I think we get the introduction of a fan favorite character in this, but remember we're focusing on Moiraine or in this case just Moiraine, but Moiraine and Siuan. So we need to get in the mindset, and then we'll talk about the scene. So here goes the first one. Just to make sure we heard that door right.
Yes.
Well, the visitor is here for you.
Send him in.
This one is from Ilya.
Send him in.
Wherein should I?
Come. Sit.
My customers usually do be coming to me, not the other way around, especially this far from a good harbour.
And yet here you are.
I didn't have much of a choice, did I?
Oh, everyone has a choice, Master Domon. And every choice has a consequence. Or now, if you're done posturing, I believe we have business to attend to.
Okay, so apparently that wasn't very loud for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, wait. Maybe that. Do you want to watch that again with some better volume?
Maybe just a snip of it.
Just a snip of it. What snip would you like?
Door.
Door. So specific.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. All right, let's see if this gets any better. So
Much better.
Wherein should I?
Come. Sit.
My customers usually do be coming
Yeah,
to me,
better.
not the other way around, especially this far from a good harbour.
And yet here you are.
I didn't have much of a choice, did I?
Oh, everyone has a choice, Master Domon. And every choice has a consequence. Door. Now, if you're done posturing, I believe we have business to attend to.
the door bit is very mean, isn't it?
It is mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is mean. I know, like, she never once made eye contact with Lan in that scene. Like, never once.
She
She
doesn't
made-
for most of that, all of that whole moment, that
Yeah.
whole episode.
Yeah, but like she's talking to Domon very personably with big smiles and like not even looking at Lan.
Yeah.
What struck me actually, like she says this line to Bail Domon, if you're done posturing, and I like it made me laugh this time. I was like, Moiraine, you're posturing. Like you are totally posturing in this moment. Like you're fronting. Like that's what you're totally doing it.
I know. You think about like all the things she's going through in the scene that we had just seen with her, like literally like carting water up the stairs, and then she has to like flip it all around and like almost like it's almost like she's pretending to herself that she still has the power she used to have. And she's got all of those layers of things happening all at once. You know, she's trying to, you know, get what she wants out of this person, but she's not quite exactly the same as she was. She's not quite, she doesn't have quite that like power of confidence, that utter complete domination of the room.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it is interesting.
She's posturing to pretend she does.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
So thank you for mentioning that, Mel, because for some reason I just didn't look at the files correctly, and that was not the first scene.
I know.
Yeah, I was thinking, I thought there was something before that, but yes.
I know.
It was the loneliest bath in the world.
But this is good though. This is a good way to like maybe like see this and circle back, right? Because that first scene, we're just from her perspective, but the door moment is, I think, a very good piece of evidence that she doesn't have it all under control, because she wouldn't have like displayed that level of animosity to another human and like given away the friction there to another person like standing in the room if she had it under control. If she was in her normal state of mind, she wouldn't have let that seep into a conversation with a brand new person, because that tells him a lot from just that one interaction, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or it could be her trying to seem like, yeah, I'm in charge here.
Mm-hmm.
That's just leads into the posturing as well. Like that's not her relationship with Lan. Like that's not how the relationship is. But he's going along with it because he knows, like, yeah.
It's very stereotypical Warder Aes Sedai. It's what you would expect from like the outside, what a Warder Aes Sedai relationship might be, where it's more like subservient, you know, and then she's obviously the one in charge, but it's not, that is not their relationship. We know that's not their relationship, but that's very much like the stereotype of what it would be.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that, right? Because they do kind of show that that's some people's perspective of that relationship. Like Rand talks about in that first season, you know, just becoming a lapdog, right?
Yeah,
to the Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it me, or does she seem to take kind of a smug, not joy, but like smug enjoyment of treating Lan that way? She's sort of, or at least that's the front she's putting on for Domon. It feels like she's kind of like smirking as she's like, door, you know, things like that.
I don't know. To me, it seems like a loss of control.
Yeah. I don't think it would be sincere enjoyment. I do think it would be part of the posturing of just like
the facade.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that is my boy, and I said door, and he shut the door, so you could see where I am and like my position in the world, like
right.
Yeah, the last thing she'd want to do is go into a negotiation from a power of perceived weakness. Like she wouldn't want to be seen by Domon as having any kind of, you know, not having the upper hand in every capacity. So it's interesting in that regard. Yeah, and Lan, obviously, I feel like if they had the bond still active at that point, Lan would get that. Like he would understand. Like that's what she's going for. Is like we were just putting on a front. Like we're playing the Sea Folk game effectively.
Yeah.
Being strong from the get go.
Except for the fact that it's a remote mountain hovel in the middle of nowhere, and there's no one else around, and that's super weird. But he still like what rode for however long to get to where to come and see her. I don't know. Yeah. There's so many different dynamics at play.
Yeah. Next question. Do you think Domon came because an Aes Sedai summoned him, or because it's Moiraine specifically?
I mean, at some point, I think it like the final episode, we learned like Lanfear wanted him to get that to Moiraine. So I think there's a combination of things. Like Moiraine probably put the word out that she was looking for Quendiar, and Lanfear was like, "Yeah, take her this piece of Quendiar. I need her to get on this mission."
Yeah, I think that if there is some capacity of her almost hunting for Moiraine, I think like obviously she probably sent the Fades there after her, like they were following Domon to try to figure out where she was, because it's very clear that Lanfear does not like Moiraine at all
No.
from the start. So
You don't say.
There's a little bit of animosity between them. I'm just saying.
Interesting.
a little bit,
I'm just saying. Yeah.
a little bit of
Okay.
rivalry.
Maybe a smidge. So
Yeah.
I know it's a mistake that I played that scene before the actual first scene, but I think it's going to be really interesting to go back and look after watching the scene where she's like playing, I'm in power sort of position, and don't mess with Aes Sedai sort of vibe, and I can just boss around this incredible water, to actually like play this actual beginning first scene.
Contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the contrast is probably going to stand out more. So I'm actually kind of glad I goofed that up.
That's what I'm saying. Good job. Well
Rib
planned.
weaves.
I'll just go back and edit out the part where I'm like, oops, I did the wrong video, because no, we did it that way deliberately, folks.
I was
Obviously.
trying to sell it for you, Rob, and you didn't take my
Just too honest.
test it out there.
That's fine. But yeah, is there any more to add about that scene, or shall we look at the beginning scene? It's a lot of what I've noticed. I don't know if this happens in the later ones, Kev, because you handled those, but I've noticed the scenes previously we've done scenes with other characters, and they feel like sometimes they're fairly short. It's like, oh, this is a really long scene. It's 2 minutes long. They've only got like 5 scenes that are above a minute and a half, sort of thing. Or Moiraine seems to have a lot of scenes from like, if it's a minute or less, that's rare. She's like not a large number of scenes, but the scenes she does have are longer. So this one at the beginning is like 2.5 minutes long.
Very atmospheric.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think it definitely in that way makes her stand out more. I don't know. We'll watch the scene and we'll go from there. So, and I've kept the volume up, so hopefully this should be nice and loud for everybody.
Bath sounds.
Oh,
Okay.
just-
Sorry.
Why?
Just a little
stop
flash.
it? Yeah.
it's
Just-
so.
Just leave that there. Is that what you
Just
want?
leave that up.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no,
fine. It's fine.
I'm
That's
totally
fine.
I have to
Like-
just like. Oh, when I was rewatching this, I had to marvel at. They included this shot to obviously call back to Butt Rock from season 1, but that whole bath scene is such a. I wonder if anyone's done like a side by side shot comparison of the two bath scenes, because they're very much obviously calling to each other, like the difference between how she's starting from season 1 to season 2, and Domadreds, they love their baths.
They really do. I mean, bats are like a component in the books. I found like it's a thing in the books that they take baths.
Yeah.
Like, that happens multiple times. There are important scenes happening in the bath. When I was watching that, the thing that just kept hitting me, I don't know if you ever feel this when you're watching the show, just every once in a while, I'll be like, Rosamund Pike. We got Rosamund Pike. Do you understand? We got Rosamund Pike.
Does it sometimes like take you out of the show because you're just
Well,
like,
no, like she's so good. Like she's so good.
So much acting with just her faces and her eyes. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
The
It is
thing-
heartbreaking though. Go ahead.
the thing that I wonder about is like, I mean, hindsight being 2020, we should have all known from that very first scene that she was not stilled. She was shielded, right?
Yeah, I was on the shielded train since season
Like,
1. so.
I mean, me too. But like, they tried to like do some misdirects. They tried to like, that it was, like because the bond was gone, so that was weird. Like, why would that didn't make sense. Like, why would the bond be gone if she's only shielded? That doesn't make any sense, So there was a lot of confusion. But just like that moment where she's like trying to channel because she feel like you can say she feels it, but she can't do
It's just out of
anything
reach,
with it.
Yeah. The thing is though, that is actually technically how it feels when you're stilled as well. You can sense
it really?
source.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
That is
you can
canon.
see it out of the corner of your eye almost, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Ugh,
You can sense it. You can always sense it, but you can't reach it. So
that's
it's
the
same-
worst.
Yes,
Yeah, it's like
that's why
it would be
it's
torture.
terrible. Yeah. So
So
I don't know. I mean, I think I like comparing it back, like flipping back between the first scene we watched and the first scene,
yes.
watching it in order, that she's just like deeply traumatized, deeply depressed, and then she just puts on the outfit, like she's putting on a persona to get what she wants and just pushing through it. And isn't that what we all do sometimes?
I mean, yes.
it is. Yeah.
To not all the who wander are lost point. When I watched this episode with my sister was like, if I couldn't channel, like just a washcloth, like that's it. That's all you need. A moist cloth. You
Little
don't
sponge bath.
You don't need to fill a tub. Like it's not necessary.
And how is she going to pretend that everything's the same? You can't pretend it's all the same if you change that much.
But it's also completely a penance too.
Yes.
It's a penance. Like she's taking on a penance.
You can't pretend it's the same if you had to spend 6 hours carrying water from the well. Like that's not the same.
That's what I mean. She's like,
Imagine how good it feels though when you sink into that tub after that.
Okay. Also, without the power, it'll
so
feel
cold.
really good for like maybe 5 minutes, and then it's going to be cold. Yeah.
This
Like,
is
it's
true.
warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what you need, Daniel Henny to walk in and be like, it could be warmer, and she'd be like, oh well, in that case, now I can channel because of butt rub.
Yeah.
So,
Do you think in the writers' room, like there was any like moment where they were like, "What? How do we figure out how Daniel comments on the temperature of the water? Could we work that in there somewhere?"
Can we just get his butt in this shot somehow?
They just switched him around. They just gave us the front view that she had. So we're now.
Right,
So in the first season, right, we saw our view of them together, but in this case, they're giving us what she could have had because we get to see him from the front. So it's just like hammering in what she's missing
Yes.
because she no longer has access to the front of him.
I don't know. Jen, we did get butt rock in season 1. How would you feel if we got like a Rosamund butt rock in season 2? Like, would you have just like melted? Would that have killed you?
I do enjoy a good lady butt. I'm a lady who enjoys the ladies, so that would be nice. However, I don't want anybody to do anything they don't want to do. Like, I'm not like watching shows for butts. Like, that is not.
Yeah.
We
generally
did get
not
some
how I
side naked Rosamund in season 1. Some
yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah. I like literally, like, legitimately. I've tried to be. I don't watch shows for nudity. Like Game of Thrones, legitimately trained me that when nudity is happening, it's exposition.
Yeah.
So like when nudity started to happen, I would like, oh, now I can go up and get a drink. Like that.
Because I assume you'd already read the book, so you already knew what they were going to talk about.
No, but Game of Thrones, they had that whole sex position thing. So whenever there was nudity, it was be
sex
like
position.
Yes, that's what they called it. So it'd be like, now we're going to explain the backstory of everybody.
Yeah.
And I would be like, well, I can't. If there's boobs on screen, I can't pay attention. So I'm just gonna
Oh,
listen.
that's valid.
Listen.
So you just needed to. Yeah, because you had to pay attention to what they were saying, because what they were saying was more important than what you were saying.
Than the nudity, and it just became a reflex. Like, it was just like, oh, the show trained me badly. Like, anytime, oh, nudity, I got to get up and do something.
That's the worst Pavlovian training I've ever heard.
Yeah, that is. We did get some well turned calves though. Like with Rosamund did sort of lay back at the side, the legs came up a little bit.
Very, very beautiful. Like, the whole cast is gorgeous. Like, there's no.
So.
And the cinematography of it too, just like it's tasteful. It's not like overindulgent. It doesn't linger.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the best strengths of the show is that it knows how to do it in a tasteful way that doesn't distract from what they're trying to convey too.
I do get put off by gratuity. Like, if it just feels like, oh, this is a boob for the sake of a boob.
For sure. I think that's definitely a strength of Wheel of Time in general.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Except for, I mean, let's be honest, except for Daniel Henney. they absolutely linger on him 100%.
There might be some lingering. Yes, he is a very attractive man,
and he's proud of it.
When you start a scene like that,
with what did you call those indentations along the waistline, Jenny?
Don't, Kevin. No.
I'm sorry,
we won't demonetize the video.
What?
If we're okay with demonetizing the stream a little bit.
1 second. Let me just take Jen out for a moment so she can't interrupt us.
So on one of our more recent episodes of Tarv Island After Dark, Jenny revealed to us that she thought the name for those divots along the waistline were called cum gutters. So
people told me that because I didn't know. I asked in a video what they were called because I was like, I don't know, what are those things called that the straight ladies like? And everybody in the comments was like, I'm sorry, Jenny, but this is what they're called. And so I thought that's what they were called, and I used that terminology in a sentence once, and everybody died.
It was just coming from you. I would have never expected to hear those words from you, and it's just
oh my god!
I should not trust the internet. The internet.
We love you, Daniel Henney. We love you so much.
Kevin, you and I now have a mission in life, and that is that whatever time it is that it happens, you and I and Dan need to be drinking at some point, and then gleefully we need to tell him the story and have this picture to hand.
Don't do that.
No,
because what he wants to talk about when he's in person with you is how you're doing, how the weather is, and his dogs. That's what the man wants to discuss.
He is very Midwestern. He is very Midwestern. So
yes. So don't do that.
I'll ask him if he prefers Trolloc cum gutters or Murdral cum gutters. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, that's much better. I like that. That works.
Wow.
Anyway, to clean up this moment,
yes. Back to serious.
Look, I managed to click back to the perfect moment.
I'm going to put my hat back on. If you don't,
that's fair.
If you don't, every time I'm upset.
Take a highlight a comment from Rapunzel here that says, I love that Sharon snuck in a tiny snippet of blue in her outfit.
True.
I did notice this when I was watching this as we were going. Like, she has those What are those like hair daggers? Is the only thing that I could describe them as. But what are they? Is there a technical name for the pins that you put in your hair like that?
I don't
They
know
just-
that actually.
I don't know.
I feel like it's
Hair
usually
stab-
seen in like
hair stabby things?
Eastern styles. I'll take a look.
Your stabby
We're just
hair
gonna call them.
things.
We're gonna call them hair daggers for the moment. But yeah,
I
I,
like
love the
it.
fact that
I'm not going to object to that. Why would I
Yeah.
tell you the real name?
They're
You're
called
calling them hair
hair
daggers.
hair sticks, or hairpins, a hairpin or a hair bodkin.
wow, hair daggers is much better. We like this.
Hair
Yeah.
dagger is better. I'm gonna go with
Yeah.
hair dagger.
Yeah, hair
Mhm.
dagger. Okay. Yeah, I love the tiny little blue jewels on the
Yeah.
the head. It's very, very cool.
She also has a little bit of blue on her outfit when she's like getting the milk, or not the milk, the
Getting-
water. But she's got like milk buckets in the front. You can sort of see it in the front.
But it's all
Yeah.
faded out. It's all muted.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it was like those acts like those dark colors. They're dark blue. She's got a little bit of it, but she is like, I legitimately the first time I watched this episode did not recognize her for a couple of seconds. I was like, I don't know why
Really?
we're yeah, because she wasn't in blue, and I was just like, why are we starting with this? Whoa, that's Rosamund. Like that's what went on. Yeah,
You know what?
what I am entertained at? Just like taking it out for a minute. Like she had this whole wardrobe, right? Of all of these blue clothes, all of these regal blue clothes and stuff. And she's like cast out of the tower. She doesn't have her power. And yet she has time to then get an entirely new wardrobe of clothes that are not those clothes anymore, even though she's in the middle of nowhere hanging out.
yeah.
I mean,
She
you
has
know,
completely redone it. It's like that's how committed she is to her new life.
Mhm.
I would think that Adlaeus and Varin have enough connections still to be like, we need some new dresses made or some outfits.
I also would assume that Moiraine had other clothes as well. Like my thing is she brought a bunch of clothes with her, and then she's been hand washing them instead of whatever magical washing, and that's why their colors are all muted. And
Oh,
she's been washing them
that's
in
nice.
her bag.
I don't know. I can't like she's so like utilitarian with stuff like that in general. I just like, like she's got her suspenders, she's got her shirt, she's got her pants, she's got her like power bolero. Like why would she need more clothes than that? She wore the exact same outfit for like an entire season.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like she didn't really strike me as someone who like Alana like carried along a giant wardrobe of multiple chests and stuff, and then all of a sudden she's like, oh yeah, here's all my new sad person clothes.
Yeah, but perfect comment timing there from Virgie. Varin, please order me morning garb for someone stilled.
Exactly. Right.
Well, if you want a headcanon, like the way I granted I didn't think of it this strongly, but like she was in the tower. I imagined like when she leaves, she just takes her traveling clothes when she leaves, but she was in the tower when she got banished. She probably had like a 7 or 8 outfits there.
She probably did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Mhm.
You're right. You're right.
That would be my guess.
I want to something that your comment, Jen, has just made me think about. I want to ask Mel about.
Mm.
So she's not wearing blue. That's what you've just made me realize. Mel, what color is she predominantly wearing there?
Taupe.
What would you think it was originally?
What do you mean?
White,
You mean
maybe?
like if it was it white and it's gotten all dingy? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, kind of. But this is almost maybe this is like
Linen.
accidental
undyed.
foreshadowing. But think about it, she's doing manual labor. She's like moving water carefully from one place to another.
Huh.
You know, she's wearing what I assume originally was
I see what
mostly
you're-
white.
I see what you're doing there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm doing here? Like this is
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
yeah.
Spell it
better
out
not-
though.
better not spill any water, because that would be
Except
very
in the tub.
bad.
It's cotton sore color, Mel. It's beige colors of cotton sore.
I know. I was just trying to make him like explain it in minute detail for all the other wetlanders who don't understand.
We know you know. You always
this-
know.
Is this is almost like a Guy Shine scene, I suppose.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Oh, hauling water, very Guy Shine, yeah.
I think the wise ones would slap her in the face. I think the wise ones would this is very much Avienda running too much. That's exactly it's like this is unnecessary. You
do not need to fill the tub that much. That is stupid. That's
stupid. You are like being effusive in the expression of your toe, and they would slap the shit out of her and then make her like do something actually useless.
Yes.
Because she's being ridiculous.
That's for the dot song though, not for the Cairhien.
Yeah, they do the useless work. Cairhien do act like useful work.
Well, yeah, but when they were trying to get Avienda to get out of her funk, they made her do a bunch of useless stuff too.
That's true.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Sorry for questioning you, Mel. Sorry.
I still think that when we get our first Cairhien scene, that it would be really interesting to kind of like compare if we see them doing work to Moiraine doing. Like, I wonder if their outfits will be in any way similar whatsoever, apart from being properly
That'd be
white.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I only thought of that because of your comment, and I didn't recognize it because she wasn't wearing blue. I'm just like, well, okay, it looks like she's wearing whitish clothes. That obviously are not white anymore because she doesn't have the power or bleach. So.
Anything else for the bat scene? Yeah.
I mean, it's just heartbreaking. Like it's the contrast between it and the scene in season 1 where she's so relaxed. Like she even in season 1, she smiles in the tub, like she's happy, and they're joking. And this is just
she couldn't even believe they had a bath there.
Yeah. It's just sad, and then it's sad again, and then it's sad again. It's just like sad.
It's just layers and layers and layers and layers of sad.
Mm-hmm. Those scenes like where she's looking at her hands are heartbreaking too. Like you can see that she's like, these used to be able to do something.
They look like big, strong hands.
But they're all pruny.
They are very pruny. Yeah.
What's it from?
I'm the worst with references.
The nothing.
Damn it.
From me. Never ending story. Hashtag never ending story.
Thank you. There you go. Yes.
Really?
Does that hold up? I'm scared to watch it again because I loved that.
I would say mostly.
Mostly?
I would say mostly holds up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it had like a really good theme song.
Yeah.
So like
that's still a banger. 100%.
Oh, the theme song's still a banger, of course, but sometimes you go back to those movies and it's just like, oh no, I ruined a childhood memory by rewatching this.
No, I think it's still good, and it still makes you sob. Ugly tears about a horse. So.
Oh yeah, that's
a traumatizing scene. So.
Yeah. Like Blind Fool coming in with a great comment. Moiraine, the only time Lan leaves me alone is when I'm taking a bath. Guess I need to make the bath last 6 hours.
So that's really, she was looking at her hands because they were like pruned up, and she's like, you have to get them out of the water for like 5 minutes before I put them back in.
Yeah,
because otherwise they're just gonna be wrinkled messes.
Yeah, that would suck. Can you imagine that? Like, I need to get away. I need an excuse. 6-hour baths, and that'll do.
That's
Nice.
And when Lan's like, why
filming that, it probably is a 6-hour bath.
Yes, well, from getting the water from the well, because how many buckets are you filling?
One last point then, actually, you reminded me. There is a river along the bottom of that canyon, so that's probably how the spray got there, because it is a riverboat. So that's how. So he didn't have to trek too far on foot. Okay. So Domon did have a little bit of a. There's like a river at the base of the large canyon overshot. So
I thought he said
damn a dramatic baths.
But I thought he said something about traveling for like multiple weeks or multiple days or something.
Maybe to get there. Maybe he had to because he did have a stop in Whitebridge as well. So I'll have to take a look at a map while we're looking at the next scene. I like to do that sometimes.
We'll figure that out. I have a logistical question to ask. So obviously she can't hold a bath's tub's worth of water in those 2 pails. So she's made multiple trips. There's not a giant pot where she's boiling said water in. So she's poured it all into the tub, and then she's taken some out to heat and poured it back in, and taken more out to heat and put it back in. Like that's a lot.
That's her day. Her day is getting ready for her bath. Like she wakes up and gets ready for her bath, and then has like a 5-minute meeting with like a peddler about some Quindiar, and then she goes to bed.
I guess some quick math will do. All right. So the average bucket, this is very important information. The average bucket contains around 5 gallons. It's about a 5-gallon bucket. So if we want to assume it's a 5-gallon bucket times 2, the average bath usually approximately holds up to 35 to 70 gallons. So that's about 3 to 7 trips tops, depending on how filled.
Oh, wait, that's a big bath.
I was going to say that is not an average bath.
That
is
a
big ass bath.
That's a spherical bath.
I 100% bet you that Varin and Adelius, when she's like going to the well and filling up the buckets, they're just like, ugh, and they're like going into the bathroom and just like putting some more water in it. So she only has like 3 or 4 trips, and she's so distraught that she doesn't notice that it's like higher than when she left the first time. They're just like, come on, just freaking fill up the bath. Also, our food is getting cold.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Like, that's my logistical thing is there are 2 people who can channel plus 2 strong warders. She doesn't need to do this. Like, this is
that's it. It's like an overindulgent penance, and that's why the wise ones would slap the shit out of her.
Yeah,
because it's like completely unnecessary.
I don't think it's penance. I think it's like she's distracting herself. It's something that she can do that takes her time. And it takes time, and it takes physical effort, which would pull her mind away from what she doesn't have anymore.
That's interesting perspective. Because I definitely always took it as because it was clear that it wasn't something she had to do, that she was trying to punish herself, or at least prove to herself that she could function as a non-magic person. Yeah, but that's
a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Yeah,
I like that perspective too.
Yeah, I feel like she was challenging herself. Was kind of how I took it to be, not like as you say, not a penance, but more a like I have to earn back what I lost, sort of vibe.
Right.
And by doing this in the hardest way possible, I am earning back what I had that made me so privileged, I suppose, or so powerful, whatever.
And proving to herself that she could, like all these things that she got. Like I wasn't only able to do that because I was a channeler. I can still do that even though I don't channel.
Yeah, and Rapunzel coming in with a good shot. Like she's running letters trying to figure out how to fight the dark. She has to get her body ready to survive. If she never gets the power back, she needs to be in the best possible physical shape she can be. So yeah, the exercise of what she's doing.
Almost like she could have, I don't know, trained with some people who are really good at swords or something instead of.
Oh no, that's nonsense.
Not doing that.
Why would you do that?
Yeah,
that's so silly.
No, that doesn't make sense. It's not like you're going to get attacked imminently and have to be able to defend yourself.
No. That's no. You're talking. Look, that's not how wetlanders work, Mel. Okay, so yeah.
Sorry, I'm actually not even laughing. I'm laughing at the people that were mad at Nynaeve doing it. And I was like, why are you mad at Nynaeve?
Oh,
she's literally in the White Tower. She can't channel because she has a block. What do you think she's doing with her time?
Yeah, this is not a woman who sits still. Give her something to do. She's gonna find something.
Yeah, like Blind Fool put a comment in a short time ago, literally saying like Moiraine doing lifts after losing the power. It's a very interesting parallel to Nynaeve doing sword forms, because of her block. So yeah.
What are you doing with your time? Yeah.
I guess, if you're bored, taking a lot of walks back and forth to a well on like not the close well, because obviously there would be a close well.
You would hope so.
Yeah.
It would be a close well. And she's going to the well at the abandoned hovel, like two farms down.
2 farms down.
Well, Tiffin's well is called Tiffin's Well, and it is along the River Erin, and I've checked the map, so right next to the River Erin, so
it's good to know. Yeah,
perfect.
And what's the depth of the well?
I will. I'll research.
Research. I love that. Well, while Kev is researching, we did start late, so even though we're going to be going about 45 minutes, I saw that, Mel. It is we've got another guest joining us, someone who almost wanted to fight me earlier because YouTube did not replace the thumbnail that I replaced because they had the wrong spelling for Siuaraine on it. So I will go back and fix that later if it's still the case and it hasn't refreshed. But please welcome the wonderful Charlie to the stream.
Welcome.
Hello. Hi, I came in an outfit today. Last time I was on a stream with Rob, I was in my red Aja outfit, but since then I have been taking tips from Auntie Adelaus, so I'm glad we're still at her house. And so I'm just wearing my comfy robe, I've got my hair tied up, you know, we're chilling. We don't need to be in battle mode anymore. We are in Aes Sedai loungewear.
Loungewear, I love that.
Love it.
Yeah, folks, this is Charlie. Was this deliberate or was it accidental? I can't remember, Charlie.
Was what
at the
deliberate or
convention.
accidental?
At the convention, the outfit you ended up wearing, and then we realized how much.
No, it was deliberate. Yeah,
it was deliberate. Okay, right. So, but it was so subtle. Like it took everyone like a hot second to realize. So Charlie came to the last MercuryCon. Charlie's, you've been to both, haven't you, actually, Charlie? So,
yeah,
you know, and
MercuryCon originalist.
Yes,
absolutely.
There we go. But Charlie came to MercuryCon last year and dressed as Adelaus. And it was just, it felt like so much like you. It just turned up in something that you would wear that it took me a second to realize that she was dressed like Adelaus. And I was just like, I fucking love this outfit.
She is who I want to be when I grow up. She is chilling.
I think you already are her, Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm already grown up. Yeah. My, and speaking of Adelaus and her house, Varin's house, but still. Do you really think that they wouldn't have running water there?
Why would they need it? They both
wonder.
channel. Like, why would they need it?
I mean, they both channel, so they don't need to channel the water. Sorry, that was a moving water pun. That's a bit of a thinker. It's a bit of a thinker. Sorry.
I'm impressed you're doing that. It's like 2 a.m. for you, so I'm impressed with that, Jen. Thank you.
Legitimately 2 a.m. Yes.
No,
Jen, you're streaming when I stream. This is amazing.
What, even our time zones?
Yeah, I know,
right?
They're stupid, is what they are.
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
They're a circle, a wheel, even.
I am wondering if Moiraine is wearing novice white and setting herself chores to do, chores that one should not do with the power, because it builds character. And while Nynaeve has enough character, maybe Moiraine feels that she needs to continually bolster her character by doing character building activities.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, Mel, you've trained me so much that when I thought, oh look, she's wearing white, I definitely did not think novice white. I instantly thought Cairhien. So, yeah,
I'm very proud of that.
Well, it is like because they do transfer. Like there is, I think at the first scene is, but mostly Moiraine. The next scenes are Egwene. So I think that is a good parallel from what Moiraine is doing to what Egwene is doing. So,
yeah,
season 2 chore season.
The chore season, yes, that is true.
we need a WoT version of sex position. It's like a mop position. Mop position.
Chore position.
They actually do need mop. Again, my sister, watching it with my sister. This has nothing to do with Siuaraine, but there's a scene where Elaine and Egwene are mopping, and I'm just like watching it for them. And my sister was like, "They're walking into the mop. What the fuck?"
You're 3 episodes too late, Jenny. You're 3 episodes late. We did this in the first episode, Jenny.
Yeah,
we did.
My sister was so mad. Like she was so mad, and then she was like, "Well, Elaine, I get Elaine. Egwene,
she's an innkeeper's daughter. She doesn't mop wooden floors. You don't mop wooden floors."
I'm
anyway.
It's just we did have that conversation, and I work in hospitality, and I was like, that is not how you mop a floor. What the hell is going on here? You know,
my sister was completely like she wasn't paying attention to what they were saying at all. She's like, what the fuck are they doing?
So you're saying that mop's position doesn't actually work if or your sister's distraction is the chore they're doing, just like boobs are your distraction. So both you
Exactly
and
right.
your sister need to get up when they're doing chores and leave the room and just listen.
Just listen. Just get a drink or something. Exactly,
Get a drink.
Exactly.
Just listen. Tell your sister you learned this about yourself, and now you can share that with her,
I will pass that on to her. Yes.
so that she doesn't get irate about chores.
Kev, I feel like we need to eventually do a stream just titled Mop Position.
Yeah.
Mop's Position.
Mop's
And-
position. It's got to have the
Mop's,
S.
you've got to have the S,
Yeah.
it works better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mop's Position. And just break out all the exposition scenes and see whether they contain more chores versus, like
Make a
what-
chart.
Yeah, I like
I'd love that.
That works.
this is hilarious. But yeah, okay, so
Let's go to that. Let's see Domon. Would everyone like to go to see the next scene? How
I
would
would
you
like
guys
to
like
see the
that?
next scene. Yes.
Let's do that.
to the next scene.
We're gonna go browse some wares here. I think I've got the right scene. So let's make sure.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Mhm.
Oh,
This is the one we watched.
We
this
watched
is
this.
this is after. Yeah, this is the.
This is
This is after.
This is This is So we've got to get
No.
the one where Domon comes in.
Oh,
for
it's
the
the one
first
after,
time
yeah,
with the poem. Yep.
Yeah. The one after that. Yeah.
there's
Selling
me
the
getting
poem.
just getting in the right sequence. So right. At least I didn't skip like what ahead instead.
Yeah, don't worry, everyone. We're professionals here.
Oh, very.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
You're sure it's from before the break?
Spend my fair share of time haggling seafood. And they are the best in the game. You've got no interest in that. It's the Hearthstone you want.
Pieces of Quindy are rare, yes, but what makes you think I want this one?
It's broken. Stuff's made from the one power itself. And you and I both know it has one defining trait. It's unbreakable. The one made things easier.
So that was a bit of browsing the wares. What do we think about? Or shall we just like watch the next scene of how she barters with him and then like talk about them collectively?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah?
do that.
I like
Yeah,
the
go.
bartering. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I did like how the Quendial looked. I think that was pretty slick.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah.
Possession.
A couple of months back,
Let's go back to the beginning of that. There we go.
When did this come into your possession?
a couple of months back,
Where?
outside Cairhien, the old moon dial there shattered one night this spring. I know you have men following me. I want them gone too. I don't take kindly to unwanted company.
Your enemies are your own. Seems there's something written on this.
Right. Old dial was covered in a poem when they found it. Written in blood. Old tongue. I have a copy, actually, if you're interested. Always love me a good poem. No. I think that's enough questions. You can have the Hearthstone for 50 marks. The poem, that'll cost you 5 more.
5. For a poem. That could buy me the finest Domani racehorse.
True enough. 1 mark for the poem then, but I'm not budging on the Hearthstone. 50 marks, but I walk out of here with it.
This is all I need. Thank you for your time and travel.
But the Hearthstone
Sea folk might be good at the game, Master Domon, but the Aes Sedai invented it. Be careful when you insult them.
Serves me right, I suppose.
These men you say are following you, what do they look like?
We got a glimpse from a distance. Once, when we left the dock at White Bridge, 2 men in black cloaks on horseback.
Did you see their faces?
No. Their hoods covered them.
Go back to your boat. Now, take it to Ilion, don't stop, and then onto the sea. Sail east or west as far and fast as you can.
Spree's a riverboat.
Then stay to the shallows. Go. Now. Here are 10 marks for provisions.
What have you got me wrapped up in, eh?
The wheel weaves as the wheel wheels, Master Domon. I've been with you.
Nice cutscene.
You know, it's how like cut with the slice. It was
Yes.
Thank you. Occasionally, I'm good at my job. So yeah, that I love the Bail Domon. I'm going to kick it off there. When he gets just basically, I suppose, made a fool of in the bargaining. He just laughs and is like, "I'm impressed at what you've just done to me." You know?
Yeah.
So,
We know that's a good guy.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's interesting too that they were able to slide in, you know, a little bit of an Eye Over the World reference where he stops in White Bridge as well,
Mhm.
and then on top of that, it's almost like he can't help but be impressed. Like he doesn't see it as like she's made a fool of him. He's like, all right, game, recognized game. You know, you've taught me a
that's
few
good.
things as well. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing I like every time I watch that scene, I find myself feeling so proud of Moiraine. You know, like she's called like the feeling that I get watching that is he doesn't know that she's stilled or shielded. He has no idea. So she can still play Aes Sedai with him. And that feels so good to her. Like she's like, he still sees me as who I want to be, whereas everybody else around her knows her situation, right? So Varin, Adelaus, Tomas, and Lan, they're all looking at her with pity, whereas she's assuming that Bail Domon is looking at her like up. She's a status above him, and I feel proud of her for holding on to it. Like I don't know, I just like you did well. You did like your facade didn't break.
Yeah, a little bit of you still got it, and maybe there was a little bit in the negotiation pride. Like there was a little bit of that layer of pride of like I can still do this.
Yeah,
you know? It's not just
like there is. I legitimately see satisfaction on her face in that moment.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
I agree. And as Light Blinded Fools just said, that's probably an extra reason why she had Lan leave, because he's going to look at her, be like, "You're posing," you know, or "I know your real situation." I mean, not a look that someone else could see him giving and be like, "Oh, what are you hiding?" It would be a look that she would understand only, I think. But still a look that would, you know, not allow her to play the game the way she wants to play it. So Mel, you made a good comment about picking up the piece of like being a parallel to picking up the piece of the seal at the Eye of the World. So
yeah, she does that. She kind of looks at it exactly the same way that she looks at it at the end of episode 8. Like the same like turning and hand turning. She's just like if anyone was a discerning watcher, you would know she already knew all of this, right?
Yes. I kind of wanted her to like be like, "Oh, I like your broken piece. Look at mine."
Yeah, be like,
Exactly.
50 marks. Why would I want to buy a piece for 50 marks when I have this piece here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate just in the writing, just like that extra layer also of her like instantly being like, oh, money, I don't really actually care about the money at all.
Yeah.
Here's 10 marks. Go take care of yourself and get out of here. Like she just like hands it to him. She was just like negotiating for funsies. Like she didn't actually need to.
I love that so much because it was for like I can still do this. I can still negotiate. I've still got it, but I don't need. I could give you all of these coins that are in this purse.
Yeah.
I liked how that tied in while she was doing the negotiating, and this goes with Max's point. While she was doing the negotiating, she was just, "Your enemies are your own," which feels like a stock phrase of some sort that the Aes Sedai use all the time. Because when we have the accepted test, we have "your fears are your own," and it feels like that's the sort of thing that Aes Sedai say all the time when they're like, "Nothing to do with me, not my problem." You know, your enemies are your own. But the minute they're done negotiating, the minute she's finished with that, she almost does maybe feel just a little bit bad that she dragged him out here, dragged him into danger, and he's losing money on it. And she's like, "Oh, have some money."
Yeah. And again, it fits. It's a nice callback to the books where he's dealing with people trying to offer him money for ridiculous trips just to get him to go, in certain places in certain directions. And it's, it was, if you've read the books, you recognize what's happening to him there, like being followed and things like that. But it fits with the scene if you're not a book reader as well. So it works. It works so well. It's very
chased down this. Yeah, he was being chased by them because he got a seal from the Borderlands as well. So he was on the run, being chased by Shadowspawn when Matt and Rand found him, and Tom too. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
The idea of being chased by riders who you can't see their face. It's like we're back in Eye of the World, because it's like we're back reading Lord of the Rings again.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, dark riders.
Not to tangent too much, but like if all of the seals are connected to one of the chosen.
At least one of the chosen. We don't actually know for sure if there's one, if there could be multiple, and there could be like a main seal, like a hard central seal.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I was more like getting to the fact, like in the books, the fact that some of the seals were not broken was like a big plot line. So if the seals are not broken, are some of the chosen are still going to be trapped? Is that how they're going to make that work in the world of the show? By not pulling out all the chosen because not all the seals are broken, but then he's going to have to, like at the end, like in the potential episode or season 8, right? He's going to have to break them, and all of a sudden we're going to have these like weird ass random chosen like pop up, boop, and then like immediately get killed in order to keep that kind of like seal breaking parallel. You have to break the seals to get the dark one out kind of thing.
Did you ever see the movie Clue? Okay, so I'm just imagining like one of the first say, "I am," you're singing with it.
Exactly. That's I think right there at the end. He's like, "I got to break all the seals." Men told me I got to break all the seals.
Except it's in my head. It's Bilal. It's just
sorry,
Bilal.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's try and keep it to like book 6 and before.
Sorry.
Reel it back a little bit.
I went a little too far. My bad.
Just
my bad. But yeah, I'm just curious how that that logistic is going to play out through the season, because they've kind of changed the use of the seals.
What have we been told these things are in the show?
Not
much.
I don't think we've been told anything. We've only been shown things.
But we've also been shown that they were broken, and then it's implied because like Gideon was like, "Is Shamaya let us out?"
There's no mention in the show of this being a seal to the Dark One's prison, is there?
True. They could be different. We see him sealing Ishamael inside the one seal, but we don't know for sure. These are the only focal points that are holding the rest.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Fine.
I do hate to run, but it is 2:20 in the morning my time. I kind of should
get
go
some
to
sleep,
bed.
Daddy.
I have to go to work in the morning. So.
We appreciate
so
you
good.
being on, though.
That is fair. Jen, and you'll be at WotCon, won't you?
Yes, I'll be at WalkOn.
Yes. So I look forward to seeing you at
It'll
WotCon.
be friends.
Friends.
Flash friends.
All right. See you all soon and have fun.
Bye,
Thank
Jenny.
you for joining us, Jen. Bye. So
I want to stay through episode 1.
All right. So how many
That's a good
more
commitment.
scenes do we have for episode 1?
We've got 2 more
Um,
scenes.
2 more scenes. Okay. Yes. So let's play that next scene, and then we'll go from there.
How did it go? Who was he, Moiraine?
Bail Domon, a sailor from Ilion.
Why was he here? What did you want from him?
He's an Aesir, I'm not allowed in secrets.
Don't smile at me. Shut me out. Don't drive me away. Don't you dare smile at me. As if everything is fine. As if you don't know exactly what you're doing.
I'll have my dinner up here tonight.
Make it yourself. Have it wherever you want.
That's a very tense scene, isn't it?
I hate it. I hate it.
Why do you hate it, Mel?
Because they're both so uncomfortable, right? Like they're fighting, but they're both so uncomfortable. Like she's pretending to read a letter, like she's not reading. She's holding a letter in front of her face so she doesn't have to look at him, and he's like trying really hard to like connect. Like he's like, you know, when you've like really screwed up, but you're not ready to apologize, but you still want to like pretend like everything's okay. And so you just like go and you walk into a conversation and you like try to like make nice and just like, that's like what he does. He like walks in. He walks in and he's just like, everything's fine. Hey, buddy, how was your meeting? And she's just like, not buying it. I'm looking at this letter that could be a blank piece of paper. Like she might as well have picked up a blank piece of paper and just stared at it intensely. That's like, it was just like, but it was so good. So good.
It is.
I hate it.
Yeah.
But it's so good.
Charlie, what did you think?
I think when he says we both know what's going on, do they both know what's going on? I mean, what does he think is going on right now? Does he think that she masked the bond and is refusing to unmask it?
He knows that he knows her situation as far as like that she's been stilled. But I think it feels like he, in his mind, he's like, you're driving me away because. But maybe he is not really. I think that's part of his confusion and his frustration. He's like, she's clearly trying to push me away. She's doing things deliberately to get under my skin, but I can't figure out why. So I think for him, it's as far as we both know what you're doing. You're trying to push me away, but he has no conception of what she's doing or why she's doing it. And really, it's the fact that I think that she's even going harder at it now because now she's got evidence that Lan fears out too. And now it's not just that Ishamael's free, it's now a second Forsaken as well. So yeah, it's kicking the dog a little bit to really try to make him go somewhere else, go somewhere that's safer than with her or something along those lines.
Yeah. And it's exacerbated because she just found out there's a bunch of Fays out there too.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, that's true. She knows that they're on the
She's
they're
like
on their way here.
Yeah. Like that's when she like decides she sees him again. She's like being casually cruel to him to try and like push him away, but she also at the same time is deciding that she needs to like get out and because he won't go away and she can't protect him, so she's got to go. Like there's
Do you think she feels that she doesn't deserve to have a warder anymore? That he shouldn't be pretending to be her warder when, if she's stilled, he's not her warder? Do you think she's like, I don't deserve you anymore? Because if he's quite a useful guy, if you've got evil to fight, you could be evil fighting buddies together. He could be helpful.
I think now that you mention that, we one of the things that we focus a lot on with the Lan scene is that how likely what happened for in reality is before she went to the Isle of World, when he was with Nynaeve, she released the bond entirely. Like he wasn't just the bond wasn't just masked. He was no longer technically bonded to her. He didn't have the warder benefits. That's why he didn't sense the shadow.
Anyone who went to the Isle of the World would die.
Exactly. So she assumed she was dying. She's like, I don't want him to go crazy. Yeah. So he has no bond, and she knows that he, while is very capable on his own, he doesn't have the benefits that warders typically have. So he's more vulnerable than he realizes too. Like, because he doesn't know the bond isn't masked. He just thinks it's like, he thinks it's still there, but that she can't uncover it. So it's like she knows that he is more vulnerable than he realizes too. And like,
she can't protect him.
Yeah, she can't protect him. He can't do as much as he thinks he can do, which is why he's so frustrated when he's training and stuff too, and why he apologizes for not sensing them, because he can't. He doesn't have the power at that point.
Yeah.
And it's funny to see this with Moiraine, because she's usually so ruthless about saving the world. She's like, I will save the world, and if I have to, like, no matter what I have to do, I will do it. I will sacrifice everything. I will sacrifice anyone because we are saving the world.
Yeah.
But she won't with him. She wants to send him away instead of use him.
Yeah, well, Rapunzel's just kind of put it in like that night, going like you say at the end of season 1. She gave him to Nynaeve in effect. She's like knew that he would go to her, so she masked the bond while he was there because he was distracted. Fair enough. And actually, what she's done is release it. So that when she dies, he doesn't go crazy and all the things that happens when an Aes Sedai dies while still bonded to a warder, but also because his journey against the shadow is not finished, and if he's with Nynaeve, then he can, continue that and guide her, because she isn't just some random woman who can channel. She is one of the most powerful Aes Sedai in thousands of years. So, here's a perfectly, like one of the world's most amazing warders for you, who's also strong enough to maybe put up with your attitude and your grit and your determination to do what you think is right. Like, you two are going to go out and whoop some ass rather than him just follow me and die. So, yeah. I know.
Yeah, it's one of those.
I did conversation there.
Those I cared too much and I don't know how to. And she's wrapped up in her own issues, but also still trying to protect him.
And I think we even said too,
failing at succeeding at that too.
They're both so reliant on the nonverbal communication of the bond at this point. 20 years with that bond, like, and it's. I think they've never been. Neither of them are good talkers, like conversationally, particularly. So it's like completely ham-fisted that their ability to communicate in general too.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And they did such a good job making it just so uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable.
It is. And I think it was perfect that, she smiled at him, like, because she's, like we say, trying to kick the dog. And that's the one thing he can't handle. It's like, treat me however you want to treat me. Try to push me away or you want to push me away, but don't pretend like it's fun, because then it's insulting.
Which is ironic because he walked in with a smile on his face too, like, "How was the meeting?"
How was your meeting?
And then she smiles back. She's like, "Don't smile at me."
Just a mess. They're a mess.
Obviously the perfect couple.
It is really funny. It's like you think about like two people like that who are like so bad at talking to each other. It's like, how did you why would you have even picked each other to be like each other's like, why would you order up with someone that you communicate with like this? Like it's a mess.
That's a very good point. I mean, maybe
it's just
the bond,
like if that's how all of their interactions were pre-bond, when they didn't even have a history with each other. Oh, I know. I know who I should bond. This asshole over here.
Yeah. He got a pretty sword, and he doesn't scare at Trolloc heads. Water material. He threw me in a pond. Yes.
Yeah. Bond him.
I want to play a little. I'm not going to have the sound on, so we can talk over it. But this little bit here, after he's, I think maybe I need to skip back just 10 seconds. So he, storms out. This is now playing very, very slowly. So let me see if I can just speed that up just a smidge. There we go. Okay. I'm going to play at half speed because I want you to pay attention to. So he stormed out, eat it wherever you want type thing. Pay attention to Moiraine's eyebrows. I feel like, and I'm not 100% sure this happens, but I feel like her eyebrow kind of just like creeps a little bit like, oh shit, did I actually go too far? Like I'm a little scared.
No, she just she still loves him and she's.
I feel like it might have just been, oh no, there just the tiniest.
And her eyes are tearing up, homegirl.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I have to go.
I gotta focus.
I gotta go or I'm gonna get him killed because he won't take
just
the hint.
The most subtle of acting there, like she didn't move anything, just the tiniest little eyebrow lift, like, oh, did I go too far? Was that too much? And it was just there we go. Oscar worthy. New category in the Oscars, folks. Eyebrows.
That may be like the super zoom in on just eyebrows. What is happening in this scene? Like super cuts from just the eyebrows.
Just the eyebrows. That should be the innkeeper's next game, shouldn't it? Be like identify the scene from the boots.
I think I was giving it to Kev. I think he could. He's gonna do something like that.
Kev can do it.
I've got eyebrows.
I'm lobbing eyebrow fun at Kevin for sure.
Eyebrow fun. Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah, that definitely works. But yeah, again, just such subtle stuff in these scenes. It's very, very cool. Shall we go to the last scene in episode 1? Is there any more?
Is there only one? I mean, yeah.
Yep, it's the long scene, the long fight scene at the end.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Let me make sure the sound is on. Go back to the beginning. All right, here we go.
Lan!
Cover your ears!
Good old fight with Fades. Moiraine got a kill. Very impressive.
That was very stressful.
It is very, very stressful. That is quite true. Charlie, why don't we come to you first? I mean, you put this comment in chat. How do Murdrels see? How do you hide from them?
Because this is very much a fight of stepping back, stepping into the shadows, trying to stay out of the way, hiding. And I was just thinking, do they see? Do they smell? Do they echolocate? If you knew better how they perceive, would you be able to hide from them better?
I guess there could be ears under those cloaks. Yeah.
Yeah. I do remember in the books it says they can see better than the eagle. Even though they don't.
Yeah, maybe they can see by magic.
Yeah. Dana answering your question, how long is that sequence? That sequence is let me peruse this at our spreadsheet while I talk about this. Almost one of the longest scenes. In fact, that is the longest scene. But I will preface that with it is taken up with a reasonable amount of focus on Lan, and not specifically on Moiraine. So while it's the longest scene that she is continuously in, because obviously we don't cut away from that scene as she is there dying on the floor for a funky part of it. It's not
dying. Don't call it dying. Otherwise we'll get accused of fake out deaths again.
It is. She is in that scene for the full time of 4 minutes and 50 seconds, but she does have other 4-minute scenes later on. But Rapunzel, just in your comment, they hunt by smell. That's why she kept taking baths. Nice.
That's why I snickered earlier. I couldn't keep it.
Yeah, that's fair. Quite an interesting way to. This rounds out episode 1. You know, it's like Renelle is put in here. I feel like that's a new name as well. So welcome, Renelle. A couple new people today. Her desperate attempt to channel breaks my heart.
Yeah.
Did anyone think suddenly she was like, oh my god, she can channel right there for maybe just a nanosecond?
Absolutely.
Yeah. She did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just a tiny second. She was like, am I doing it? No.
Yeah, it's like, well, that's not what I was trying to do. So
I I love the sword. I love the shiny, shiny sword. You know, Varin's like, I took an oath that not to make a weapon with which a man may kill another. But number one, I didn't make this. I only enhanced it. Number two, we're not killing humans. We're good.
Yes, they're allowed to use it against shadow form. So yeah,
it's a temporary enhancement. We are good.
Would have been better if it was a spear.
Yeah, he rolled a nat 20. That's all it was. So, you know. But yeah.
It just culminates in all of everything that all the other scenes like led up to in just like their like dysfunction. Their individual their individual still like amazingness and abilities and strength and grit and all of that, but still their dysfunction together is like further emphasized to potentially almost tragic ends right here.
Yeah, there's none of that like that in sync fight that we see at the end or the start of the first season as well.
They're like there's like she tries to warn him, but she warns him almost like pretty much too late. He's already being attacked. Like all of that is gone. Like all of that mess.
They're not dancing together. They're at a silent disco listening to different channels.
Yeah. And if Moiraine had been putting as much effort into figuring out that relationship and keeping it going as she was into figuring out how to get super swole biceps from lifting all the water, like they would still be physically in sync with each other, because you don't need to be able to channel to be in sync with another person that you're that close to, especially someone you've been close to for 20 years, right? Like you would still finish each other's sentences, except for the fact that she's actively worked to push him away and created this, made it worse, made their ability to protect each other even worse by the choices that she's made.
Yeah, I agree. I find it really interesting that right at the end, he's almost died, she's almost died. Obviously, they both realize that Varin's going to heal them. They'll survive. They'll be okay. And he's literally just like, you know, what are you hiding from me? And her response is to be like, still not tell you anything.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't change anything about her resolve at all.
No.
Like that pull her hand away from thing. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's just like if I were him, I would have been, just stab me now, just stab me more. Like it's almost hurts worse than all of the Fade would.
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, I feel like it hurts him more than the laughing would.
Yeah,
and I feel like she knows it as well. You know that even now, even when they've had to have their asses handed to them, and like we say, it's because they're still not. You know, they're not trying to work together. They're trying to, you know. They're not trying to like beat each other, but they're playing different, like they're dancing different songs. You know, they've got two different tracks in the disco, and you know, it's just not working. But yeah, it's rough to watch.
It would have been less rough, more rough, if we could see more of it. But you know, that's like completely different.
Yeah, it is very dark. Actually, I will give that. The whole scene. Such
an odd choice.
Yeah, it's funny when I got these scenes together. I've watched them. Obviously, I've watched the television show on my TV. I have two screens here, one to my left, one in front of me. When I watch it on the one in front of me, which coincidentally enough is a very old TV that, you know, before I had my current one, I used this. It's just not so big that it'll fit my desk. When I watch it on this, it's much lighter than when I watch it on my computer screen, the original computer screen that I got. Yeah. But it's just, even then, it's still quite dark, and there's things you don't get. I almost want it to do like Lauren does, where you go and you alter the contrast and things, so you can actually see more of the stuff. But I think it's almost scarier. Moiraine does great though. She clearly knows her murder. You know that, like you say, she's managed to stab one in the neck. I don't think she kills that, because there's three of them.
That's true. It's probably that is true. Yeah,
yeah.
She probably doesn't kill it.
He turns up. Lan turns up, decapitates one. and then he kills one with his backflip thing, but there's still one there. So I feel like she stabbed one in the neck, but it didn't kill it. So, but I mean, all credit to her, because that's, taking a one not just a big deal. So
Yeah.
And you know what? In the spirit of supporting women's wrongs, I think, although emotionally, Lan says, "Tell me now," and she's like, "No," and we're like, "Oh, just tell him." Emotionally, we say that, but she knows that her current plan not going well, but she's going to stop and have a little think about what her next plan is, and it still might not be telling him everything. So let us stop and have a little think about what the next plan is.
Yeah. Dane Lou is asking, do we think that she feels like she saved Lan, Varin, and company by leading the Fades away because she does not warn them they're in the area? So she like, I need to lead them away to save the others, rather than be like, hey, I've just found out from my guy there's Fades in the area. Like, we should probably be on guard tonight, in case they stop by.
I'm really unsure about that, because I think she probably does think that, but I don't think it's very sensible, because what information do the Fades have? What the Fades have is the information that there is someone in this house messing with stuff, wanting to know about stuff. I don't think the Fades are going to have the information that it is specifically this woman rather than these other women who are messing with things that the Fades don't want them to mess with. I don't think that they are going to be chasing after her specifically more than the others. And I certainly don't think that if they did catch and kill her, they would go, okay, job done. We'll leave that house now. Everyone there probably doesn't know anything. Right. No. If they're gonna find Moiraine, and I don't know why she would realistically think that she had a chance against them. All she can expect to happen is that she would lead them away for a bit. They would kill her, and then they would go back to the house.
Or maybe she thinks that she's going to get away and she can sneak off for the night while they are, because obviously I think she would assume and trust that Tomas would have the shadow spawn sense. If they showed up at the house that night, they'd be taken care of, and she snuck away in the night to kind of lose them in that regard. So maybe it's less that she was trying to draw the Fades away, and more that she was trying to use that as a diversion to make her own escape at that point.
So harsh.
That's so really harsh. I don't know. That doesn't seem like her to me.
She sunk all those boats, and she didn't care if they were possibly innocent. I think it's within her. I think it's within her moral code. It might be too harsh, and I think that she was trusting that they would be able to handle it. But I think that it's within what she has displayed she's willing to do at this point. I think it might be too harsh, but it's on.
I'm kind of bored. I could definitely see her thinking, do you know what? They'll either follow me. They're here to get me because they followed Domon to get to me, So if I leave and they follow me, great. I've saved my friends. If they split up, my friends can probably handle it. There's 2 warders, 2 Aes Sedai. You feel like, with Tomas still having the, like you say, the sense that they would be able to sense them coming in and defend themselves.
It's a gamble,
but also,
either way, yeah,
there's a gamble, but also a little bit of like, do you know what? If they go there and kill everybody, I got a higher purpose to go for. She has said before, I will sacrifice everything to stop the Dark One. I believe that it would include fellow warders and sisters. So I feel like she weighed the odds a little bit and was like, do you know what? I'm a bounce. I feel like you're onto something there, Kev. I feel like
it's harsh. I agree. I agree. It is harsh, but it's desperation. Like she is peak desperation mode.
Do you think she left a note saying, "By the way, I've dipped"?
No.
By the way, there's Fades on the way.
I agree with you that it's within her character, but I disagree that within the way that her day went, that's where her mind would be. Like, her mind was at the fact that she could not push the one person that she wanted to protect away. So she had to get away and try and lead the danger away from him. Because if he was still at the house with the protection of the warder, he would have a good potential survival rate. But if they came there, and if she left and they followed her, then he would even have a better chance of survival. Because that's the
she
way
may
it
just
was
thought
all
she had
set
more
up,
time
right?
too. Yeah, she might have thought she had more time. Like she was like, "There's no way they're going to show up tonight. I've got time. There's probably a little bit of time before." That is a possibility as well too. She just didn't think they were that close behind him potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, three Fades might think twice before attacking a place that has, whether they know it or not, 3 Aes Sedai and 2 Orders in it. That might give them pause for thought. So,
yeah. Ugh.
Very curious.
It's
very
so
curious.
tragic, though. Such a tragic setup. Like it's such an interesting just choice to make that the way they're gonna start the whole season. To lay all that out.
It really does. If you think about how they arrived in episode 1 of season 1 and how they fought together in season 1, and now the way they've done it in this season, how we've started off, it really is the polar opposite of where they were. They turned up, they're sure of themselves, they're sure of what they're doing, they're all mysterious, they're working completely in sync without saying anything. And they fight together like, the people that have been fighting together for 20 years, absolute experts, and here we go, like doing their own little dances to different silent disco situations and getting their asses handed to them by, all right, Fades are far more deadly than your average Trolloc, but still, they took down a whole host of Trollocs basically without, any real major problems short of one, spear to the shoulder. And they just absolutely got their asses handed to them so quickly. In this one, it's the polar opposite. And just it really, really demonstrates the difference that they've gone through.
Fades are much scarier than Trollocs, and
Yeah.
she was quite poorly from that shoulder wound.
She was. That is true.
She was unconscious for 2 episodes.
Yeah, she was. She was.
Yeah. Max putting at a good point here. It's almost like the whole theme of the season is we have to learn that we're stronger when we work together.
Interesting.
What a great segue. What a great segue. Would you guys like to have a little bit lightening of the mood? A little bit of lightening.
Yeah. I was just about to say that. So Kev and I, we've been very lucky the past few streams. We've had the folks at Amazon send us behind the scene photos. But unfortunately, they didn't have anything they were able to share with us on this occasion. But Kev came up with a brilliant idea. And in a way, I almost think this is better. And Kev, you tell us what we're going to do for this stream instead.
Yes. So instead of sharing some pictures, I know that especially the Siuaraine fans, they're crumbs. They're giving you crumbs at best of the behind the scenes stuff for them. But there's also no shortage of amazing artists in our community that create a load of fan art for Siuaraine. And the one I wanted to show first is something to kind of call back to the older relationship between Lan and Moiraine and how well he's supported her in the past. And this is one of my favorites as well. So I've got this up, and I will show this screen real quick. So can we see this? So this is by, I will post the link to their Twitter in chat right now. But this is one of my favorites. It's called Molan. And we just see, a amazing scene of, Lan showing a little bit of support to his number one gal, Moiraine, as she makes a clandestine visit to her beloved Swan Shanche. So Casca is the name of the artist. I've posted their link in chat to Twitter. One of my favorite pieces, and I think it's a nice little callback to this is the relationship that they started with. This is the relationship he supported her through the years. And yes, obviously she's a little bit too short to get to the window.
Yes, like life. This is quite true.
Oh man!
You might say right now he is being her wingman.
Wow.
So throughout the stream, we'll have other art pieces, by other fan artists in the community that maybe highlight a little bit more of the relationship between these two. I've got a couple for New Spring as well that are kind of New Spring inspired to share as well after the next episode. So yeah, I wanted to start with this one, a bit of a lighthearted one, just to kind of palate cleanse after that very sad episode.
Yeah. And I will be adding links to all the artists that we feature in the stream today into the description. And then, as always, Kev and I will post, Kev does that work. Thank you, Kev. Post the pictures afterwards, and obviously, the links will be included to all the artists. So a big thank you to all the artists that have allowed us to share their art today. This is almost better in a way to me. Like we're thirsty fans. We want content. We want new things, but also, we love celebrating each other. So this is, just this is such a cute piece. I love it. It's just
what better way to get through the longing than by making our own content.
Yes.
So good.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Mel, I think I'm gonna have to kick you off the stream because you're wearing that hat again. So
Yeah, I did it to make you mad enough to let me go.
To let you, because I've been demanding you stay.
Give us free. Thank you so much. I've had a great time.
It's wonderful to have you. Yeah.
Bye.
It's your first stream ever with us. I can't believe it. Oh.
I know. Maybe you can let me come back someday. That'd be really cool.
Maybe.
I hear we're doing someone familiar in August.
Nice.
Might be someone you enjoy doing, Mel. Shall we just leave it there?
Ooh. Oh no, I don't know if I can keep it together. Bye.
Well, bye. It's going to be fun. Yeah, folks, we will tell you later in the stream who we're doing. We won't be doing anyone in July, unfortunately. I'm away for a couple of weeks, actually, I'm doing a lot in July of travels. There's 2 weddings and all sorts of things. So we will do our next stream in August, and we'll tell you later who that stream will feature.
August,
yes.
That kind of thing before.
Well,
we promise. Probably
our August was actually May, wasn't it? So
yeah, true. Yeah, this should have been happening maybe last month, but it's fine. It's fine. It all works out.
It all works out exactly. So I think it's time we start episode 2.
Yes.
So episode 2 kicks off back at the house after they've been healed, and we get. I just love some of the chat. It's great. Like Rand is just losing his brain in chat. That's great fun. Lan is Moiraine's horse here in that art piece. It was great. But yeah, let's kick it off back at the house. And this scene, I think this is one of the 1-minute-long scenes or something of that nature. So not an uber long one, but fun nonetheless. So let's put it on and enjoy.
They look like shit.
I mean, that is a rough night out on the Jaeger bombs, isn't it?
Oh.
You sure you don't need more healing?
Yeah, I rolled that.
I'm not. My sister and I have decided to accompany you. I assume you'll head to the White Tower first.
I have been exiled from the tower.
I know.
We need to leave if I'm to make it to the docks before sunset. I've lost too much time already.
Where exactly are we headed?
The White Tower. Have Thomas ready my home. My healing. And I don't want my saddle to slip.
Just keeps digging in the barbs there. All right. I mean, that eye roll when fucking Adelaide is there like, Lan, let me put my hands on you, Lan. Do you need me? It is. It's
probably one of the sassiest scenes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And like Renelle was putting chat here, like it's a really, kind of like a book accurate version of healing, because they always talk about how exhausted you are afterwards. And those two, like we said, they look wiped.
They're not cut up anymore. They don't have holes in them or anything. They're just like, ugh.
Yeah, just exhausted. They've been through a lot, and it's really it leaves you drained. And it's really, really visible in that scene. Yes, the way they look at each other. Lan needs some aloe vera for that burn. Like, it's I don't know. Like, is there like the way she looked at him was like, so my saddle doesn't slip? Did we miss something? Has he badly saddled her horse at some point? Like,
he's too weak to tighten it effectively.
Right.
Yeah,
she's too weak to think of an actually good burn.
Okay, that's fair. Dana Lou is saying they look like they're in pain, not exhausted.
I mean, it definitely could be that they're not great at the healing, and being not great at the healing could mean that they patch you up but it still hurts, or that they patch you up but they wipe you out much more than someone who was skilled might do.
Because Browns aren't known particularly for healing. They probably know the basics just to kind of heal what they can do. But
that's very.
Or maybe they're just really full after the big breakfast that they have to eat. Because that's another thing too, is you always have to eat a lot because your body is doing the healing.
Yeah.
Like three whole chickens, absolutely.
Yeah.
3 whole chickens. That's true. Kev,
yeah, I would like to learn more actually about the specialization in weaves of the different Ajas. I think we've heard a bit about specialization in interests, but not necessarily about specialization in what they can actually do, just about specialization in how they choose to apply it.
That's true.
So, I think slightly later, or maybe this episode, we get Liandrin taking Nynaeve to go see the Yellows and be like, if you were accepted, you could train with the Yellows.
Yep.
And the demonstration that Liandrin herself is not especially knowledgeable in this area, that she has some ability, but not really the knowledge to apply it properly.
Yeah.
So maybe it is true that Browns are not great at this.
That's very possible. Kev, the hour has turned. I believe we have another guest arriving.
Oh, welcome. Who do we have?
Would you care to introduce?
Sure. I know them by their username, but this is someone that I'm very familiar with on Twitter, and some of you may be familiar with in Discord. I think will be Lurks.
Ah, so I was not 100% sure, but please welcome.
Oh no, Radio. Sorry, I had the hours reversed. So this is actually Radio Lair. This is one of our artists. This is one of our artists as well.
Amazing.
Very, very graciously helped me wrangle other artists as well as submitted their own. So very gracious, very gracious for that. So welcome.
Hello, delighted to be here. Did I get the time wrong?
No, I looked at the schedule backwards. That's all. That was me. Lurks is on an hour at 3. Don't panic, Lurks. I know you're in chat, so I'm sorry. Don't panic. You're good. You are on time. I was wrong. But thank you for joining us. Obviously, we started a little bit late today, so we're actually just digging into episode 2, really. So a little bit earlier than I think we had discussed for you, but still plenty to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Shall we move on to the next scene?
Yeah. Any thoughts before we get started on anything that we've seen beforehand that you wanted to say?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yes. Sorry. Where are you in the episode? Which scene?
So we've just finished the first scene of episode 2, where Lan and Moiraine are obviously very hungover from their healing. So so that's we've just started there. Yeah.
So quite. Oh, that's going to be interesting to discuss. So.
Yeah.
So the next thing up would be the chat with Varin Sedai. So we're going to be diving right in deep. There's not a huge in episode 2 either. So.
Oh, I had Varin thoughts, but let's see more Varin, and then we'd have more Varin thoughts.
That sounds like fun. 1 second, let me just. There we go. I got the right one because I had the wrong one loaded up for a moment. So here we are. I want to. I definitely have thoughts on this. So, but we'll bring it in and we'll hit play. This one is just a little bit under 3 minutes, but it's a nice little bit of backstory and such. So, enjoy.
Incredible that you can see the tower from here, isn't it? Adelius and I promised each other we wouldn't return there until our history of the world since the breaking was complete.
And yet here you are.
It wouldn't be written when it's been written. 3 fades hunting a single eye supply. The eye of the Dark One is upon you, sister. Did you not think we would ask why? I assume it's one of the boys you brought back to Tarvalon last autumn. Dragon.
Who else now? Adelius? Thomas?
That's close enough. Good. I wanted to know how far you'd go for the dragon if you're to lead him to victory. It's his wish to cage the dragon, to clip his wings. Their fear that he will break the world again blinds them to the truth. But after all these years, our world is still broken. And what we need is to make it whole once more.
Well, what's broken cannot always be healed. I need an oath of allegiance, sister.
An oath declaring what? That I will never betray you. That I will never betray him. Neither of us knows what the future may bring. Either of those things may one day be necessary. And even oaths are loopholes one can exploit. And now, you will simply have to trust me, and I you. There are books in the tower that may prove useful. Prophecies that speak of Termin Head, of battles in the sky, of a sword of flame and a branded hand that wields it. I will find them. Come back to the fire, sit beside us.
All right.
I love her. She has been doing this
You're
shit.
muted, Rob.
That's because I was doing noisy things. I'm like, I'm just gonna put myself on mute. Rhaegar, since you are new to the stream at this point, why don't you kick it off? What do you think of this scene and like the interaction between Moiraine and Varin here?
Oh, I didn't do my homework for this scene in particular, so it's quite fun to be thrown into the mix. But just like Charlie, I love this scene. I absolutely love Varin. She's so it's very interesting how she establishes boundaries with Moiraine at this moment, because you can see that Moiraine is all pufferfish. She's starting to get more menacing, and you've got Varin a bit like a teacher, trying to get her on a calmer level, on a more controlled level, because she was ready to stab her, which was quite fun. So yeah, it's a very interesting scene, because you can see Varin. It's more about Varin than Moiraine at this moment, but you can see that Varin is at the same time dealing with Moiraine's emotional state, but also the political level, because she's getting that there's something very political and strategic going on, and she's acknowledging that level, saying her, I get what's going on. You can count down. I'm on your side. So I love this scene. It's so well written and so well acted. So yeah, I don't have anything more to say for now.
No, but that's good.
That's plenty.
I agree.
Yeah,
that is plenty. Charlie, I'm sure you've got a million thoughts here.
I just love how, starting in the previous scene where she says to Moiraine, "Oh, I'm sure you're going to be going to Tarvalon," and Moraine's like, "I've been banished." It's like, I know. That doesn't mean anything. That's not a denial. That's not denial.
Yeah.
She's here going, I've been doing this for 200 years. Do not use Aes Sedai doublespeak on me. Either talk to me or don't talk to me. But do not try and play your little games. I've been doing this since before your grandmother was born.
And it's very interesting how Varin is able to slide in and ingratiate herself, both in this scene and in the books, with the Dragon Reborn and who he is and that he exists at this point. Because anytime Varin comes up, we're gonna just be conscious of everybody in chat, just up to book 6 and New Spring for any spoiler chat. So just to make sure we throw that out there. But I think that Varin is so careful with what she says and how she says it, and when Moiraine forces her to say, you need to be up front, she says, no, I'm not going to play by your game because I'm already playing my own game. And we can work side by side for a time if that's what the pattern wills. But just like Moraine's allegiance isn't to anybody but Rand, Varin has her own agenda, and that's what she has allegiances to. So I think it's Varin's just so fascinating in that way.
And because Aes Sedai have to be really careful about what promises they make, because they can only make a promise if they mean it. And I just think it's so sensible, I really appreciate a woman who, when you say, can you do me a favor, will say, well, I can, but I might or might not tell me what it is first. I love that. I appreciate that.
Like, what's the favor, and then I'll tell you if I can do it or not.
And she's also saying that they are pursuing the same goal, but they cannot tell the future. They are not part of. They are not the pattern. They are not the wheel. So they can't know what will happen for one or the other. So that's very interesting. That's sort of acknowledgement that they are not master of their own action, even if they pursue the same goal.
And I think Moiraine wouldn't make those promises either. If the question were reversed, it's like, oh, can you promise me? Moiraine absolutely would not make a promise like that. Moiraine is single-mindedly in pursuit of one objective, and she's not going to make any promises that might hinder her from her objective. And, it's great that her objective is save the world. But she might not go about that in the same way that others would think is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I agree. For me, the most interesting part, having watched it now after the discussions we've had so far, where she sort of like grabs the knife after she realizes that Varin knows that one of the kids she brought was clearly the dragon. It's cool that Varin just goes like, I've got to bring up this comment from Rapunzel. Varin just goes, "Oh, good, you've going to pull a knife for me. That's I'm glad you have that grit." So, Varin's there like with the big Sadar energy, like not afraid of a little dagger. Very cool. But it also, we've just had the conversation before where Moiraine has left the house. Has she ditched the house in essence to be like, well, if the Thays turn up, they can handle it. And if they don't, well, I have, other goals. I'll sacrifice whatever I need to. This almost backs it up. Like Varin's like, oh, one of your boys must be the dragon. She's like, if you say the wrong thing, I'm going to stab you here. Like it just, for me, and I'm sure now Mel's gone and she's like, Rob, you waited until I went before you said this, but it kind of enforces that discussion we had about how she thought about leaving the house at the end of season 1. So initially it was just, oh, cool, like she's willing to to take on a fellow sister to keep Rand safe. But now I really do think she ditched the house thinking, well, if they they've got a good chance of surviving, but if they don't, I've got a path that I'm taking and I will sacrifice whoever required. So yeah, kind of makes that moment even darker for me, which I love. But yeah, Varin handles it like a absolute badass. She's just like, oh, cool. Like who sees a dagger pulled on them and goes, cool, it's incredible. And Moiraine looks scared in this, I think.
Oh yeah, terrified.
Yeah.
She's also powerless at this point, so it's very interesting to see her resort to physical violence to protect herself, rather than her wits. But she also knows that she cannot use her wits against another Aes Sedai. So,
I think she could use her wits against some of them.
Maybe a couple of them, yeah, but not this one. No,
not this one.
Not that. Yeah, this one has outwitted her. And also, without talking spoilers, great setup for just Varin and just her entire journey. Like not talking about anything later on specifically, but just really, it just sets Varin up in such a great way. I think for her whole storyline, in a way that will pay off in rewatches, I believe.
Really good payoff.
Yeah. Not to tangent away from Moiraine there completely, but yeah. But Varin sadly is the star of the scene, I think.
She does.
You can see that she has a depth to her, that she has more experience than Moiraine. She's playing the game for longer, as you said, Kevin. So she's more in control, which is also what's so funny, what's so interesting about meeting so many other Aes Sedai this season and the season before, because you can see that everyone has their own agenda and experience and specialty and strength. And when you meet Varin, you see someone with so much more ancient and knowledgeable, and takes her knowledge from books, from prophecies. So she's someone Moiraine should want to have on her side. But also, yeah, she's older, she has more experience. So
it's a risk, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a risk for Moiraine, exactly.
I also enjoy the little tidbits of prophecy that get dropped by Varin. Yep. I think that's it. It felt extremely natural that Brown would talk about, well, there's books that say this and that, and so I will find these books and they will help us, to protect the dragon type thing. And it didn't feel like we're dropping this information because it's going to become relevant later sort of thing. It just felt like, a Brown would say these things because it's not just there are books that will help us help Rand. She's like, I'm a Brown. I want to give you facts and details about things that are in books that, because books will help us with everything. Books are the be all and end all. It felt extremely Brown-like with, and it was a book submission, not book submission. But yeah, it was exposition via books.
Yes.
In a very, very subtle way. And obviously, though, we do see those things at the end of the season. So I really enjoyed it. Book submission, yes, thank you. It's an interesting word to try and say. Book submission, yeah. But yeah. And Max is right. This, in a way, it backfired that Moiraine didn't warn them about the Fades, because now she's like, getting grilled from Varin, being like, you didn't think we'd ask questions? We're Browns. We ask questions. So it's just a great scene, and amplifies even more how on the back foot Moiraine is with just like everything.
We let you come to our house, hang out in my study, have weird visitors.
Yeah.
Not talk to us.
6 hours a day filling a bathtub that you don't need to feel like that. We wait on you for dinner.
Yep. We were being so kind because we understand that you're going through a bit of a hard time, even though you will not tell us what kind of a hard time you are going through. And now this.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not the greatest of house guests. Anything else we want to add, or shall we move on to our next scene?
I'm ready for the story time.
Okay, ready for story time. Yes, this is going to have new spring fun moments in here, folks. But it does begin with a little tease of of other characters, which is probably one of the cutest moments in the whole season between these two. But we will play and enjoy story time by the fire.
Do not underestimate. We must. Oh, it was delicious back in the day. But he chose our dear, sweet Varin. And that was the end of his sex life. How about you two? You've never told us the story of how you met. I'm sister, it's late, we should go home. It was in the borderlands, wasn't it? You probably saw him prancing across the desert on a black steed, sword out, hair whipping in the wind.
It was outside Chachin. I had been following him on the road all day. He kept throwing glances back at me. I thought he was a dark friend.
I thought she was a mercenary, sent to kill me by my Chimera.
Chimera?
Oh, in Malkir, order women take young men's virginity to show them the ways of love.
This is getting good.
I found him. His face was still, but so much rage beneath the surface.
Meditations never come easy for me.
Especially not when you're planning on killing an Aes Sedai.
I didn't believe you were an Aes Sedai. I'd always heard that they were all cold and sour.
He left his sword sitting on a rock nearby. But the moment my hand touched the scabbard, he crossed the 10 yards, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, and tossed me in the water.
You threw Moiraine Siuan in a pond.
It's unwise to try separating the man from his...
And that's when you knew, huh? Any old warder can protect you from a troll. But the right one can protect you from yourself.
I love that story time. Anybody want to go
one of my
first?
favorites.
Yeah, I for starters, I think this is just such a nice sort of book moment for us fans. Those of us who are fans of the books, because we get the new spring scene without them having to put it on the screen in a very. I mean, this is the first time they're nice to each other. You know, the way we see that banter from 20 years of friendship. You know, and it's yeah. It's brilliant. And and Leia's is just a horny minx because you could just see it written all over her face. It was like grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and she's like, oh yeah, and tossed me in a pond and she's like, oh okay, fair enough, you know.
I don't know why she retired to the countryside. I think she'd do much better in a nice flat in a bustling city where there's like neighbors and people coming and going, and she can look out the window and see what people are up to. I think she's bored.
She probably has a flat in a busier city, but she comes from time to time to crash in her sister's home to empty the wine cellar, probably.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do think she's a little bit schemier than she seems. That she knows that she can get Moiraine and Lan to get closer by playing this role in this moment, because it gets them to maybe not to relax, but to engage with each other. So I do think although she's quite fun and horny, I do think she also plays the role in this scene to get them to talk to each other.
Yeah, it's tactical, and it's one of the reasons why, like, I think for a lot of people, they think of like if you call someone comic relief, they take it almost as like an insult or as a downgrade for their character arc. But for me, like, comic relief is a person who's goal, sometimes intentional or not, is to relieve tension and to make things more comfortable. So like she's being silly, she's playing into it, but at the same time, like you said, I think that she is trying to put them both at ease and make them feel more like themselves. I think you're exactly right with that. It's tactical comic relief in that sense. I think it's very much intentional on her part. So I think that that's a good observation there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way, because she will understand them enough to be like, there's no way that either one of them is going to hear her describing Lan as, you know, parading across the mountainside with his sword out and hair billowing and all this cliche, you know, bad rom-com style introduction to a character. Like, she knows that neither Lan nor Moiraine are going to be like, yeah, it was like that. They're both going to, one of them is definitely going to be like, well, that's not really Lan, you know. And that leads, like we see, to the story, albeit without the Lan doesn't let his hair down moment. So it's very nice, and you do see, it's almost like they just smile at each other, and it reminds them that they've been through a lot together over 20 years. And I think Adelaus is, you know, just as clever as Varin in this respect. Like, Varin's gone direct and been like, I know what's going on. You know, here's me. I'm going to reveal all these secrets I know that you think I don't know. And then Adelaus is here like, you know, to steal something from Brandon Sanderson. You know, she's the soother of the group. If you've ever read Mistborn, you know, she is. I forget the guy's name now, but you know, she is that person. Sorry,
it's Breeze. Yeah,
Breeze. Yeah, she's given them Breeze treatment, and it's so effortlessly delivered because she's hiding it behind, you know, scandalous behavior and like, you know, sauciness and minx and all that sort of stuff. Like, there we go, like Dennis just put in chat, she's very disarming. And it's extremely clever. She should be a therapist, but not tell you she's a therapist, and then, you know, suddenly you're like, holy shit, what did you do to us?
Well, Moiraine literally does need disarming. She was threatening with a knife 5 minutes ago, so
the puffer fish has retracted a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, this is true. And yeah, and like I said at the beginning, as a book fan, this was so good, and Renelle was just, you know, putting it here like I didn't expect to get any new spring content with the limited time, and it's just, you know, that's put in there specifically. They could have said anything, but they specifically thrown in stuff from New Spring for us as book fans. So, you know, I challenge someone to look at the show and be like, they don't care about the books. Be like, they could have made shit up, you know? So
they could have said a different city. They could, like, those, even like the line that Lan says, like, you should never separate a man from a sword. Those words are literally in New Spring, word for word. Like, it's described exactly like that. So yeah, it's pretty spot on.
So I love it. And it's just, it's fun. It's a fun scene. So.
Oh, it's such a fun scene. You can clearly see also Lan and Moiraine getting lost in the memory and the affection they've had for 20 years. So it's I love their expression, and I love the acting, and I love the dynamic between all the characters. Even Varin who seems so annoyed by her sister.
Oh, she was. But look at him. He's looking at her. She's looking at him like, yeah, we might be having a fight at the moment, but, you know, they know.
They're a fitting match. Whether they know it or not, they're a good match.
Yeah. You know, you don't look at someone like that if you hate them. You know, so it's and it's
And
I'm tempted. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. I was going to move on, but please, I want to hear your thoughts.
Oh yeah, about the conclusion, Adelaus said at the end about the fact that the warder was also here to protect an Aes Sedai from herself, which was, again, it shows how shrewd she is. She's quite smart and good at analyzing people. So to see her kind of look look directly at Moiraine and say, yeah, I know what you're doing about with Lan. I know you're trying to distance yourself from him, possibly to put yourself in danger. So it's such a fascinating scene with undercurrents between different characters coming to the surface. So I just it's wonderful scene.
It is. I to tangent slightly. I want to talk about the beginning of the scene where we have Adlaeus talking about how strapping and vibrant and other things that Tomas was, and then he picked Varin, and that was the end of his sex life. Is there potentially something between? And then I've got a follow on from this as well. Do we think there was something between Adlaeus and Tomas to begin with? Or do you think, like, he met these two sisters and Adlaeus was just like, well, he's very strapping. I would like me a slice of that. And he goes, I'll have your sister, please. Like, do we think that happened? Or was it actually like him and Adlaeus and then he met Varin later? I feel like there's a dynamic there that
there is. Yeah,
there's something there.
I think that it's almost like I think that being very, very oblique as well as I can, I think there's definitely a romantic spark that probably existed there. But I think that the reasons why he chose Varin over her aren't the reasons aren't the real reasons, the ones that she thinks it is. And ultimately they had to not have the sex life, because like you can't have your sister feeling when you're having sex with with the warder kind of thing. Right. So you really don't want that intrusion. You don't want to be like, oh, trust that she's going to mask the bond or whatever while they're doing stuff. So I think that there's probably I think that there I think that they had a spark, but there was a reason that she doesn't understand why he went with Varin, that we in this call the four of us know, but she doesn't understand. Yeah.
I don't think she's bitter about it. I think she's
not at all.
I think she's bringing it up as a segue into what she wants to talk about, and she thinks it's fun. And if he's just a tiny bit embarrassed by her saying how attractive he was when he was young, well, that's fun, isn't it? It's fun to slightly embarrass hot men.
Yeah. I love the follow up where she's like, and that was the end. And I want you to watch this. I'm playing it at half speed so we can watch it. But this is basically, I think she has just said it or is saying it in this moment. I've got the sound off. Saying, and that was the end of Thomas's sex life. I want you to look at the faces of Varin and Thomas as I play this, because I don't think it was the end of Thomas's sex life. Look at that. And then look at that.
Not the end. Yeah.
I think she's just calling her sister a prude. And maybe. But like we know from season 1 that Waters and Aes Sedai can have sex lives and they can mask the bond and it's fine. And I think she's just calling her sister a prude.
It's I think she's like managed to keep a secret from Adlaeus that her and Tomas are like, get it on now and again, or at least at some point did. Maybe not necessarily now, like who knows? But at some point they've kept some secret from Adlaeus, and I think it's just hilarious. So just
in the name of experimentation, you want to know what it feels like.
Yeah,
you got to know what it feels like. You've got this magical bond. You want to know what it feels like. You're going to write it down in a little book.
Yeah, just for the history notes.
For science.
Yeah, for science.
Okay, so next scene. Are we still? We're still.
We got one more.
One more for episode 2. This scene. Let me make sure I've got the sound back on and it's playing at the correct speed, because that would be awkward. Okay, so this is this the reading of the poem? I believe
this is when Lan steals the poem and then she pushes him away.
And that's it. Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
So good for them. Important Brown Aja research. Yes, I love that. But yeah, here is one of the hardest moments for me as a Lan fan to watch in the entire season.
should have sensed the fates were coming. I should have. I'm sorry.
Do you know when I actually decided you'd be my widow? It was after Chechen. We were on our way back to the tower and we stopped at this little village. I can't remember the name, but there were 3 Trolloc heads staked on spears outside the town. A warning. But it didn't faze you. You'd faced so many in the blight, and I couldn't imagine the courage to face the shadow with nothing but a sword. That's what I knew. Because I knew that when the time came, you'd be able to survive on your own. You'll go to the tower, and I'll continue alone.
I'm not leaving you.
I was wrong, Lan. I was wrong about everything. The last battle's coming, and we're already losing it. The Quaindiar that broke at the Eye of the World, that was the seal keeping Ishamael imprisoned.
Shamir. The Forsaken.
We didn't defeat the Dark One. We set his strongest lieutenant free. The Forsaken are 3,000 years old. They're the strongest channelers that ever lived, and Ishamael may be waking the others. What they can do with the one power make the Aes Sedai look like tavern magicians conjuring birds from their sleeves. Oh, he cut me off with a flick of his wrist.
It takes 8 Aes Sedai to cut someone off. Alone he couldn't, no matter.
You have no conception of the power they use.
Then tell me. You and I walked this path together. Every step of it. Every choice, every sacrifice.
We've never walked this path together. You've never seen the forest for the trees because I've never shown it to you.
I know what you're trying to do. You can't push me away.
Rand's alive.
No. You said he was dead.
You assumed. I did what I had to do to protect the Dragon Reborn because my loyalty is to him. And him alone.
I took an oath to defend you. To give my life for you.
Without the bond, you're unable to fulfill.
Still your war.
No, you failed me. Without Varin and Adelaus, I would be dead.
I'm not letting you walk away from me again.
I know. Alana will see you to the tower. I'll have her take your bond by force if I must.
I swore myself to you because I trusted you. Because I thought we were in this together. Equals. That was never true, was it, Moiraine? And I said I cannot lie. So tell me the truth.
We were never equals. Like a land and dragon.
Oof. Rough stuff.
Ooh.
Chat is crying, obviously.
Oh, she just threw everything she could at him then. She was desperate, wasn't she?
It's like Rand's alive, the Forsaken are loose, you failed me, we're not equal. Like it's anything. She's like everything else. You go, 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 go.
Yeah. It's yeah, Eve is obsessed, has just nailed it there. They're so close and know each other so well that they can hit each other exactly where it hurts. She knows all his weak spots. And he won't use her weak spots because he knows what she's doing, but she's like, but I'll use yours. And it's just like, it's like he's handicapped in the fight, even though it shouldn't be a fight. It's really, really tough. I'm curious, Ready, let's start with you. did anyone believe when she said we've never been equals that she meant he was less than she?
No, because she just told him just before when she talked about the fact that when they met in Chachin, yes, when they met in Chachin, she couldn't believe that he would face the dark with only just a sword, and she also calls him just after saying goodbye by his title. So from these two elements, it's evident that she couldn't mean that she was greater than he was. So at the time, obviously she's trying to hurt him, and it doesn't diminishes her action, but it's very fun because she's also showing him in her words that that she can't mean what he thinks she means, which is also interesting because Thomas in the first episode also said to Lan that he should learn to listen to her. So it's a fascinating conversation because of these elements.
I am asking chat that question as well, because I'm just curious. I feel like it should be a case of no one believed it, but you never know. Charlie, did you believe it?
Absolutely not. Although I thought it was interesting that they, in a couple of episodes, Lan has this conversation with Alana's warders about equality, and I think Yvonne's like, well, obviously we're not equal. They can throw firebolts. And I may have wavered for a second then that the show was trying to say we're not equals, but it's okay. We've got different skills, but I am the one who's magic, but only for a second.
Yeah, but in that very same episode, you've got also Maxim saying that every bond is different. So in as much as you can say that the relationship that Alana has with her warders works that way, as Ivan described, it also means that the relationship that Moiraine has with Lan is completely different.
And what's funny is that despite, Lan says, she said she doesn't see us as equals. Yvonne's like, of course we're not equals. Are you mad? But then later we see Alana including her warders in conversations that other Aes Sedai are like, why are your warders in this conversation? Right at the end, when they're in Cairhien, we see that they have a little vote on something, and someone goes off to do something that Alana did not want because it was 2 against 1. So, so almost even then, Yvonne saying, of course we're not equals. Well, are you sure you're not? Because it almost seems like you are.
Yeah. Kev, are you I'm assuming you're on the same boat.
Same boat, and I don't think I can add anything else. I think that everything has been covered. He's not listening, and I think the evidence was there if he had actually paid attention. I think it was stated perfectly.
K-Pax is here, and
spot on.
Watching with them up. They're both yelling at the TV. See through it. She means you better. So why has Lan believed her?
I think he's validated, like what she's saying is validating what he thinks in his mind, and everyone is always going to think a little bit lower of themselves than how people actually see them in most cases. And I think that he is going through the path of least resistance to accept what he believes she's saying, based on all the evidence, based on everything he's seen, and maybe not critically thought about too much. That is for him the most plausible result of that statement, is that she's just validating what I've been worried is the case the whole time, is that she's actually my better. I'm not actually even close to being on the same level as her. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit of a self-esteem thing, which she's obviously taken a hit on throughout this.
And he's also completely lost in his emotions. They've had 6 months in which they couldn't communicate, and it's been extremely tense between them. So he's desperately trying to reach out to her. So at this moment, I don't think he's able to think clearly. very simply. He's too hurt, and Moiraine's too hurt. So I would say it's a case where it's good that they are separating and letting some distance between each other, because they are just too wrapped up in each other's feelings at the moment.
Yeah. Moiraine can say misleading things to Varin, and Varin coolly says, "Yeah, don't try that with me."
Yeah.
But she can say misleading things to Lan, and Lan is really upset. Of course, he's going to see the worst possible interpretation.
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to see the interpretation that she intends him to see.
Mm-hmm.
And I think now that Eve has just put this in chat, that's made me like, not that I, like we're saying, he's upset. Like, that's obviously why he's buying that line from her. And, she's saying it one way, he's taking it another way. But I think he accepts it so quickly and so easily because of this one thing. Like, you failed to keep me safe. Of all the things he promised her, that is the one, that is the ultimate thing, really. That is his, like, if you break a water down, you've got one job to do. It is keep your Aes Sedai alive. That's your one, that's basically your job. That's it before all other things. And that's, she's been like, you failed at that. Like, I'm alive because of other people, not because of you. So yeah, that's really sort of drives home why he's believed that. But a brutal scene, and so well delivered by Rosamund. Like, she looks like who is it? Someone said in the chat, she looks like she's about to cry at the end. It's like, okay, we have to like actually end this conversation here, because here it is, Max. The way she sort of crumples in that last line, like, damn, if I don't end this now, I'm gonna lose my facade and start crying. Can you imagine her crying in front of Lan? Like, no, it ain't. He ain't running off if that happens. So.
And Daniel Enes too, because the way it almost looks like he is receiving physical blow. So it's wonderfully acted from the two of them. It's awful to watch, but also wonderful to watch.
Yes,
absolutely,
I agree. I'm just trying to, the look on his face here, like, are you absolutely serious? And then she's just giving him that look. She looks broken there. And Moiraine is, just she's dealing with a lot.
What's interesting, if we can talk just a little bit about the books, it's that in the second book, they are quite harsh to each other. Especially Moiraine is very harsh to him. So it's fascinating that they manage to recreate that harshness, that ruthlessness from her that comes from trying to save him and to spare him.
Yeah.
I thought that was
she is doing it then too. Yeah.
That was a really, really nice adaptation choice.
Do you know what this also gives me sort of vibes of, now we're talking about it, is the way that Rand treats Matt and Perrin at the beginning of book 2, where he's like, trying to drive them away from him because, I'm not safe to be around. I can channel and things like that. And like Moiraine has just done to Lan, he's using all the, the things he knows will drive them away because he knows them so well. And it's kind of like we got that scene. But, do you think like the writers like read that scene and be like, obviously we can't do this in the TV show because what we're doing doesn't fit. But we could use that type of treatment for Lan and Moiraine. I just, if they did do that, genius. But if not,
it feels intentional. Moiraine and Rand have like way more similar methodologies than they give each other credit for. They're so similar, and that's why they butt heads as much as they do, is because they are so similar in their kind of methods. It's very funny.
Yeah, and sorry, imagine it's so difficult to keep the resolve to keep being so hurtful to your bestie like that for months on end, and have your bestie stick around. And you have to actually dig in the real, And there we go. Daniel, who's agreeing with me, it's absolutely a piece of Rand putting Matt and Perrin away. More book stuff. Come on. How do people not think these are based properly on the books? Like, seriously?
They can't see the forest for the trees,
Yeah, there we go. That's what it is.
They see the changes, so they can't see the similarities.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. at the very end, Alana showing up. The show has focused a lot on the bond, and will do even more later in this season. And we had a whole episode on Steppen in the first season. This is the first time that we hear that it's possible to bond someone without their permission. Is it?
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time it's so explicitly stated. And then Siuan looks like disgusted that it was even suggested later on too. So it's definitely like they're driving that point home for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that we didn't know was possible before. We don't know how it comes about, but we assume you ask nicely and then do some magic.
Yeah. Which is also, again, like, I suppose maybe not exactly unreliable narrator, but a little bit of that, because there's no explicitness like the bond has been lost or anything. Yeah. And she's like, I will, she will take your bond if necessary by force. But then at the end of it, he's like, let me back in. And she's like, well, she has to rebond him in effect. It's more of that sort of misdirection. Because this kind of enforces, they are still bonded. Well, if they are still bonded, then she must still be able to channel, but she thinks she can't channel. And all those different. It was another way to muddy the water, and just
Maybe less than unrelated and unreliable narrator. The issue is more than that. Moiraine doesn't know exactly what's been done to her at the eye of the world. So they probably assume that the bond is still there, but they can't feel it. And when she gets back her power at the end of the season, they can feel what actually happened with the bond. So it's more about the power of the Forsaken and what they can do and cannot do, versus what Moiraine thinks happened. Because I don't even think she understands what happened to her at the eye of the world. Truly.
Yeah. I'm going to end the poll. We've had 16 of you vote. Thank you. Apparently 12% of you think that Moiraine did believe she was better than Lan when she said that line.
Naughty.
But that was someone in the last 3 votes, because at 13 votes, it was 100% no. So someone being mean in chat there. Okay, that's the end of all the scenes from episode 2. Before we move on to episode 4, because neither Moiraine nor Siuan appear in episode 3, that's their episode where they don't turn up, we are going to feature another artist. So Kev has that lined up. Charlie, you going to hang around for the artist, or do you need to dash?
I need to dash now.
Not a problem at all.
But it's been great chatting to you.
It's been great to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Right, bye.
We've got another lighthearted one though to kind of reset our palette.
To reset, nice, yeah. Because these episodes have ended tough, so yeah. Give us the reset, Kev.
So this one's by Marianne Kalil, and this is one of a few comic strips that I've got for us today. And this is a good scene from New Spring that you might recognize, involving some ants and a weave of the one power being used against Lan in revenge of the pond. There's a little bit of a chomp, and then a little bit of a.
Oh, she's looking over the top. That's great.
So that's the full comic strip. Marianne's been doing quite a few of these in a kind of like a pseudo animated prequel version of New Spring style, which I adore. And I thought this was fitting to be a follow-up to the pond scene. Her revenge for the pond was not only to dump the whole pond on him, but to also stick the ants on him while he's asleeping.
Yeah, that's great. Very, very cute. I love that. Oh my god! The creativeness of the artists in this community is just incredible. It always
it's so fantastic, and I think New Spring is also quite fitting for an animated story or show, because it's a blend of genres. You've got, is it kind of a story about college, Magic College? Is it spy stuff? Is it kind of a road trip, a bizarre road trip between Moiraine and Lan? So it's I just love these comics. They are so good and so expressive. So yeah,
there's so much character.
Yeah, I'd never considered it like some kind of school story, like school movie or something, but then also being like a spy movie and a buddy cop thing, and yeah, a lot of different factors into New Spring. That's actually a really, really fun way to look at it.
It's so fun. I remember it was actually the first of the books I read, because at the time I had just finished the first season, and I wasn't sure I was ready to commit to a 14-book series, all in English. So I thought, okay, New Spring is quite shorter. I think I can handle that. And it was my gateway. But I had such a good time. And I think it shows some of Robert Jordan's strength quite well, even if it's much shorter. So yeah, that was a nice sort of teasing to see what the series could be. So I'm
glad that people do that.
Spring.
Yeah, I'm glad that people start with New Spring too, because anytime I do a reread now, I actually start with New Spring as well. Like every single time, yeah. So and it really does. It makes Eye of the World feel a lot more like season 1, because you have that Moiraine backstory. Because started book 1, she's kind of like a Gandalf mysterious figure. You have no idea her motives, her. So it does change the way you experience Eye of the World for sure. And to me, it makes it feel more like they set it up for season 1. If you start with New Spring, which is interesting.
That's nice. I am due a reread, so maybe I shall do it in that way.
I recommend it. Yeah.
Kev, there is we have a person lurking.
And this time I'm not gonna get them messed up, because this time is Lurks. Welcome to the show, Lurks.
Welcome, Lurks.
This time it's Lurks. Hey, is my mic working?
Yeah, yes. Perfect. Sound good.
You sound great, yeah.
Double checking. I'm always paranoid. Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Exciting.
I see the t-shirt is
yes.
That feels very appropriate. Yep.
And I mean, I couldn't not, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it for me, but I picked the stabby stab
nice
today. But then the way I'd have to be like sat like this for you to see it. And I'm like, that doesn't work.
You just talk to your chest. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that'll be
just much further back. Yeah.
But no, great shirt. Welcome. Another new face. So, and we have art from you as well coming later.
Oh, art from just from. I didn't want to embarrass you by having your art on at the same time as you, because some artists are like that. I'm happy to have your stuff on at the same time, but I don't want to put you on the spot like that. So
no, thank you for the attention. That's nice.
I love that. Okay,
so we'll be seeing some of your artwork later.
Okay.
Her artwork is amazing.
Yes, it is. It really is.
And I love, so Kev, give a shout out to Kev for this. Kev made it his mission this time to go and find artists. I'm not one for trolling, especially Twitter these days, but like trolling Instagram to find artists and things of that nature. I let things come to me organically because I'm lazy on social media. And so like a lot of this is new to me, and a lot of you are names and people that I've not seen before, and I'm loving this. So big shout out to Kev for that, for being, for highlighting this. I actually am a little glad we didn't get behind the scenes stuff, because
I know
we get this instead. This is so much nicer.
I really wanted to feed them. I really wanted to get you guys more than the crumbs. I really wanted it so bad, but the wheel weaves. I
next time the pattern spins me into a moment where I bump into someone who might have photos that are appropriate, I'm gonna be like, you need to give me the shit now. I need to. They deserve more than
they do deserve it.
Yes. But we are on episode 4 now.
Yes.
So, because there's no episode 3. Is this the one you studied for already, Les?
Yeah. No. Oh, her. Yeah. I didn't study for anything. Lux. I'm literally just kind of like here on vibes.
That's how I do it, Lux, as well. Like I see that when we get the scenes laid up, but I'm like, I want to watch it in the moment and feel it in the moment. So yeah, I'm the same with that.
I mean, that's pretty much how I go through life. I show up to work and I'm like, what are we doing today? I don't know. What's on my calendar?
I'm a chef. That's 100% how we live life. Okay, let's kick off episode 4, where we get to see how does this one begin? What does this scene remind me, Kev? If you
This is Moiraine returning home. I titled this
That's
scene
it.
"Homecoming Queen" was the name of the scene.
I love it. At some point, we need to release the titles that we gave
I
each
know.
scene, because I'm sure they do not line up with what called them, I imagine. So, but yeah, here we go. Let's enjoy this, and then we'll chat about it afterwards. So.
Yes, my lady. Just.
You look well, little sister.
As do you. Please sit. We didn't
I
know.
won't trouble you for tea. I have stabled my horse, and I would use my old room if it's open, but I want to keep a low profile here.
Of course.
Jonas, bring up a Gildan in red from the cellar.
Yes, my lady.
And I need a dress.
It's been decades, Moiraine. Sit.
Have some tea. Perhaps lunch. There's someone I need to meet this morning.
I don't know how anyone else interacts with their family. Lux, since you're fresh arrived, is this how you interact with your family after decades?
Usually not. My sister and I get along quite a bit better, apparently, than Moiraine and Onir do. Although, I mean, from what we know, particularly in New Spring, it's not terribly shocking, right? Like, it's pretty clear the Damodreds are not exactly the warm, fuzzy family that, like, maybe we have. Some of us, not all of us, obviously, but it's like straight. I kind of love, I love that they brought in Onir. I love that they expanded her role, and that this was how they played it, because it is straight from what little bit we do get in the books. Yes, exactly. Moiraine, she's just being very cognizant of her social distancing. So it's like, even though we don't get a lot in the books, this is exactly how I would have pictured it from the books, right? If we had ever seen this kind of stuff because of New Spring.
Yeah, I agree. It's there's an awkwardness between the two of them that clearly isn't just because of time, and it's very well delivered. And then you get that perfect, like, minimal effort explanation of how Aes Sedai age. Like, hello, little sister. Yeah. From the woman who looks in her 30s to the woman who looks in her 60s. And then later, it's been decades. Like, just, again, a simple line of, like, sisters pissed off at each other, also giving you the exposition of the aging process.
Yeah.
Flawless stuff.
I know a lot of people really hate the timeline change. I kind of love it for that exact reason, Rob, because I'm like,
yeah,
it just adds to the tragedy that is the Aes Sedai, honestly.
Yeah.
We see it with Leandrin, but we also get to see it with Moiraine, who, we're on her side, as opposed to Leandrin, whose side we may not be on.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt for her in that scene, I'm going to be honest.
I did too, but I mean, like, overall, right? Like, what we've seen as Leandrin in the show, it's kind of like, well, don't know that I'm rooting for you overall.
Ridlez, what did you think of this scene?
Oh, it's a bit the same, because it's both so awkward and also emotional, because you can see that there's a bond between them. Stories between siblings are always quite moving, because you often shares weaknesses and coping mechanisms, because you grew up with your siblings. So it's you can see the tension and you can see the tenderness, but there's also such a distance, because even the way that Anvir chooses to welcome Moiraine, she looks like she's on a throne. That reminded me of Siuan in the first season, welcoming Moiraine in the hall on her throne. And Anvir is in a similar position. She's She's the lady of the house. She's the mistress, and she's welcoming Moiraine on her stage, her turf. Although this is supposed to be Moraine's home too. So it's a really interesting scene in terms of closeness, but also of power. You can see the edge of a power play between them, which is quite unusual for sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's an interesting point you say. Like, she walks into these places, like, and they are technically places that she has, residency and some claim to, but she walks into them as if everything's been fine. Like, she hasn't been gone for 20 plus years, and people are mad at her. Like, we see it with Leanne. Leanne absolutely despises Moiraine. She gives her the dirtiest looks because she waltzes in like she owns the place and like nothing has happened, and like she hasn't been missed for 20 years or more. And we see the same thing here. Like, she just walks in, she expects Anver to be like, oh yes, my older sister, yes please, my gracious house guest, please take whatever you need. Like, no, that's not how people actually act when you've returned and you've been estranged for a couple of decades at least. It's a very interesting point to point out about both the White Tower and for her own house. Yeah, she doesn't really have a home.
No, and like it's got to be weird to walk into somewhere where, as the older sister, as the eldest, you should be the one in charge. You should have say by how Cairhien do their social systems, but you've walked in and your little sister is actually the one in charge. It's almost like you abdicated the throne and then you came back in expecting to still be treated like you were, the ruler. And I think Rosamund delivers it really well here, because she comes in and tries to like overpower Onir almost, to be like, well, I won't stop you for tea, but I need to do this. And Onvir's like, woman, no, not okay. Like, let's be realistic for a second. It's been 20 years. You can't just come in, turn down tea, and tell me you're gonna fuck off and do shit. Like, no, it's not. And a great point by Rapunzel, who is killing it in chat today. I mean, everyone's been great in chat.
Yeah.
But Rapunzel and the knowledge.
Lindsay Duncan is absolutely amazing. I adore Lindsay Duncan. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I was so excited. Cast.
I've not seen, and if I have, I've not recognized or realized I've not seen her work before. But
You ever
she
seen Rome?
No, I have not seen Rome.
Oh, she's amazing in Rome.
Okay.
Absolutely phenomenal.
But yeah, she's been great in the show. Like, to play the dynamic of a younger sister who physically looks older, and a strange sister at that is, she absolutely nailed it. So, it's just a really, really fun scene. It's fun. It's a fun scene. That's the only way I can describe it.
It's a minute long. It's a minute long, and yeah.
And it accomplishes so much in that 1 minute. Like, I love how much it tells us about Moiraine as well, right? Like, how much, whether consciously or not, she's really, I think, like, just separated herself from, like, I don't want to say reality. Like, Moiraine clearly is, like, in touch with reality, but just, like, because she's been so focused on this mission for the past 20 years, it's really obvious that she, in a lot of ways, is not quite registered how that affects everybody else, because it's been her and Siuan, and they're on this mission with Lan, and she's focused on that. And then, and in the White Tower, she's got a lot of reason to just kind of waltz in and be like, yeah, whatever, because who's gonna stop her? Also, as we saw in 106, Megan, I mean, for all intents and purposes, is basically telling her, hey, you're next up. If I have to leave, like, you're going to be in charge. So, like, clearly she's got a lot of sway in the tower despite not being there. And so what this scene I felt really showed is that, like, she doesn't realize that doesn't necessarily translate back to her own family.
Right.
Even at all. Like, she just has no concept of the fact that, it has been 20, 30, however many years, and they're not going to treat me like the White Tower does.
No. Yeah, because even being out of the White Tower, she still, like you say, has that sway, still has that standing. I have long memories. They live long lives. So, like, if you duck out for 20 years, like,
exactly. Well, that's probably a lot of it too, right? Like, for her, she's supposed to be in her 70s in the show timeline. But in a lot of ways, that's maybe a drop in the bucket. I mean, Varin is how many hundreds of years old?
Yeah.
And, you know, still looks maybe in her 50s if we're lucky. Like, clearly still has a long way to go. And so I think it's obvious that, yeah, in a lot of ways, Moiraine has adapted to maybe that mentality without realizing, because she hasn't had to confront it yet, realizing how that actually affects her family.
Yeah.
As opposed to say Leandrin.
Yeah, if you live 200-300 years and you surround yourself with people that live for 200-300 years, you will probably very easily forget that the people you know well don't live for 200-300 years. And so when you deal with strangers, as you go to different places and deal with different situations, you're going to see them for that visit, and then you won't see them again anyway. So no matter how much longer they live. Whereas when you go back home after 50 years, you'd be like, well, now my grandchild's in, or, you know, like my grandnephew's in charge, or whatever it might be, you know, because my sibling has died, my parents are gone, all those sorts of things. It gets very much thrown in your face. So.
Also, it could be a way to protect themselves, because if you only surround yourself with people who age at the same rate as you, obviously you won't see time pass. But if you always live with people who are just a blip in your life, it's much more difficult. So it's also probably easier for Aes Sedai to live among Aes Sedai than to live with people aging normally.
Yeah. Makes me think about when we get more exposition about Ogier and obviously their lifespans. About
That's interesting.
Yeah, whether there'll be some sort of cross dynamic there of, you know, we don't hang around people because, you know, you live for such short periods of time, and maybe I don't know how you could do that because you don't get Ogier that age very, very slowly and very, very quickly. You know, they all age at the same rate, but maybe. But it could be like they could use what we've just seen as an explanation. So it does. It's a multi-use scene. But yeah, but still also a fun scene because they play like their sisters so well.
The chemistry there is phenomenal. They do such a great job.
Like, if you told me there were sisters in real life, I'd be like, yeah, I buy that.
I could see that. You know? I mean, I'm not usually that mean to my sister, but I could see that.
Yeah, like when sisters are upset with each other, or just siblings in general, not specifically sisters, but when siblings are upset with each other, you know, like I know I've spoken to my brothers and sisters like that, you know, and been like, nah, sorry, not having it, you know, or just, I'm the oldest, do as you're told. I've definitely said that to my younger brothers. I'm older. Do it.
Especially when I was younger. Yeah. My sister is 8 years younger than me. That definitely was the thing that happened when I was younger. And that actually brings up a good point, though. Maybe that might be part of it, right? Like, Moiraine hasn't interacted with her younger sister in so long. And in a lot of ways, she is still in. Because, at least in my experience within my family, both within myself and my cousins and all who, that most of my cousins are at least 2 or 3s, it's, you know, as you get older, that kind of interaction does minimize. Like, it's still there, you're still siblings, but some of that, like, I'm the oldest, do what I say, like, tends to go away a lot when you get older. And Moiraine, in a lot of ways, is still stuck maybe in that mentality because she hasn't interacted with her sister in however many decades, and didn't really, you know, it hasn't, like, she didn't really realize her sister grew up.
Right. Yeah. This is very, very possible. So, anything else we'd like to add to the scene? No? Okay. So next up is the second longest scene that Moiraine has in season 2. But unlike the earlier scene, which was nearly 5 minutes long, and obviously had like a reasonable amount of focus on Lan and his fight with the murder. Thank you. Yep, that's the word. This scene has a heavy focus on Moiraine throughout. So I would probably class this as Moraine's longest scene in season 2 at 4 minutes and 12 seconds. So let's enjoy that for the next 4 minutes or so, and I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about afterwards. So here we go.
red-headed boy. He comes every day.
Ran.
Indeed.
Ran hasn't shown up to work today.
You don't know where he lives?
He's in some kind of trouble, my lady.
I'd like some time alone with your ward. You know the one.
I should kill you where you stand.
We tried that once. So how are they treating you?
Like a butterfly without wings.
And you're mine?
You are the reason I'm here instead of ascending the White Tower.
My yellow sisters wanted to study you, as did the browns, and I doubt you would have enjoyed either.
I doubt my enjoyment means all that much to you.
Have you started training him yet? Randall Thor.
Send him here too.
Where's he staying?
You took everything from me. Everything. Really think I'll dance just tricks for a bottle of wine?
I know what you really want. What all those cut off from the one power desire most of all. You help me, and I'll help you. Where's he staying?
He's staying at an inn. In the Foregate, the Crescent.
And?
Oh, he has as much power as I did. But he fears it. Hates it, so he cannot control it.
You will teach him everything you know about channeling. Everything. However long it takes. And at the end, if I'm satisfied with his progress, I'll leave the knife with you.
Oh, it's that mopping scene.
Not the mop.
I know the mops.
Not the mops. Sorry. I'd forgotten until it started. I'm like, oh no, not that scene. But that
we don't want to discuss mopping techniques.
No, we will not discuss mopping techniques. Yeah, Dana, this is the bit I want to start with as well. Dana Lou's just put it in chat. Moiraine hinting that all who are cut off from the one power desire death is rough. Like, she can't speak words that are not true. And she, as far as she knows, has been cut off from the one power. You know, like...
Although she does tell Lan later that she never considered ending it too. So it's a good little resolve moment where she's like, everyone except for me, that's cut off from the one power. It's phrased in a way that it gives her the out to say, to not reveal to Logain also that she's cut off too, but still give her the ability to say later to Lan, no, I never thought about ending it. Like maybe that's what she desires, but she never thought about doing it, kind of thing.
Yeah, they all desire the tool to kill themselves or the tool to end it, but they don't actually. She doesn't actually want to end it, but she might still. Like there's difference between wanting something and actually doing something.
Yes, for sure.
But yeah, it is. I think we're all watching that moment and just being like, oh, and what was it? Someone else said. Dana again, watching Moiraine back away because she knows she can't channel. Like, you know, she doesn't look like she's scared, but her body language is for us at least hinting that. So the physicality between these two is great. I mean, I could watch Alpha and Morte and Rosamund Pike act against each other
right
all day long. When I recorded the scene earlier, I was just like, I think I might have actually found my, and there are amazing scenes in season 2. I think I might have found my favorite scene in season 2. Like just these two, I was just like, I can you imagine if the two of them were in an interview together?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, that'd be great. Oh.
Yeah.
What we need is more Logain and Moiraine. Just make it happen, Rafe. I don't care what you have to do. Just make it happen.
Yeah, just do it. So, but yeah, really, Les, big scene. Lots in this, like initially starting with Moiraine and her previously unknown stoner situation. But just all of her personal effects and going through a room and stuff. Like, what did you think about, just the either bit of the scene, either with Logain or previous when she was, running around her old bedroom? Can you hear me, Radio Les?
Okay, sorry.
Okay. No pressure.
I'm very sorry. Since Radiolar is French, from the beginning, I don't always understand it as you calling my name. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Sorry. Right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I've got a lot of things to say about it. It's first in terms of purely scene setting. I think it's really interesting that Cairhien is filmed with a sort of a winter light, an oblique, very yellow but colder light, because as we've seen, first you've got Alana talking about Moiraine as if she was like water turned to ice. So it's a very interesting choice to light Cairhien that way in a colder, more oblique light. So even visually, it's quite striking. And also in the very same the beginning of the scene with Moiraine looking into the doll's house, it's so interesting because you've got some elements like the doll's house, the mirror, the music box, the light, the masks in a room. It shows Cairhien as more like a stage. The reason why she didn't want to go back, because she's very tense when she comes back to Cairhien, is also because it's an act. She will be wearing masks, wearing clothes that aren't her own. She's in a full Cairhien costume with the Kiserai, etc. So it's a stage, and she will have to perform. So the combination with between all those elements and the very oblique light that looks like almost a spotlight is quite interesting in that scene in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the stage thing because it is like everything with Cairhien is like known for how embedded Days to Mar, it's in their blood. Like they all are always playing their own game of houses, and yeah, it's all 100% a stage, and she's even checking herself on the mirror, making sure like, all right, yep, I look powerful, I look like I want to look, I'm presenting the face that I want to be presenting, because like we were saying with like, she can't present weakness to Bail Domon, she can't present weakness to Logain, like she has to be in the strong position of power that she would normally be in, because they can't know that she is as powerless as she is, like from her perspective. So yeah, it very much feels like she's putting masks on, she's getting ready for the day, and it is exhausting. Anyone who has to mask often, which I think most people do to an extent, knows how draining it is. Like the more masks that you have to wear in your day-to-day life and the less of your authentic self you can be, the more exhausted you are by the end of the day and just drained by it all. So yeah, it's a very fitting description of that. Yeah.
And I think also it kind of subtly tells us, the audience, like can you trust what you're seeing, whether that's from Moiraine or anybody else in this country? We've seen on Ver, she seems to be being authentic about how she feels about Moiraine, but is she? maybe an early hint at like, hey, can we trust this lady that's running the whatever it's called? I don't know if it's actually officially called the sanitarium or whatever, but like,
right.
Can we trust that? Can we even trust Logain? Like, sure, Moiraine is telling us how he feels, but is he? Does he?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
and can we trust Celine too?
Yeah,
because Celine is
True,
in
yeah.
Cairhien. So
yeah. Can we trust anything we see in this country at all?
Very, very true.
Even from people we think we know well.
Yeah. And again, just easily done without any big sort of like arrow being like, look what's happening, look what's happening. It's very, very just subtly put in. Like we get another age reference put in there. After that previous scene, you look at that painting, you'd be like, well, Moiraine looks exactly the same, but there's a little girl, and then I think you have to be blind not to realize that's on there. So the age difference again is just very subtly put in. It's just it's very smooth. The whole scene, and the way that Moiraine goes around her old bedroom, I think is, it's she feels nostalgic without feeling like, if you could be nostalgic for something without the longing or like the sadness, I feel that's kind of how she went around her room type thing, like, oh, these things that were me when I was younger before I was an Aes Sedai. It's like she remembered a different person.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. There's not really a connection there. It's, this was me, but you don't feel any real connection to that past from her.
Yeah. Although she definitely was sniffing that.
Maybe she is connected to the blood, which I mean, you grew up in Cairhien, you got to do something, right?
Yeah, like damn.
Smell is one of the strongest memory things. Yeah, smell brings back memories stronger than anything else. So yeah.
This is how Cairhien and noble kids cope with living in Cairhien.
I mean, it's got to be stressful, right? Those random drug testings as Aes Sedai like really put a crimp in your style. So.
We reserve the drugs for the Browns when they're getting drunk as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I love that. But yeah, it just it pays off in later scenes with Onir, which I love. We'll talk about when we get there. And yeah, just it ends with that. I don't use it too often, but I feel like I use it a lot to describe Wheel of Time. A very delicious scene of just so much insight in how Logain works, how Moiraine works, how she's feeling, how he's just handling things. You get the reveal that she's the reason that he's there instead of stuck in a cell in the White Tower, which also then lets you know that that's normally what happens. Because he's like, oh, so that's why I'm here, rather than in the tower. And then you're like, okay, so she's pulled some big strings to get him put here, because normally that's not the case. So,
despite being exiled,
yeah,
like that's got to be risky for her. Like, yeah, sure, your wife, girlfriend's the magic pope, but that's still risky.
I've never heard it described as the magic pope.
How have you missed that, Rob?
With that hat, the pope hat?
How have you missed the
Oh my
magic
god,
pope?
it's a pope hat, isn't it? That's why I don't like it. So
valid. But yeah, just like the layers you get like every scene, and not just with Moiraine, but like in this show in general, the rewatchability of the show is one of my favorite things.
Absolutely.
Because of all those layers that they've added in there.
Yeah. And even in the scene when Moiraine meets Logain, you've got also a parallel between Moiraine and Rand, because both went to Cairhien, met Anvea, and secured a bottle of wine to meet Logain. So it's wonderful to see her kind of following him and hitting the same elements of the story. I think that was wonderful.
And Moiraine automatically knows what kind of red wine to get, which is interesting.
She's been getting reports. Does he hit well? Does he bathe?
Danny and red. This one asshole kept bringing it to him. We had to stop it.
Yeah, he just we bring him red wine, and he's like, "This is swill. Give me Gul'dan red. That's all I will drink. And then someone in the tower is overhearing at the sanctuarium is overhearing this and like, sending it off to a pigeon to Moiraine and being like, well, here's the skinny. He likes a particular red and that's all he wants. So and he sees straight through that. He's like, you think a glass of wine is going to win me over? Like, no, get lost.
Yeah.
So
I didn't ask for this one, therefore it is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is. It's just.
That's also a good point, Rapunzel. It is his homeland, so it is probably a pretty safe bet as well.
Yeah, definitely a safe bet. Yeah. Pax is putting in. I assume there's a follow up to this. The set in this scene just shows how much the Search of the Dragon has consumed her attention and entire life when we compare it to her practically empty bedroom in the tower. Good point. Yeah. So because she's done. She had all this stuff as a kid, and then she's gone and started this campaign, this mission, and has then just it's got a bed, good enough,
Yeah,
and it's got my Visit Swan picture. So yeah,
the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but as to be fair, contrasted with the fishing hut that they go to in 106, which does have that lived-in feel. I mean, admittedly, it's a fishing hut, but it does still have, right? It has art on the walls. It has big, comfy pillows and seats, and it feels lived in, but in a very different way than her room here in Cairhien does.
Yeah.
Well,
it's also the contrast between using like masks and too much things to hide your true feeling on your true face, and the complete and neutrality of the tower, where she's completely her room is completely bland and empty. So both are a way to hide who she truly is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a different style of mask, but it's still a mask either way.
Absolutely, yeah. Anything further to add? I feel like there's a lot. It's the longest scene, the longest heavily focused scene. But I feel like we've, short of just repeating ourselves, we've covered a lot of aspects from that.
I just wanted to say what was also interesting is that Moiraine was there when Logain was condemned to live by Swan in the tower. And there's a moment in the show in episode 106 when she looks at Logain. She follows him as he leaves the room, and I think that was really nice because they probably knew at the time that they were going to plan this meeting between a powerless Logain and powerless Moiraine. So I think that was an element of what Lox was talking about. They are setting small things like that to make them more resonant on rewatch.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm also curious, how did she ensure that Ran went to Cairhien?
She knows
because she sent Logain there first. It's not like Ran went there, she found out and sent Logain later.
Or did Rand end up there because he found out Logain was going there?
I think that's what she was banking on. That he would ultimately realize he needs to learn something.
Yeah.
Right.
And would because we know, right? Like she knows Rand well enough to know he doesn't want to hurt anybody, hurt his friends.
Yeah.
And that eventually he will realize, okay, I at least need to learn how to control it so that I don't, blow up the world.
Yeah, and the way he was paraded in the eye of the world,
in a place where he was accessible.
Yeah, like it would be a big deal too. Like, oh, look at this false dragon. We're parading him around, and now now he's here. He's just a regular old person inside this place where we can keep an eye on him. I feel like that would have been heavily publicized too. I think there's ways where Rand could have found that information out for sure. Yeah.
He was
and I'm sure he would have made sure of it.
Yeah. He was just bait for Rand.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, she just figured maybe I think that Rand would work a little faster, I think was part of it.
Yeah.
Like Rand's a little slow on the uptake, it seems.
Yeah. I'm so surprised by that.
Shocker.
Yeah, he doesn't pick up stuff too well.
He takes his time.
Yeah. He takes his time. Yeah.
He didn't pick it up, right? He had a job there, but he boy, did it take him a while to like get around to that whole. Okay, how do I actually
Well,
get Loghain part?
I think he like got a job, met her, and was just like, "Oh,
This
dude,
is cool. This guy's cool.
stick,
I like him.
I gotta stick with you for a bit, yeah. So teach me sword. Why not? Yeah. So
I love that.
Bless.
I love that way of bringing in the sword forms.
Yeah.
It has anything to do with Moiraine and Siuan, but I do love that.
Yeah, that was definitely a very sweet moment. Okay, next up we have.
I do also want to say one other thing about the Loghain scene. I love that Moiraine's dress has pockets. Just as a woman who is constantly like, I need pockets. I adore that she was like, my dress is gonna have pockets, and they're gonna be big enough for a knife.
Yeah. Oh, like initially, I feel like she was gonna sheath it in a sleeve or something, but then it very much looks like it goes into a pocket instead.
It's in a pocket, yeah.
And I'm just like, those sleeves don't dangle if there's a knife in there. That's impressive.
Either one is cool, but it's a pocket, and I love that. I love that it has pockets.
Pockets for everybody. Like, why? Why is that not a thing? Let's tangent to that for a moment. That I don't get it.
I don't either.
Why did someone? No, if I put pockets on that,
it's big purse.
It is. It is. I have my little Star Wars backpack, and then, not gonna lie, I buy men's pants so that I have pockets big enough for my phone.
There we go. So, I love that we have sent Sharon so much love for those pockets. Yes,
every woman gets it. Pockets.
That is why Sharon should get an Emmy. Is it Emmys? They've all just been give her an Emmy. You put pockets in the
pockets. You put pockets in the dress for the. It's amazing. Everyone who has ever had to wear a dress is like, yes.
It will forever stupefy me. I don't understand why you would not put pockets in things. I never understood it. But anyway.
Yeah. And even when they put them, they're like this big. And you're like, why? Why do people wearing this particular type of pant not get pockets that can hold anything useful?
But yeah, you can't put a tissue in that. Like it's anyway. Next up,
you just can't get it back out.
It's like, we could go on there for a while. We're not going to. Next scene up, more eyes and ears discussion. But we just have a sad, lonely water for a moment. Lan in his sad Lan, in his conversation with Maxim. I'm not sure I love the hair, but the outfit's good. So here we go.
Low profile.
I mean, she doesn't stand out here at all.
No, not a bit. Not a bit.
The Crescent Inn burned down. Do you know why?
Things burn in the Foregate all the time, my lady. Shame it didn't take the buildings around.
There was a boy staying there. Red hair. I know that gets attention, here at least. You would have seen him every day come through these gates for work.
What about him?
Do you know where he is now?
He's getting himself some. Very simple scene. For me, the highlight of this scene is, aside from, as you said, Kev, low profile. I want to keep a low profile in the city, but let me go out in the most obvious dress in the Foregate I possibly can. Is the subtle mention of, people in Cairhien taking, great notice of someone with red hair.
Love that. I love that. The subtle reference to the Aiel War. But also, I do feel like maybe she's banking more on the low profile being that people are going to just disregard her because, whatever, noble woman.
That's fair. That's a fair point, yeah.
Yeah, that's also very possible. Maybe she just means low profile with the other nobility.
Yeah.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
Yeah, there's that as well. But yeah, I just feel like, that's certainly a thing, right? Like, that's a thing that comes up in fiction, particularly a lot is... right? If you act so over the top or in just the way everyone expects, you are in fact invisible, even in a place where you would normally stand out, because people in the Foregate are probably just like, yeah, whatever. go back to the city, noblewoman, leave us alone. And they're not necessarily likely to, they might remember her, but they're going to remember it just more in the sense of, yeah, whatever, this noblewoman came around, but then she fucked off, so we don't care.
Yeah. Kaylee is asking, is she wearing a ring in the scene? Because that was for sure make her stand out. That's a good question. We can go have a look at that.
She
Actually,
was wearing it when she left the house, because we get a good look at it. She's like picking stuff up. You get a really good look at it.
Yeah. The other thing I want to, so let me just break, because I had closed it, so let me just reopen it. Something else I noticed, the guards have, let me turn the sound off as well, because we don't need the sound on while we're scrolling back and forth. The guards have something very interesting. You can't, can you see in there?
Oh, the little blue tassels.
You can see it on the right ear.
Yep.
You see the mouse moving? Oh, good. You can't see them. I wasn't
you
sure.
You can see her ring actually right there too. Speaking of the question of whether she's wearing it.
Oh, yeah. There's the ring. Yeah. So stands out as an Aes Sedai. There's a closer up of the tassels right there. Now, is this a blue Eisenir symbol?
I've been wondering that myself, but I mean, Cairhien's colors are blue and gold, aren't they?
Yeah.
By default as well. So it could just be.
That is true.
Because I mean, he's also wearing like a blue and gold shield with the rising, the Cairhien sun.
Yeah.
So I've always, what I've been wondering is if it's more the way each of them is holding the sword that lets her know that's her eyes and ears versus the other guy, maybe.
Yeah, his is on his left side. The other guy has it on his left side. Is there any difference between?
He's like gripping it tightly, and that guy's not. I don't know, or maybe she just magically knows.
Maybe she just recognizes him from a previous time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's my best guess, is maybe it's something about how he's holding his hand there that indicates it to her versus gripping the hilt tightly, because the tassel I feel like may just be Cairhien and City Guard. Woohoo.
Maybe. So but yeah, so it's a nice touch regardless whether it means Aes Sedai or not. Little blue tassels, Cairhien blue being one of their colors. And what she's wearing, I mean, just great.
I love that outfit.
It's so cool.
Give Sharon an Emmy.
Yes. Definitely. We could just enjoy it. Yeah, okay, I see now the blue on the Rising Sun. Although he's wearing his sideways. Now you said it, the Rising Sun. I couldn't get this when I was watching this earlier. I'm just like, what is that design? Is this the printer?
Holding it, maybe it's upright, but like because of the way it's strapped, it would be sideways. That'd be
right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's very possible.
Because
now
the straps are this way, it'd be upright, but like the straps are what's attached to the holders.
Yeah.
So that's shifts it sideways.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. So
I do love that.
That's the first time I'm noticing the rising sun on their shield, so I'm going to be incorporating it into drawings.
Into your art.
Nice.
I love
that sort of details is really fun to incorporate into drawing. So yes,
that's a good one.
They are this is a good one. They are holding the swords differently. So he's like this guy has his hands right up, but he's not covering the top of the hilt. The guy that she spoke to is covering the entire thing with his hand.
It almost looks like the tassels between his knuckles, maybe there.
Almost, yeah. So perhaps there is something when he sees an Aes Sedai wearing blue. Maybe that is one of his. That is when you, if you have information or
sign, yeah,
it could be. Which would be an amazing, very very subtle insert into a scene. If that were the case,
that's pretty more. We can talk up to book 6, right? So maybe we'll see some more next season, either next season or early season 4 with Siuan and Lyanna when they're on the run.
Yes,
that's part of. I mean, that's how they find Eldar in the first place. Eyes and ears.
That's a very good point. There's we get more discussion about this. So let's just pin that as a thought for after next season. If we get that, maybe we'll be like, hey, do you remember on the Siuaraine stream? We noticed that.
It's all about the tassels between the knuckles.
The tassels between the knuckles. I mean, you never know. You never actually know these days. So, all right. Second to last scene in episode 4. So we're going to kick it off with... I forget what this one is. I know how it ends.
This is the big showdown between the sisters.
Ah, yes, there we go. This is where On there, I think, makes everyone fall in love with her. This is pretty incredible, this scene. So we'll hit play and enjoy. This is a few minutes long. This is another one of those longer ones. So.
You'll pardon the intrusion, but I didn't want to miss it. Please sit.
Envers, I've had a long day.
This is not what a woman should have to do, to talk to the sister she spent half her life idolizing.
If you want me to apologize for leaving, I won't. And I said I cannot lie.
No, of course not. In truth, you did nothing I wouldn't have if I could have channeled. Right knows I tried. On nights when our family's future looked dim, after our uncle ruined it, she left. But father always held out hope that one day you would come and speak to me. Shooting star, as it turned out, never returned when she left us scared. I would have come back if I Spare
could.
me the false penitence. You had your work, and I had mine. Less important, certainly, but no less demanding. Unless the tower also taught you how to smile after someone spits in your eye, or how to beg a neighbour's housemaid for a party's leftovers. But I got on with my work, just as you did with yours. Now my son is going to marry the Queen, and nobody will ever spit on House Damadred.
You've done well, little sister. Better than I would have done with the hand you were dealt.
Thank you, Moiraine. But somehow, finally, I don't care what you think. I'm not here for your approval. I'm here because you will not endanger what I've worked all my life to do. This is not your house. This is not your city. And I'm not your little sister anymore. All the eyes and ears you had here, they're mine now. The head of the sanitarium, Celestine. The guard you hailed at the gate, Sandel. If you want to know where that red-headed boy in the inn went, you're going to have to ask me very nicely over tea.
I love that. Just absolutely getting put in a place by a sister. It's very, very, very entertaining. There was a big discussion going on in chat about all the details that we see, like the tree.
So many.
Yeah, so many. Like Dana's put them in chat. Obviously, Lurk should put them in chat as well. So we've got, the Kev's completely disappeared. Okay, I think Kev must hit the wrong button there. Bless him. He'll come back. Yeah, he's already back. Hey, Kev, what happened there?
My foot landed on my keyboard and it hit refresh on the page.
I love that. I love that. But yeah, and as Max is putting in, this is, without them actually saying it, this is Deus Dema. This is the Game of Houses in work here, and it's it's beautifully done.
Yeah, I'm very much so one of those people who just like ended that scene wanting to punch Onir in the face because I love Moiraine too much. I'm like, fuck off. But it is a great scene. Lindsay Duncan's obviously amazing. one of the things that always catches me when I watch that scene is her insistence that like, I don't care. I don't care what you think. I'm not your little sister. Except also, I really want to force you to have tea with me. And I'm like, if you don't care and you're not her little sister and she's not part of the family, then just kick her out. Don't force her to have tea with you. Like, I feel like Onir may believe that about herself, but she kind of gives away a little bit there too, in that she does still really care what Moiraine thinks. And I think Moiraine catches it because you can kind of see her smile a little like, really? Okay, I'll go with it because you do have the upper hand, but also maybe you've given away more than you wanted to.
Yeah. I'm getting a little bit of there's obviously, a power display here. I've stolen your spies. I've done this.
100%.
I've taken the house from the dregs of society to now, my son will be, king. But there's also a little bit of, I feel like she's trying to, felt a little bit like she was trying to recruit Moiraine a little bit, to be like, I'm now powerful. You should be, not just like subservient to me, like, not like I'm the older sister, you're the younger sister type vibe now, but a little bit like, you could help me because look at all the power I have, which could help you. So it's, a little bit like she's trying to recruit her into the crew, I suppose, like, but not in a equal partnership, but in like a lower level business.
She's trying to shift the balance from
Moiraine. She's trying to shift.
Now I'm in charge. You got to work with me. You're now
the
little sister, even though you're not. I don't know that it works ultimately from how we see them interact later.
Yeah.
I think they end up in a more equal relationship though, which is not necessarily a bad.
And coming back from what you say about the power at play between them, what's also very interesting is that Moiraine thinks this is a personal moment, a sort of heart to heart, but you realize this is entirely political. This is not about their feelings. Everything's Onir is using is personal elements, but on a political level. So it's interesting to see Moiraine kind of. I don't want to have this heart to heart now, but right immediately she says, "Oh, so this is about politics. This is about your position in the city that I am endangering by coming back home and possibly ruining everything." So it's so beautifully played and written. But you see that shift. Oh no, okay, we're doing this now. Okay.
Yeah. It's almost like if it was personal, like if it stayed personal, she would have been like, no, we're not having this conversation. She would have keep shutting it down. But because she was playing the game, she's like, yeah, I'll play. Like, she's seeing them as
this is something Moiraine can handle. Right.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, I can do this. Yeah. I can't handle my family right now, but I can handle the politics.
I can't do the personal chat, but I can handle the Demodred politics.
Yeah, absolutely. Dana is asking, I wonder if show only watchers have any idea why House Damodred fell. And
they've hinted at it.
Yeah, I think they've hinted at it.
I mean, they explicitly say, because Onir comments, I can't remember if it was this episode or one of the later ones, something about Uncle, right? Like Uncle, or maybe it was actually in this scene and I just missed it, but like she explicitly is like, Uncle did whatever, but they haven't really said why yet. Or what he did, I should say.
I wonder if it will be revealed when we get if we get the fuller story of how Rand came to be born where he was born.
Probably. I don't see how they can avoid that, especially since they mentioned a particular relationship between Cairhien and people with red hair. So
that is true.
It's probably impossible to not dive into this.
Yeah, next season would be a great time to do it too. Yeah, because the IE will be like, especially because like I always find it so ironic that the wise ones commune with a Damodred. Like they're working alongside a Damodred the whole time in the ways. So
it's great.
That's a great place to explore and be like, oh, so you're one of them tree killers, and then like they go into the whole like exploration of what a tree killer is and why they particularly still hold such anger and hatred against the Cairhienians. Yeah, I think that's a good time for it. But they've laid the foundation for them for the audience to be like, something happened here, but we don't know what yet, and it will pay off and when they do get that full kind of reveal. Yeah,
again, just those small snippets to bear fruit later on that you'll then pick up on rewatches. So nicely placed.
Yep.
And I do wonder if they'll split it, right? Give us some of it from particularly at the Aiel's perspective next season, and then maybe not really give us the rest of the Cairhien perspective and how it truly affected House Damodred until they get back and until Rand leads the Aiel into Cairhien. Because I feel like Onir is going to replace a character that I'm pretty sure is past book 6.
And I think we have similar thoughts there.
Yeah. I think we've actually probably discussed it, Kevin.
Probably a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like that's when then we'll get maybe more the Damodred side of it, how that affected Cairhien politics as opposed to how what Layman did affected the Aiel politics.
Right. Another fun comment from Rapunzel here, slaying it today. I love that Onir is just camped out in Beau's room. Yeah.
I wonder how Moiraine would have reacted if she'd actually walked into Onir's room and like no one was there.
Yeah, that would have been brilliant. But she's like, sit and drink tea with me. And she pours the tea and hands it out. How long has she sat in that room? That tea can't be hot.
Right?
Or is she having it changed like every 15 minutes or something like that?
Or butler. Just
keep coming back,
Oh, but Jonas is too old. That's mean. He's so old.
I know, right? Well, Cairhien and nobility are not the nicest people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So it'd be very, very cool. Okay. Final scene time. Help if I had it loaded up. And then we will be done on episode 4. Dramatic scene now, folks. So I hope you're ready.
Oh, yes.
It's a doozy.
It's a doozy. Oh, apparently the character we're thinking of does appear in book 6.
They appear in book 6, but I think the key that like really will tie in the story, I think, is later.
Ah, okay.
The actual plot element that I'm thinking of that really.
Yes, Dana, I noticed the fact the tea was probably cold when she served it. So, did you see steam coming off it? No.
Maybe that's part of the punishment, though, is not only, Moiraine, am I going to make you drink this tea, it's going to be cold because I'm mad at you.
Oh, cold tea is, cold tea brewing in a pot, not great. Yeah. For me personally, cold tea that I've made, that is done, is brewed to the strength I want it to, and then it's just chilled as I've drunk it very slowly. I'm okay with that. So,
iced tea in the summer, you brewed it at room. You brew it at room temperature. Is delicious. I only drink that in the summer.
There we go. Yeah.
So unfortunately, this is probably not like some like southern iced tea that's meant.
No.
That's true. Oh, not a Who Wonder of Lost has put in a fun comment. She doesn't know Moiraine can't channel or heat up the tea. So if Moiraine took the tea, she'd have to be like, I like it cold. But she couldn't say that because if she doesn't like it cold, it's a lie. So
like, my tastes have changed since I've been in the tower. Like that or something.
Oh, that's
like a nice Aes Sedai answer.
Yeah, that's a nice Sedai answer. Yeah, like taste buds change over time.
Yeah. My tastes have changed in the White Tower. They could be any sort of tastes, but you're gonna assume it's about tea.
That's a great answer. I like that. So, all right. Doozy scene to finish us off on episode 4. Here we go. Can you tell what it is yet?
No, hurry. We don't have much time.
You. You killed her.
I haven't. I couldn't. Because that is Lan, daughter of the night. Always dangerous.
And then somebody who owns an animal.
I never can. Now we need to run.
I love how you let us like watch that end. Too.
I still get chills at the end part. Yeah.
Same. Oh, same.
How could you not? I had to show that bit. You know?
So good.
She's amazing.
But yeah. Okay. My first question would be on this. When watching this, who jumped when suddenly sword just came through? Like, I was like, oh, because you're so engrossed in the weird bedroom moment that's occurring between Rand and Lanfear, and you're just like, where she's basically revealing who she is, and then suddenly it's just like, oh, blood, what, stabbing?
Where did this sword come from? What's going on here?
Yeah, like, okay, this is getting real. This is something. So it's a very dramatic scene. I just, she doesn't look scared when Rand channels. That's the bit that really wins it for me. He just blasts her against the wall, holds her there, hand to the throat, and she's just like cool as a cucumber. So it's very, very impressive.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of one of our real Aes Sedai serenity kind of moments, right? Like the books make this huge deal about it, which the show has not, and I'm okay with that because it's a little bit maybe overdone in the books. But I do love that we do see those kinds of things, particularly in these kinds of moments of like just the unflappability more than this perpetually weirdly serene face.
Yeah.
I feel like it works so well for the Aes Sedai and Moiraine in particular. Just, yeah, okay, cool. You're taking me like, whatever. Like, we got things to do, buddy. Wrap it up.
Yeah. It's a great like mid-season ending as well. For show watchers and book readers, because book readers obviously get the bit that I carried on showing there, which is, let me see, I'll just pause it on that, how well that shows up. Like, just look at, I mean, a lot of gore there, obviously, because she's had a throat slit, but that's a great moment for book fans, and yes. It's a great way to end the mid-season point. I actually remember, and before I tell the story, we have another person arrive. Please welcome from the Amyrlin study, yelling, "What's up, nerds?" It's Jess.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, it's one of my top 3 favorite co-hosts from Tarvalin After Dark.
Oh, that's so nice.
He's only got 2.
I was gonna say, how many co-hosts do you have, Kevin?
3.
Yes. 3.
But he only invited 2 of them on the stream.
Yeah, Nabes didn't get the invite.
Because Nabes is a jerk. But we love him. My keyboard is acting weird. Oh, wait, there it goes.
Yeah,
I was trying to write a greeting to you, and my keyboard was like, no, bitch, that's not what we're doing today.
Gotta love when technology has a mind of its own.
I need to ask a TVAD question. It's been a very long time since I've listened to basically any podcast. But does Nabe still do the I will only love you if you're a patron thing?
He hasn't specified that in a while, and maybe that's why nobody is joining anymore.
That might be the thing. Yeah,
maybe that's what it is. We've been pretty
he
good
also
about telling them all to fuck off, but
yeah. He also promises to have your babies.
The pregnancy promises also haven't been terribly forthcoming, so we might need to reevaluate our whole system here.
I love that. So
the audience just isn't responding.
Yeah, we got to revisit.
We need to do some market research and see what we can figure out.
There we go. We've just ended episode 4, Jess, with this dramatic, very
so good,
heavy-handed sex scene.
Yeah, that was certainly a thing that happened.
Yeah. Did it make you jump when it happened?
I don't remember if I jumped, but I know it was very much a like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like, it reminds me, I think I told this story on TV the other week when we went to see Meet Joe Black in the theater when I was in college, and the part where, spoiler alert, Brad Pitt gets hit by the bus and the theater was just dead silent. And he like ragdolls up. It's very dramatic. Dead silent theater. And I couldn't help, like, it just came out of my mouth. I'm like, no way that just happened. holy shit. The entire theater started laughing. That was very much how I felt when the knife went through Lanfear. Very much.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair. So, and we were also complimenting how chill and calm Moiraine was. Explain that while Rand's got her just pinned to the wall and stuff. It's very impressive.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but if memory serves, and I think that this is just sort of a testament to Rosamund Pike's acting, is that on the surface she's calm, but you can tell that there is like a frizzen of panic underneath it, because she's got this fucking crazy ass dude he's channeling. He looks like he's gonna kill her, and she can't do anything about it. So yeah, just Rosamund Pike, cannot imagine anybody better.
Yeah.
The body language, you see her kind of tense up there, which I mean, admittedly is partly probably because he grabbed her, but yeah, I think to your point, Jess, like that's where you really see it, is as he grabs her, like she stays outwardly calm, but she kind of is like,
yeah,
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing where it's like, okay, I'm dealing with somebody who is unhinged, and so I need to stay cool so I don't set him off, but also, oh my God, I'm going to die. So yeah.
Yeah. Fun point from Rapunzel here. Mo snuck in there, snooped around, found an unsheathed Rand sword, snuck over to the bed, and did the stabbing and the slicing. They didn't notice she was in the room until that happened.
That's true.
Like,
I mean,
would you notice?
I mean, I know why
in
Rand
fairness,
didn't
no,
notice.
I didn't.
Did I notice?
They were busy. They're kind of.
I would have been preoccupied.
Yeah,
probably.
I would. Yeah. Okay.
He did just say that he loved her outside, so I mean that's kind of a big.
Maybe slightly distracted by Natasha O'Keefe on top of you.
I mean, honestly, if Natasha O'Keefe was on top of me, I would not be paying attention to anything.
Like that. I'm like, I
happening.
definitely wouldn't be noticing anything else.
Yeah, no. It'd just be like very.
It's Natasha O'Keefe, and then Rosamund Pike is snuck in as well. You kind of like, yeah.
I mean, you can't go wrong either way.
No, this is true. Yeah. Right. As it's the end of the episode, we do have more artwork to go through. But really, Les, I understand that you are going to wrap up your time here. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. That was really fun. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. I'm glad it's been wonderful having you.
I'll be linking your profile later on. Everyone, make sure you say thank you as well for helping me find so much of the art that I have to present to you guys. Regulars was a huge help for me. So really, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So Kevin, I'm going to pop that up on the screen. I need to dash momentarily. The dog needs some attention, bless him. I think he needs to go.
Dogs like stuff all the time.
Out somewhere.
Yeah. So enjoy the art, and I will be back very, very shortly once I have taken care of the pooch. But there we go.
All right. This next piece is called Devotion, and it's by Emil Lungs. And I thought it was a nice one to choose because we just saw a throat get slashed, and this throat is very much unslashed. So I thought that would be a nice reset for the palette. I'll zoom in a little bit. We've got obviously it's a bit of a interesting one to kind of picture what's going on, because obviously we have the hand of Siuan reaching in, and kind of an interesting depiction of the love that they share. And I thought that this one was a really sweet one. So I thought this would be a nice one to kind of, again, reset the palette after a nice little throat slash, have a nice clean throat, and have us remember what it's like to, not get our throats cut open by Moiraine.
Yeah.
I mean, if anybody was going to cut my throat, I would be fine with it being her.
Yeah, that's
honestly, yeah.
Thinking.
As far as choices to go,
she did a good job. It was thorough.
I'd be like, I've clearly messed up if Moiraine wants to slit my throat, and that is on me.
Yeah, it's like, do what you want with me, mommy. It's fine.
Yeah,
and it's a 1-2 punch too, because she tried for a killing blow. I'll give her credit. Like, she went through the heart and she went for the throat. Like, so she tried her very best.
I mean, with anybody else, that would have done it.
Right. Actually, I don't know how much that's through the heart, but it was something that I didn't notice, but someone pointed out, and I can't remember who at this point, where that stab wound is almost identical to where Moiraine's wound is. from season 1.
Okay, all right.
That's interesting.
That's clever.
Which, given it does kind of feel like they're doing a two sides of a coin thing with Moiraine and Lanfear in the show, seems very apt to have that parallel there for the wound as well.
Considering that he held Moiraine against the wall the same way he did the Lanfear when they were getting busy earlier on, I think that that's a fair comparison to say. Like, he slams her against the wall with his head, with the hand on the jaw in the same exact kind of positioning as well. So he's been practicing, obviously.
Yeah, I did not notice that.
But yeah, they're really setting them up kind of as two sides of the same coin for Rand, which is maybe not the same coin, but very much so two sides there for Rand of mentors and trainers and people.
I think it would make sense that it's going to be a sort of who am I going to listen to kind of thing. That's very interesting. I had not noticed that.
Yeah, which I'm digging because not gonna lie, Lanfear, especially in the early books, I'm kind of like, seriously? I mean, like, on the one hand, as Ellie has pointed out, you are one of the few Forsaken that is actually appealing to these boys in a way that is appealing to the boys and not like with dead rats and stuff. But also, she's just like Jordan didn't let her be as competent as I feel like Rafe is kind of pulling forward.
Or we don't see it on. We don't see her competency on page. Yeah,
right.
She's doing
very
tons,
competent off page, but it's like all on page is very hit the eye, and I'm just like, can you please stop? And I feel like the show is really like, hey, we get that, but also let's show this competence, this intent to teach Rand, if in a very different way. And then of course Moiraine on the other side of like learning to trust him and everything.
Well, and I think even in a more kind of heavy-handed way, it's very much sort of, I feel like this could be sort of symbolic of a potential upcoming struggle of, is he going to turn to the dark or is he going to turn to the light? Like, I can see where that particular conflict could be something that they would want to draw out a little bit more, to add a little bit more kind of what's the word? I can't think of the word.
Tension?
Yeah, tension.
Because like you would never believe that Rand in the books really ever considered turning to the dark, particularly.
Yeah, it was never a consideration, and I feel like it's potentially a missed opportunity for conflict that, let's keep everyone guessing.
Yeah, his relationship with Lanfear in the books, or early on, or with Selene, does feel a lot more superficial. Oh, she's hot. She has boobies. Whereas in the show, like, they have a relationship. She seems to genuinely care for him. Like, we're getting to actually see how she genuinely seems to care for him in some regard, how she's helping him, right? Like, she's working with him. She listens to him. She comforts him, when he has these nightmares. So there's so much more depth there that we actually get to see, as opposed to, as Kevin pointed out, some of that off-page stuff in the books. That will make that, I think, a lot more plausible. That he really could end up deciding he just wants to join with Lanfear and do whatever.
Well, and I feel like in the books, it was really more of she's making a kind of half-assed attempt to turn him to the dark, but there isn't as much of the emphasis on wanting to restart her relationship with Luz Theron. It doesn't seem like there's much of that in the books, as I recall, which my memory is not great. But in the shows, it does very much feel like this is less about trying to get him to turn to the dark and more about like rekindling this relationship that's,
trying again.
Yeah, Ileana took her man, and so now she gets another try. It feels much more like that to me.
I agree. It's it has the second chance vibes of like, maybe I can do it right this time.
Yeah.
Right. For certain definitions of right, and keep him. I can turn him, but it's more, turn him to me instead of what we've gotten hints of about like, oh, he just didn't appreciate, didn't like who I really was, but maybe this
version will,
which adds so much, like you said, like tension. It's going to add some really interesting tension. It already has, right, as we've seen through the rest of the season, between how Rand wants to react to Moiraine and what Moiraine is teaching him and telling him versus what Lanfear's doing.
It's fascinating to me that you guys have made me realize before we move on, like you were about to do, Rob, about how Moiraine in this season has done what Lanfear is likely going to do in the next season, and that's find Rand a teacher. Like they both have tried their best to do that as well. So that's an interesting thing that they've given to Moiraine here as well.
Kevin, I just realized that your Kiserai is like a little
It's a lanyard.
I love it.
It's just a lanyard, yeah.
I like it.
Kev is very ingenious. This is how he gets in the headspace of the characters we're talking about.
Yep.
So,
Well, it's Kevin. He's very creative, as we all know.
He's very creative.
I'm just surprised he hasn't attached a Trolloc nibble or something to it.
No,
it's over there.
It's over. That's fair.
There were stickers at one point, so yeah.
I have one somewhere. I have a random Trolloc nipple in my house. Do with that as you will, people. It's time for episode 5. That was beautiful artwork, by the way. So I'm glad to hear you appreciated it. I saw see the comments in chat. Renell is crying how beautiful it is. Kaylee loves it. So that was a stunning piece. I love the subtlety of just Swan's head. You know, it was
that's all you needed. Yeah,
that's all you needed. You knew exactly what was going on. So it was great work. Now we're not changing up, so to speak, what we're doing, but changing up who's doing it. Now Kev is the one with the pre-records. So previously in the past, folks, if you go back and watch your streams, it appears that despite the fact it looking right for all of us and no one commenting during the streams, when I watch it back, the streams seem laggy or broken or things like that. So this time Kev and I went through and did pre-records in order to share them to hopefully minimize that happening. And we split it. And so I did the turned out to be 3 episodes worth, and Kev did the other 4. So, Kev, I will load this up. If you are, you ready?
I'm ready.
Right.
Let's make sure that.
Why are we running? You killed her.
That wound will barely slow her down. Hurry.
Pretty quick scene. That's how the episode opens right after the intro. But I'll get the next one prepped since that's obviously a pretty short one.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, that's like right after the intro scene.
And then we move on.
They're running, and then we have Lanfear healing herself, which we're gonna skip past. So I'll load the next one right now.
All right. Here's the next one. Kev's okay. You're adjusting the volume. Yeah.
It was full blast last time. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. See, because I've loaded mine slightly differently, so I had to do full blast to make it work. Whereas Kev's converting his to I didn't convert mine to MP4, Kev. That's why I did mine as a screen share. Yeah, that makes sense. So there we go. Things we're learning, folks, as we do this. By the time we get around to doing this for season 3, we're just going to be like a slick, well-oiled machine, and the stars are going to be begging to come on the show. Yeah, but yeah, here is the next scene.
She's a Forsaken. How did she?
If we survive tonight, I'll explain everything.
Oh, I hate this part.
Oi! Agreed. I'm commandeering your fastest horses on behalf of the Amyrlin Seat and the White Tower.
There's no way I'll let you just take my horses.
You're coming with us. And if they are not saddled in 2 minutes, I swear you will regret this night for however much longer your life lasts.
The White Tower. Are we going back to? Hey, what are you doing?
There are 4 horses. I cannot give her a way to follow us.
Okay, very dramatic opening.
Could have just taken the horse with you. Then you'd have had
This
spare mount. Like,
A
come on,
horse
Moiraine.
with no rider would have slowed them down.
I mean, probably, but
Yeah.
yeah.
because they would have needed to lead it. And
right, but I mean, at the same time,
hey, look, I covered my eyes.
So.
I hate that part. I don't like seeing animals hurt, even for pretend. People don't give a shit. People suck. Fuck them. Not okay with it. Not cool. But yeah.
I do have, horse girl, as we learn in, I guess, mostly in New Spring, horse girl Moiraine, like that had to be so hard on her.
I can't imagine.
She does look really upset.
She does.
About doing it.
I mean, I don't know. She
looks resolved, but also upset.
Yeah. I mean, you can do what you can do what needs doing and not like it. For sure.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I think it's the latter. Like, I don't think she likes having to do it. Like, she does seem pretty upset by what at least she feels is a requirement or a necessity. But it's Moiraine, right? Moiraine's going to do what's necessary.
Does anybody here watch Bob's Burgers?
I have seen Bob's Burgers when I was in Wisconsin.
Did you see it at my house?
Did you play Bob's Burgers?
Or did I? Nice. Okay. So one of the kids, Tina, big time horse girl. And so we're talking about horse girls. And now all I'm thinking is about Moraine's inner monologue being Tina's groan. So she's just like,
Yeah. She's as they're riding along. Yeah. My God, that's brilliant. I think whilst it's the horse every season. Match and Shin at 1 in season 1.
Oh
yeah. Moiraine slices.
I like to forget about that as well.
Yeah. I only remember that because for some reason I was watching that scene a couple of weeks back, and I don't know why I was watching that scene, but I was watching that scene for some reason.
Shatter Logoth's pretty cool in season 1, to be fair.
Oh, I know why I was watching that scene, but never mind.
For his parody, probably.
No, not for my parody, which probably.
Shit! I need to finish mine. I recorded my vocals, but I need to do the video.
Wait, it's due Wednesday, isn't it? Basically,
that's plenty of time.
I got a 14-hour day on Tuesday and Wednesday, so I have tomorrow to do it.
I believe in you.
Yeah, you're all very generous. I think this sets up.
I meant it.
I think this is just like a warm up to Moiraine at the end, where she's like, "I'll just sink 20 boats. I don't give a shit," She is. She's very morally grey in this season, I think.
It seems like this, or why from the start, which I love.
Yeah,
that's one of the things I love about the show. Sorry, Kevin.
I'm sorry, I was talking as well at the same time as you. I was gonna all I say was these were the scenes I had in mind when I was thinking like she could just abandon the Varin's house and be like, all right, if they make it, they make it, but if they don't, I need to get away no matter what. So that scenes like this are why I think that's at least plausible. Why she left in the night, not to draw the fades away, but try to sneak away before they got there. So she's gonna do what she's got to do, and she's not willing to die. She's trying to live just to see Rand through.
Yeah, it's actually one of the complaints I have about the books is that, especially in the early books, right? Like Jordan really wants us to think Moraine's very morally gray. It's understandable the boys don't trust her, blah, blah, blah. The boys run around being like, we don't trust her, except that like everything he shows us is just Moiraine helping them. And it's very frustrating to me rereading those early books because I'm just like, literally she has done absolutely nothing but help you like save your village, save your dad, help you escape Barrelon. Like, why? Why are you so mad? And I love that the show was like, okay, Moiraine is supposed to be morally gray. We're supposed to be like, ooh, maybe they've got a point. And I feel like right from episode 101, right? Like they've really leaned into that with showing that she is, very driven, very, very selfless in a lot of ways, but also like the mission comes first. And if a horse is going to slow her down, if a fairy is going to, let the Trollocs get at them. Well, sorry, Terran Ferryman. Like, I ain't saying.
Well, and this is the woman who said, "I will kill you before I let the Dark One have you," and she fucking meant it.
Right. Like I said, like I love because Moiraine's this is how I think Jordan wanted Moiraine to be, and never I felt like, especially in the early books, quite got there because most of what he showed us having her do was, well, I'm going to save you. I'm going to heal your dad. I'm going to do this and. it's kind of like, okay, so then why do we not
Things
trust
went
her?
too well for her. Yeah, things went too
Yeah.
well for her almost to begin with, that she didn't have to make those choices early on.
Yeah, and so then you're just sitting there like, well, why don't we trust you? But now, like, even from the start, but especially here in season 2, we're really seeing it of like, no, Moiraine's she's gonna do it. If that means, killing a horse, sinking a fleet, whatever it is, if that protects Rand, then that's what it takes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like they learned from Game of Thrones, where everyone's just like, why has and I can't think of her actual name, Khaleesi, gone crazy at the end and killing and firing and everybody and all that sort of stuff? And it's like, if you actually look at the shit she did throughout the season, throughout the show, she's been pretty cuckoo the whole time. It's just been given to you in a way that seems like she's saving people, like when she's being really horrific most of the time, and here it is just happening in like 4 episodes real quick and real heavy.
Well, yeah, and she's doing it to the bad guys or the others that she's doing this to. Whereas
Not the people you rooted
now,
for, yeah.
She's doing it to the people that you've been rooting for, or the people that you're familiar with, you're invested in. And so now all of a sudden it's a problem, when in point of fact, and bearing in mind that I didn't watch that series because I read the books, and that was enough for me, because that shit
it's heavy.
Yeah, gory.
Yeah.
Like,
so
the little bit of like bloody stuff that we've had in the Wheel of Time is actually a little bit hard for me. Like, I don't love that. So Game of Thrones is, as a TV show, right out for me. Can't do it. But
that's fair.
Yeah,
I watched 1 episode and then was like, nah, I've read these books, I'm good.
Yeah.
But I mean,
never mind, I don't actually need to see this on screen. I read these books.
I'm actually, let me tell you something though. Standing in the office kitchen, just drinking my coffee and watching everybody freak the fuck out after the Red Wedding.
Yes.
Oh man, that was good.
I was in law school at the time that happened, and all my classmates were like freaking out at our like early class, and I was just sitting there like, yep.
Yeah, that was a good moment. But yeah, like having Moiraine be so grey and do these moments so early in the show just means that if she makes that really horrible decision later on, it's not going to feel out of place for her. It's going to fit, even if it's against someone we love. You'd be like, but that's not out of the bounds for something Moiraine would do.
Yeah, it's not out of character. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not unprecedented. Well, and I think that they've done a really good job so far in the series of sort of making sure that it's understand how high the stakes are. They've done a good job of making the shadow legitimately scary. One of our early episodes of TVAD, we talked about like, how could they have made the shadow scarier in the books? Like, the competence of the Forsaken is one way that they could make it much more scary, and they're doing that. Making the good guys morally gray is another way to do that. Like, I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I really like the show. I think they're doing a great job.
I agree. No, yeah, like I said, like that's one of my favorite things about what they've done with the show, is really showing us that morally gray side of Moiraine. But I think they're doing a great job of balancing it with all the things that we love. So, her relationship with Siuan being one of those, right? Like, you've got this character who's out here going, I'm gonna sink this ferry, and oh well, that guy died. Sorry, I don't have time to save you. We got to keep going. Or I've got to kill this horse, or I have to blow up this fleet. But then they're really great at balancing it with, but she is actually very likable. She clearly cares about these kids. She clearly, her and Lan's relationship is another thing I think the show has done so much better. Because honestly, there were parts, like particularly in like The Great Hunt, where I was like, do these people actually like each other? Like, they're bonded, and we're supposed to think that they have like this great relationship as Aes Sedai and Warder. And I feel like they want to chuck each other out the window.
Yeah.
Which, granted, it sometimes is a feeling in a friendship, but like it felt a little too much like, I don't think they like each other.
Yeah.
And then the show was like, no, actually, they're so close, and they've done such a great job with that relationship.
Yeah.
And then you have, Siuan in 106 and that relationship, and that, of course, they're adding even more depth to here in these upcoming episodes for season 2. And it's just, it lets you still really love and root for Moiraine while also being like, oh shit, like, this is a woman who will let the world burn if it means it saves the world to do it.
I mean, the woman does throw fireballs. Let's not try to piss her off.
Exactly. I love that line of Matt. I love that line so much. That's so great.
Great
Look at me. It's like I know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay. Next up, we have the.
Yes, Dana, that was probably exactly it. Us with our popcorn, you and me, Jess, watching people freak out.
100%. And I was like, it's just gonna get worse.
I was like, oh, just wait.
It's like,
wait.
just
Please
wait.
tell me. Please keep me apprised. I'm not going to watch it. Please keep me apprised of all your feelings.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Next up, we have Lan and Moiraine pulling a Looney Tunes move, as Kev has titled it. I love how you title some of these, Kev. They're great. So let's enjoy this.
It'll be a day or two before she discovers the truth. If we're lucky.
I knew. Somehow I knew you'd be back. Tell me the truth. All of it.
Might want to keep walking, bro.
You did not defeat the Dark One at the Eye of the World.
Perfect place for a chat. Don't
You set his strongest lieutenant free. Ishamael, the leader of the Forsaken.
Womp womp.
But the
But not the
Forsaken,
most dangerous.
they were trapped.
Are you? In your last life. And now Ishamael is loose and he has released Lanfear.
And the rest of them.
If he releases them all, well then we have no hope of winning the last battle.
Dun dun dun.
Womp,
Dun, 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 dun.
And then the season ends and we all go, shit.
Poor boy. Oh,
Yeah. Talk about like I did enjoy the comments. It's like I wouldn't have snuck out quite as fast as they did from that rock.
Oh no, I would.
No, yeah, I'd have definitely waited.
hour.
It's like, what if she
I'd be there,
doubles
like-
back, man? Like,
You know, and they just
like
walk out
you
and be
can
like,
literally still see her.
"Oh, there she is. Yeah, she's
Like
gone.
literally,
Oh, yeah."
at least wait until the hoofbeats fade into the distance.
Yes, right? Like, come on.
Maybe stay off the road.
And then we're gonna pause and have a chat, and then
And
we'll
then we're
road
gonna
as well.
we're gonna have a real heart to heart.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta Sorkin that shit up. Walk and talk. Walk and talk.
This is the best spot to have us like just stand here and chat. Obviously, like nothing could possibly go wrong.
Did you say Sorkin that up?
Yeah, like West Wing.
Yeah,
Walk and talk.
It's like Sorkin's big thing. Walk and talks. Walk and talk.
I know. It's great. That's yeah.
Love it.
That's I love that. But yeah, it definitely Rand definitely gets a bit sucker punch here, doesn't he? Like Moraine's just like dropping bombs on him.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
She
keep up, dude. How did you not know? Come on. Like,
She's like, I said if we live through this, I'd tell you stuff. Well, here you go.
Here, well, you asked, so don't know what you
I
wanted
think
to
Rand is
hear,
regretting
but
asking right about then. Like, shit, I didn't actually want to know any of this.
yeah, I'd be like, son of a bitch.
yeah.
But yeah.
Shamael's free, who is the leader of the Forsaken, but apparently not who Moiraine considers the most dangerous. That's the woman I've been having sex with. Great. Great.
Yeah.
I
mean,
like. I feel like he hasn't even necessarily had time to process the fact that he's been
definitely has
banging
not.
one of the Forsaken. Like
no.
that's
not at
that's
all.
just gonna sit in the back of his head and percolate for a while before he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they're going to
Wait.
stop for a break at some point, and it's just going to go bing.
Yeah,
Wait,
and he's be like,
did I bang a Forsaken?
"I put my dick in a Forsaken." Oh god.
Yeah. Wait, that's what she meant about being a monster. Shit.
Like, okay, so like literally,
Did I use protection every time?
I like literally. I was just thinking, like, God, I hope I did not knock her up. Oh
Right?
shit.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine Rand finds out like in 2 seasons? By the way, buddy, you've knocked
Wow.
up Lanfear, one of the Forsaken. I don't know. Does that make the child like the Antichrist?
It's
equivalent?
gonna be.
I
I'm
just
imagining
need
like the Antichrist and Good Omens, though.
Yeah.
Kev,
Just
I
give
feel
him a
like I
puppy,
need
It'll be
to
fine.
I need to do this. Let me just move you up there because I feel like we've just found kindred spirits here with these.
I think so.
there is a dynamic here that I am thrilled about. Like, you know, we haven't had, there's no one bad on the show, like, or any of the shows we've done. Like, I love all the different points of view, different people, you know, but there is some kindred spiritness going on here right now with you two. I love this. So.
I am unsure whether we've met before.
I think we met briefly at JordanCon this year, but it was kind of like in passing.
Yeah, that makes
like
sense.
after a panel.
And
I were on panels with like Allie, who I know and hang out with.
Terrible memory for literally anything.
No,
so
that's totally fair.
I think
a lot of
we
faces at
cheese
JordanCon,
brain.
yeah.
So
and then there's like a bunch of people at JordanCon. So yeah, I think we've met in passing, but we haven't really sat and chatted until now.
Are you coming to WotCon?
I am actually.
I will see you there.
Excellent, and we'll have to chat.
Hell yeah!
I love this. This is great. Yeah, I think we nailed the you need to soak in that up scene.
So true.
Like not all we wonder our lost, just this like, yeah, that needs to be the quote. Soaking that up.
Soaking it up.
That's a really good point. Rapunzel just made a great point about the potential Ranfair baby.
That's
If she
true.
runs it.
Yeah.
Ishii has
So
proven he is a great
Yeah.
daycare
Uncle Ishii. I love it.
This is why people join the Dark. The Dark actually has like daycare. They probably have healthcare too or something.
They've
yeah,
got healthcare. They've got healthcare. They've got excellent paid parental leave policies. Like,
yeah,
right. They're like, we actually give you a lot of maternity leave, so like it's cool, and we'll give your spouse parental leave. It'll be great.
Amazing.
Come to the dark side. We give you a sabbatical after 5 years.
Yeah, seriously.
All right.
Every academic.
Come to the dark side. We have a snack wall.
We have a snack wall.
Come to the dark side. We have cookies.
Come to the dark side.
I used
We
to have a
have
teacher that said that.
beer in the office fridge. I may or may not have worked at a San Francisco-based tech company for like 10 years. So
yeah,
it was awesome.
Yeah. The company I worked at when we actually were out in the WeWork in downtown Austin.
Time for next
Same
scene,
thing.
people.
Aw,
I gotta bring this down for a second. We got scenes to get through.
Taskmaster over here.
Sorry. Next up, Rand gets taken home to meet the family, and we get a little bit more of on there.
She'll know we're here.
We need food, clothing, and fast horses. Then we'll ride for a few days, put some distance between us.
Sleep when we sleep eventually.
No, that is the most dangerous thing we could possibly do.
What are you talking about?
Lanfear was famous for two things among the Forsaken. Her casual cruelty and her mastery of Teller and Riode.
Tell him right.
The world of dreams. She can hurt you just as easily there as here. And the moment you fall asleep, she will have you.
You can keep us awake with the one power, right?
No.
My lady, you're injured.
Where's my sister?
She's in the kitchen, but your nephew's with her.
Nephew.
Oh, good, you're back. And you've brought a
I love this
friend.
whole scene so much.
Moiraine. I could hardly believe it when Mother said you were here. It's been 20 years.
Nice hair,
You
Dork.
were as high as this table last time I saw you.
Barty and his sandwiches.
Well, you look almost exactly the same.
If somewhat bedraggled. I'm imagining you didn't come back for the royal wedding tasting.
Come on, Mother. She's got better things to do than pretend she can taste the difference between raspberries and thimbleberries. You must be my aunt's warder. I'm not a warder.
This is... Rand.
Pleasure, Rand.
Love it so much.
I'm Barthanes Stamodred, and this is my...
We've met.
We need horses. 2 coursers, if you have them.
I'll have them brought to the house. We have a whole stable of the very best. A gift from the Queen.
Then you must come to the wedding. It's just a few weeks away. Can you believe that I will be marrying Queen Goldrin? Now that makes me your king. So I shall expect full subservience.
It's a happy match, I hope.
The name Darmadred is held in high esteem. That is happiness enough.
Well, I shall go and wash upstairs. Perhaps a meal for Rand in the meantime, and then some fresh clothes for him before we leave.
Yes, of course. I will find him something fitting from my wardrobe.
Thank you.
Is that blood?
It truly has been good to see you, nephew. Oh, should I say my liege?
I love that whole sequence so much.
This is
Rand.
Wheel of Time is a comedy. Wheel of Time is a comedy.
right. It's just such a great callback to the scene at the end of episode 106, right? When I met you, I couldn't trust you, and now that I know you, I like.
It's like you bring a friend home who like is of the same or opposite gender, and your parents are like, "Oh, is this your boyfriend or your girlfriend?" And you're like, "No, this is Steve."
this is just
it's
just some guy.
Yeah,
just a friend.
It's a guy I like picked up on the side of the road. Actually,
please don't ask me any more questions because I
right. And then the awkward like we've met with Onir, and he's just like, Barthany's like, I am missing so many things right now.
He's
like
there is shit happening here.
Right.
I'm a grown-up, and yet still the grown-ups are talking, and I don't know what's going on. There is subtext happening here, and I've got nothing.
Barthany's and Rand bonding over the fact that they are both somehow the grown-ups and also toddlers.
And also the kids who are listening to the grown-ups talk and going,
right.
I know something's going on, but I don't know what it is. And
did I miss when Rand and Onir met?
That was at the party.
That was at the party. At the party. She doesn't use her last name, but she does introduce herself.
Yes.
Not that I think Rand necessarily knows Moiraine's last name by that point anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered, but I don't think Onir uses her last name in that scene.
No, I don't think so.
On this, rewatching this scene just now, mostly I guess because we have watched some of the previous scenes so much closer in time, it really made me think back to the scene we were talking about, right, with Onir really trying to do the whole political, like, I'm in charge, blah, blah, blah. I don't actually care what you think, even though it's really obvious I do. And I feel like this scene kind of emphasized that, like, for all that she did that, she is still not in charge in this house. Because Moiraine just walks in and is like, yeah, we need X, Y, Z. Hey, Barthany's, congrats, blah, 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 blah. Like, we're getting food, we're doing this. And Onir just, like, you can see her kind of, like, trying to take control of it, but she never quite manages to do so. And Moiraine just like runs roughshod over everybody and then is like, okay, we're doing this. Bye. Great to see you. Here, I'll make a fun little joke with my nephew.
Well, and she's like, you can see how irritated she is by it because she's just like, okay, look, how many years have I been stuck here running this fucking house because you ran off to go play magic wizard shit? And so I have built up this family name. I have made a good fucking match for my son. Like, I am running this place like a finely oiled machine, and your ass walks in here after how many years? And it's just like, hi, this is my house? Like, no, fuck off.
Right? Yeah. Except then, like, she can't quite manage to like, stop it.
Yeah, no, she's just like
she tried so hard.
Still, my older sister is just running right over the top of me.
Yeah, she like,
I feel like she was totally, so thrilled, yeah.
Yeah, she totally thought she like won that tea match, and then now here we are, like 2 days later, and she's like, "Wait,
it's like she's back, and it's like the grown-up version of your older sister going, "Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself!" Like,
oh my god, that would be pretty.
Exactly,
it is. It is definitely that grown-up version of "Stop hitting yourself."
Yeah, I do like the very, very sibling, if somewhat bedraggled. Comment. I'm like,
oh yeah, she's got
like, that is so something I would say to my sister.
You look like shit.
Right.
Yeah.
That's so sibling, like such a sibling thing to say. I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely it was like passive aggressive. Like, oh, it's a little bit, just a smidge, just a little bit.
Just a little bit draggle.
Yeah.
If it were my sister, I'd be like, you look like you got in a fight with a fucking bear. What the hell happened to you?
Yeah, probably.
But we're a very different family, so.
Yeah. Well, you'd be like, good.
I was just saying, and then poor Barty, they're like, is that blood? Like, he's just so like shocked. Just like, oh, Barty.
And then Moiraine thinks,
I love the really subtle way that she like redirected. Just like, it was really good to see you. And the subtext is very much shut the fuck up. Don't ask questions.
Yep.
He's like,
he was like, okay, Auntie
I feel like that was very Game of Houses. Like,
yeah, Barty's clearly not as good at it as Moiraine and Onir.
he's still learning, bless him. He's a kitty.
bless
So-
his little blonde hearts.
Oh,
His
bless him,
dorky
bless him.
hair.
Yeah, it's terrible hair.
He's got that
It
little
is
like
goofy sandwiches
game
from this
happening. It's very sort of
special butter
20s, like 1920s hair helmet kind of. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so we get a bit of a cleanup and more heart-to-heart now with Onir. So we can talk more of the petty sister bullshit after this, I'm sure.
The horses are being saddled downstairs. And if I asked you to tell me how you and that boy ended up in this state? Damn.
I'm surprised you're not downstairs prying the answers you seek from Rand.
Well, Fanny's encouraged me to leave it alone.
No, well, he always had a kind heart.
Yes. Somehow my son came out more like our father than either you or I. I know you won't tell me what's really going on with the boy, or why you're really here. But I know you, Moiraine. Your whole life, you've always known what you wanted to do. Yet now I'm looking at you, and I don't think you have any idea what you want to do next, despite all this bluster.
Bingo.
Rand, he needs protection. And I don't know whether I can provide it, not from what's chasing him. And there's every chance that you, Barthanes, and this entire city will be caught in the crossfire if I make the wrong choice.
You should have stayed away.
I know. I know.
When I was a little girl, I got an excellent piece of advice once from my very smart, much older sister. She told me that if something is upsetting you or making you afraid, you ask yourself one simple question. Is it true? Can you know beyond any doubt that it's true? Can you know beyond any doubt that Rand needs your protection?
It was excellent advice, wasn't it? I've used it often in the last 40 years.
Whatever danger you've unleashed or encouraged, it means the world to Barthanes that you've returned. Even if you cannot stay.
Perhaps I can.
Varin. My girl.
Just a great scene. Also, people are loving the fashion.
Oh yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, for me, when I watched this, it was unexpected to see Moiraine be so vulnerable with a sister that basically she's been catfighting with since she turned up.
Yeah, it's almost like a testament to how far she's been pushed at this point. Like she's really is at her wit's end, and she can't even she can't hide it anymore at this point. Like I don't think she's cried around anybody at this point beforehand.
Well, and I love the way that they did that, because as somebody who has a sister with whom I had a very contentious relationship growing up, like there's still something about a sibling where, at least if you have a good relationship with your sibling, and not everybody does, but there's something about a sibling where even if you've been apart, like there's something about that bond where you can be like, they know you in a way that nobody else knows you, and you can be yourself with them in a way that you can't with anybody else. And like, if you're really close, they can stab right to the heart of a thing, just like Onir did. And so I think that like that was just, whether it was something that they did intentionally because they're setting it up for something else, or just because they wanted to do it because it was a nice moment. Like, I think that that was just a really beautiful illustration of, in spite of everything, they're still sisters, they're still family, and there's still that loyalty and that closeness there, even though there's a lot of other stuff on the surface that is fucking shit up. And I think maybe in a way that was Anvir holding out an olive branch to say, look, I know there's a lot of bullshit happening between us, but I'm here for you. You're obviously in trouble. Let me help you if I can.
Yeah.
Other
I
than
agree.
just giving you horses.
Yeah. It's kind of like, despite what I said the other night about how I'm not your little sister, blah, blah, blah. We are still family, right? Like, I don't want you to do the whole I'm big sister, I'm in charge thing, but you're still my sister.
Yeah. I'm not your little sister. I'm not the person that you used to push around all the time anymore, but
right.
I'm still your sister.
Yeah.
Because like my sister drives me nuts. But if anybody came at her, I'd fucking kill him. I'd fucking kill him.
No, nobody has the right to like tease, beat up my sister except me. Exactly.
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You come at Andrea, you're a dead man.
Yeah, I was just thinking about has anyone ever seen the movie Las Vegas? Stars like Robert De Niro, Kevin Kline. Okay, so it's about a group of 4 guys who have been friends since they were like 8 years old type thing. But and it's very funny. They end up going around Vegas. Someone's getting married, all this sort of stuff. It's a fun movie. I recommend people watch it. This movie is not sponsored. This TV show. Sorry. This live stream is not sponsored by the Las Vegas, but they have a saying, and basically the guy played by Robert De Niro hits people when they call someone else in the group names, despite the fact they always call each other prick and asshole and things like that. And he always hits them, knocks them to the floor, and goes, "Nobody calls us names but us." You know, and it just made me think of that. And that's, you know, that's exactly what they were like in the scene on this. Like, we may have been fighting since you've turned back up, but you're still my sister and I'm still there for you.
Yeah, exactly. There's clearly something going on, and if I can help you beyond just giving you horses or whatever, then I will. And also I think really the fact that Moiraine clearly still, at least at this point in time, loves her nephew and all of that. Like, it's kind of, one of those, like, the best way to undo his heart is through her son type situation, right? These are my kids. That's a very common thing. And my sister, like, we have issues, and my sister and I have issues, and she's been gone a long time, but like, she clearly still cares about me and my son, who is obviously like the most important thing to her. And I think that goes a long way towards softening her as well, when you really see, like, Moiraine kind of, breaks character in a lot of ways to make that little joke about, oh, my liege. Like, it's very out of character for what we've seen of most of Moiraine, but it's very in character for someone who loves their nephew.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he's so happy to see her, and like, I think that's a great point. I think that's what softens her, because they've been so hot and cold in every single interaction, but this is the first time it feels like she's really softened. And I think, like you said, that little exchange with Barthanes made a big difference in how she approached going up to that room.
Absolutely.
Well, and
then Moiraine responds to that as well. Oh, sorry. It's
okay.
responds to it as well. Oh, you're not coming at me just like with the tea. You're gonna have tea with me. Rah, rah, rah. You're actually coming at this more like we are siblings and have issues, and so Moiraine responds accordingly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too that in a way there is a little bit of a kind of, let's call it a change in the sibling power dynamic, for lack of a better way of putting it. We know that Moiraine is quite a lot older than Anvir, because we can tell from the portrait, because Moiraine looks like she's probably mid-late teens and Anvir is still quite little. So I'm thinking there's probably at least a decade between them.
Yeah.
And so obviously she's the big sister. She's the one. Plus she's Aes Sedai. She has her shit together. She absolutely has her. She always has. And now she's come home. Everything is falling apart. Anvir has been running the family and has been doing an excellent job for however many years. And it's absolutely a swap of now Moiraine is the one who is afraid and vulnerable and doesn't know what's happening, the one who needs support. It's very much, I feel like it's a definite sort of shift in their dynamic and the way that they interact with one another. And I think that it speaks to Moraine's kind of level of desperation, that rather than trying to uphold that old dynamic, she's like, okay, look, I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm gonna fuck everything up. I don't know what to do. Like, shit, you know? Yeah. And then her sister is able to step up and be like, all right, well.
Yeah.
Remember this thing you told me? Yeah.
I feel like Anvir maybe kind of came to the realization, maybe in the kitchen or even just in that conversation, that she doesn't actually want I want to push Moiraine down like she was trying to do with the tea scene. It feels like Anvir's kind of come to the realization that, like, actually what I really want is just my sister back. I want us to be equals. I want obviously Moiraine to understand that I have grown up and I am an adult and her equal, but I'm realizing now, like, I don't want to then do it the other way around and be like what I have decided Moiraine was to me, even though Moiraine honestly was gone and certainly was not actually treating her like crap. It's like she's realized, okay, actually, I just want my sister. And I can't get my sister back if I keep blaming Moiraine for things that probably aren't really her fault. If I keep trying to treat her like an inferior because I feel inferior primarily because I am the one who had to deal with all this stuff. And I'm feeling insecure about it, even though that's not necessarily Maureen's fault.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too, like it's been a while since I've watched those previous scenes when she came home initially, but you know, with the tea scene and everything, I feel very much like it was Anvir trying to establish herself as the head of the family. You were gone. I picked up all of this slack, so you can't just walk in here and act like you own the place. And then after she comes back with Rand, like, when you look at your sibling and something's wrong, you know that something's wrong. Like, Moiraine walks into the kitchen and she's putting on a good show, but Anvir can see through it. You can always see through your siblings, right? Yeah. So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
that is
blood. Like, yeah,
excellent.
Really, something's awkward here.
Yeah, like, okay, so right, something is happening here. So I think that, I think maybe that was a moment where Anvir kind of realized that this isn't just Moiraine coming in and pretending like she's the shit. This is Moiraine has something going on. Yeah. And so let's see.
She didn't just come back to like take over my spot in the family and whatnot. Like, that actually wasn't her goal. Even though I feel like maybe Anvir assumed that was her goal from the start. And now she's realizing, oh, there actually is something. I've given lip service to the fact that Moiraine's mission was bigger than mine, and now I'm realizing that is actually true, and it's not just lip service.
Yeah, agreed. All right, we have one scene left in episode 5, but before we do that, also, Max, this is a great comment. Lan said, bringing families together. Please welcome another fan to the party. You've seen her in chat earlier on. It is K-Pax. How we doing?
Welcome. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here.
It's good to have you here. You've been hanging out, having fun.
I have for a few hours now.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoying the stream a lot. Very fun.
Yeah, Good. And you were screaming at the TV of your mother when you watched the show, so you know.
Yes. More than once.
Speaking of which, squee.
Oh. There she
Mom.
is.
This is one of the Whittle Zools. So yeah.
Yeah, usually when my parents watch a stream that I'm on, I get a text message like, "Why are you doing that?" And I'm like, "I don't know." So it's nice.
Yeah.
She gets
I
it,
don't
yeah.
even tell my parents. I'm just they're like, she does whatever she does. It's fine.
Yeah. My mom's like, he does shit on the internet. I don't know. I don't understand it. So you know, I was like, so
That's all you need to know sometimes.
that is all you need to know sometimes. We are going to round out K-Pax. You have arrived at just the perfect moment because it is time to use Rand as some sexy dream bait. So
Happy to be here.
yes, there we go. Funny how I'm sure everyone was thinking that exact thing. So here we go.
What is it? You sure you don't want to get some sleep?
Time to go.
No, actually. We're staying.
You said I can't sleep with Siuan.
Yes. She will.
You want her to?
She's been with you, what, 2-3 months now? If she'd wanted to hurt you, she's had ample opportunity. But she hasn't. What does she want?
I don't know. If you'd asked me a few days ago, I would have said she wanted me to be with me.
Stories from before the breaking are vague, because so much has been lost, but every single one that mentions Lanfear agrees that she loved the Dragon Reborn, and that he loved her before he met his wife.
But she was a dark friend.
Only after he broke her heart.
Nice work, jerk.
She swore her oaths to the dark to try to get him back.
And what? You want to make her think she has? You want me to pretend to be in love with a Forsaken?
Lanfear is working with Ishamael. This could be our only chance to find out what he wants.
She'll see right through it.
Maybe she might.
I don't know. But whatever she is, I don't think everything between us was a lie.
It's your choice, Rand. I mean that this time. I'll stay here. If it seems as if she's hurting you, I'll wake you.
And if you fall asleep, you're exhausted.
I don't have that option.
No actual sexy Lanfear though.
Sorry, I cut it off too well, everybody.
Kevin's just too on top of things.
Indeed. Yeah. I think we all wish that we could fall asleep as quickly as Rand in the scene.
He did run through the forest all through the night, so I'll give him a little bit of credit to how exhausted they probably both are.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be tired.
Yeah.
He's been awake for. It's got to be like 24 hours, right?
Well,
That's what I was thinking.
Weren't he and Lanfear sleep? They were sleeping, but like we don't know how long. Maybe a brief nap before.
Before the Mordor attacked. Yeah.
But we
That's
don't know
true.
for how long. Like it could have been
Yeah.
30 minutes or something. Like maybe a brief nap. So
That is true.
is still. But honestly, just the stress of everything is probably exceedingly exhausting for him.
Yeah. That's true. Rapunzel. Okay, so eating the dragon of the dark one backfired, but this time eating the dragon of Lanfear will totally work.
Totally.
You're right.
To Swan's credit, Moiraine has taken massive gambles, and this is another one of them where she just is like, she thinks she's finally regained the upper hand, and then she throws the dice, and they come up, Dark One's eyes, all pips, It just does not work out the way she thinks it's going to work out.
Not at all. It's Yeah, but she's out of options. They got to sleep. So yeah.
I mean, apparently not Moiraine. She's just gonna keep going until I guess she starts hallucinating pink bunnies or something out there.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Not a problem at all. Definitely, lack of sleep has never caused any issues for anyone.
Nope.
She's like, and she's just like, I don't have the option of sleeping, so I just won't. Like, because that's how that works, obviously. Eventually,
She's gonna like stick her hand in that fire. That's why she's standing by the fireplace, and she can just be like, "I'm awake. I'm awake."
I don't remember who it was that mentioned it earlier, but someone mentioned that they felt like Lanfear and Moiraine kind of have a bit of a parallel going on with their relationship with Rand. And I feel like this scene paired with when he actually does talk to Lanfear and a couple of conversations after definitely feeds that theory, because she's like this time it's your choice. And I truly mean that this go around. So like they're both doing what they can to earn his trust.
Yeah. And it does seem like he is ever so slightly like finally coming around to be like, all right, you are on my side. I get it. You are trying your best. You've saved me from the clutches of Lanfear before at this point, and I've got no reason at this point to doubt this current plan. But it's so sad for Moiraine in a way to see the next scene that we're going to watch for the next episode after this about how quickly that trust just evaporates as soon as Lanfear makes the condition that he can't be around her anymore. He's like, can't be around you anymore, kind of thing. So it's
Is that necessarily that the trust is gone, or that he is, because he's starting to actually trust and like her more? It's more now those protective instincts that are inherent to Rand
maybe a little
are
bit
starting
starting
to come out in protection of Moiraine, whereas maybe before they wouldn't have. He'd have been like, whatever. Maybe not whatever, but you know what I mean, right? Like
it's stubborn Rand being like,
impacted him as much as it clearly does.
Yeah. As soon as he feels someone's strings on him, as soon as Lanfear's like, oh yeah, she put Logain there because of you. Like as soon as he feels strings, he like puts his hands up and he like.
That's true. Like he definitely, I mean, I feel like it's maybe both. Like, oh shit.
But for sure, they're still there.
But also, maybe she's doing it because she cares. So I don't want her to die to the Forsaken. I guess.
Yeah. Like how the costumes too kind of also fit, like show that they're learning to trust each other. There's both Moiraine and Rand have like the jackets that cover up, that kind of like protect them from, their outfits from everything outside are both gone in this scene. But the nephew still has his coat on, if I remember correctly, because he still has some secrets to keep.
I think you're right.
Good point. It's good point. Very true. Subtle costuming choices.
Look at that.
Yeah, I missed that.
So much
nice.
that in this show.
Yeah, like seriously, costuming is. Give her an Emmy. Give all of them an Emmy.
I mean, give them
every
all
nomination,
Emmy, especially the costuming.
Every nomination.
For sure.
Give the costuming, like everyone in costuming, an Emmy, not just Sharon. Everybody in costuming an Emmy. Done.
I've been loving all of the behind the scenes on her Instagram. All of the thought processes. So it's so cool.
All the
it's
like the audios right now are so cool.
Yeah, who was the woman on that interview where she's like, "I'm the spoiler police"? What was her name?
Justine Gilmer.
Justine Gilmer. She's like, "I'm the spoiler police." I feel like she has a blind spot for Sharon right now because Sharon is like, Sharon is posting absolutely zero spoilers, but is posting insane amounts of content, and she's probably like, I can trust Sharon at this point. And then like Sharon's like, haha, evil plan, spoilers, That's what we like. Sharon, we need to just like keep Sharon in this position, because eventually she'll get so used to just being able to post whatever she wants without Justine having to check it, that suddenly she'll be like, oh shit, here's some season 4 stuff. And we're like, ooh, yeah. So we'll figure out what her equivalent of the GNT is. So, but yeah, so that is the end of episode 5. So 3 episodes to go. But Kev, do you have more artwork?
I've got some artwork queued up from our friend that had to leave not too long ago.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, because we didn't want to. Well, you're in charge of this, but Kev was like, I shouldn't embarrass said artist on stream whilst they're on stream.
Yeah, a lot of artists, don't want to be. They make the art, and they obviously are glad to be appreciated, but a lot of people are going to feel shy if you put their artwork on screen when they're on a live stream at the same time. So I figured I would save this one for right before our first Siuaraine episode.
Yeah, it's a good piece. Here we go. Look at this.
Aww.
So this one is called. I took the title from the caption. I titled it "Growing Old." It was like growing old together. So.
I love their art so much.
Yeah. That's amazing.
And then she went out of her way to make sure I got like the higher quality versions of the shots too, so we could really zoom in on.
Oh my
this.
god,
But,
that's amazing.
Yeah.
The detail.
And the tattoos.
Oh wow.
See, a lot of great art. I'll post link to that social media. I think I did the last one as well, so I'll post those before as well.
Like I said earlier, folks, all the artists that are featured in today's stream will be added to the description. So if you're watching back later, or if you want to find out, who it was, obviously, if you're in live chat, Kev's been posting them, but they will be posted. The links will be posted in the description, and over the next day or two, they will be posted out on social media as well, like we have done with the previous behind-the-scenes photos. But yeah, this is, my God. Yeah, like everyone is saying, like the lighting. I think Max was the first one to put it up, but the lighting and the facial expressions, like there is.
They're so peaceful.
The color of the highlights, almost like it's kind of like that, like dawn is just now, the sun's just now coming over the horizon. It's like that kind of pink, and with all the papers around them, it looks like they've been up all night trying to pinpoint, where do we need to look next for the dragon. Because you've got like the map, scrolls, paper.
Or are they novices and they just fell asleep studying?
Yeah.
Because like with the white, I'm thinking maybe novice dresses, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
I have to go back and look at like her tattoos as from the flashback scene versus her tattoos now.
Oh,
like, that would be the way to pinpoint it.
Yeah.
That would, I mean, God, like who doesn't want, seriously, can I just have someone to like cuddle and sleep next to you like that? That looks like the most perfect sleep anyone's ever had. Genuinely, like, kudos. That's the expression is just so well captured.
And interesting show of their power dynamic. Neither of them are the little spoon. They're both, proper spoons in their own right.
Yes, good point. So, I love that. Thank you, Kev.
Yes,
and
no problem.
Thank
Lurks,
you.
Was that you're gonna head out as well?
Yeah, I gotta get some stuff. I'll still be listening, but need to take care of some stuff around the house.
No worries.
Would be awkward if I was on a camera.
Totally understand.
That's fair. Totally fair. Thank you, Lurks. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for having you.
See ya.
Bye. Oh, sorry. I went to
we lost him.
No. So Lurks left, and I went to click remove from studios. So because sometimes people don't always just leave, and I didn't want them to feel awkward being sat. So how do I close the stream? That's always awkward for anyone. But they left. And then Kev's camera moved into that space because it just lines back up, and I hit then and bumped you out the studio for a second.
See you later, Kevin. We don't need you here.
I'm out of here. I've got the videos, but I'm out of here.
Oh, yeah, it's like the live stream version of when you not ban someone, but time out someone in chat, Kev. So.
Yeah, I know. I have a history. I'm sorry. I haven't banned anyone in chat today, so you guys are all on your best behavior.
You've done great. You've done a really good job. So all right. So far, we've got plenty of time. Night is young. All right, kicking off episode 6. This is Rand waking up after he's done his floody dream chat.
What did she say?
I have to go.
Where? Did she tell you where?
No, away from you. That was her condition. If she sees us together again, she'll kill you. Logain, you moved him to Cairhien, didn't you, so that I'd come here?
Yes, of course. Away from the White Tower, where you'd never be able to see him, where he'd never be able to teach you.
No, stay too long already.
She's a Forsaken, Rand. You cannot listen to her.
The
She's so fed up.
frustration.
She's like seriously
so
still ready
mad.
to tear her hair out. Like,
Girl is hella stressed.
Just one win. Just one win. That's all she needs is one win. And like, because to her point, yes, Lanfear makes that condition. Rand doesn't have to actually do that condition. Like he can work with her in secret. And it's from her perspective. She's like, all right, that's what she said. Cool, but all right, tell me more. Like he doesn't tell her anything about what she said, where he was going, what they told her. Like it's not till later when he gets recaptured that he tells Moiraine that he was going to follow him because Egwene's there. So like even now he's left her completely in the dark. Because he doesn't like his strings being pulled, kind of thing.
well, is it because of that, or is it because he wants to protect her? I
Also
mean, Lanfear
possible. Yeah.
literally
That was my
said-
first thought. 'Cause,
Well, and
yeah.
it's sort of like Lanfear, you don't have to be threatened because she is gay. He is so gay for Siuan, like many of us. Not a threat.
She wouldn't bone me if I were the last human on the
Yeah,
planet.
absolutely not. She has no time for me. But yeah, I mean, I really got the strong impression that it was less about strings being pulled and more about she made a clear threat to Moiraine, and not only is he leaving, but he's also not telling her where he's going because he knows she'll follow him.
Yeah,
and he
That's
doesn't
fair.
want to get her
Good
killed.
points. He's doing Moraine's tactics, honestly. He's using her tactics against her.
Yeah.
But that is also still kind of pulling his strings because the way to get to Rand is to threaten the people he cares about.
Oh yeah, Lanfear is pulling him. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
He gets so mad about that's I think that the reason why I bring that up is because it's such a huge part of his inner monologue. I will not be used. I won't be used by anybody. Like, and that extends to people on the light and people on the shadow. Like he's so resistant to that because he knows how little control he has over his own life anyway. So I think that's why that part keeps sticking out to me. But I think you're right that it is ultimately to protect Moiraine, even if he's also kind of pissed off about the Logain thing. Because he just doesn't like being manipulated, and I don't blame him in that regard. But
yeah, that is
Everybody likes being manipulated. What are you talking about?
I
Super
love it.
cool and fun.
Yeah, like it's that's my idea of a Friday night, right?
Yeah.
Manipulate me, baby.
All right,
Tell me
kinda
everything
works-
I want to hear.
Kind of works with the purr. I've got to be honest, All right.
Let me
Now
load up.
now it's sandwich time. That's what I think it is.
It is
We
sandwich
ready?
time. There's yep, because there's in the next two I've got them loaded into the same video file because the two scenes run into each other. So we have our we have Moiraine's scene with Parthanis and Onir, and that bleeds directly into Siuan's scene in the carriage. So we'll see. We can pause it after before it cuts to that, or we can watch it all the way through and then kind of digest both. Either ways work.
I think we run it through. It has taken. This is so this is 32 minutes. This initial scene with the sandwich begins 32 minutes into episode 6, which means it's taken over 5.5, probably closer to 6 hours of screen time before we see Siuan in season 2.
Criminal.
Too much time.
Too much time.
Fix it, Rafe. Fix it for season 3, man.
So, but we will play the scene and enjoy. So we'll just play the whole thing through. It's going to be about 4.5 minutes. So here we go.
Am I interrupting? I thought I'd bring you a little something. Has Rand gone? I made him one too.
He's gone for the evening and I'm not hungry.
It was just a little bite. Look, don't you remember when I was a boy, you said that I made the best sandwiches? I I said it was because the butter was from a very special cow. Only it wasn't, of course. It's lucky, really, because the cow would be long dead by now, surely. I just buttered both sides of the bread.
You can leave it there.
Of course. More, I'm sorry for intruding. You were right, as always. It was worth a try, though.
Sister, I haven't slept, and sometimes I wonder how we all fell for it. My son worships you, as I worshipped you, as father. Don't! He asked for you, you know. He was dying, and I was there holding his hand, and he just kept asking for you. We sent word to the White Tower. You knew that he was dying and that the only thing he wanted was you. You knew. What was so important that you couldn't come home and hold your own father's hand while he left us? I know you never cared for me, but you loved him. You always loved him. What was so important, Moiraine? I want you out of this house and out of this city tomorrow. I am the elder sister. I am the Damodred heir. And this house is mine if I want it. You and your son are here by my good grace. You got none of what made him good, Moiraine. None of it. You are mother through and through.
Lan. Leave us.
Mother.
What's happened? What is it?
It's Moiraine.
Dum 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 dum.
Season 12.
Then what?
I feel sorry for Balthanis in this scene, to be honest. Like, siblings are going to fight, but he adores Moiraine, and she is indifferent to him, basically.
But I also think that somebody who has emotional intelligence can walk in, look at her, see she's writing a letter, and be like, something's going on here. She obviously needs some time. So here's a sandwich if you want it. I'm going to go.
Yeah, that too. Does he look like he has emotional intelligence?
Well, this is what I'm saying. He does not. I think he does not. Either he is lacking emotional intelligence or he's pushing for other reasons that...
He wants to know where Rand is, yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Like, is it truly just like about his emotional connection to her from his childhood, or is it does he have like other directives to like
I feel like
ingratiate himself to her?
I feel like he's gotta have other directives.
There's like a flash of recognition when he is introduced to Rand, and the first thing he asks about is, "Where's Rand? I have a sandwich for him. Is he coming back?"
Right.
And this is like it's almost like he's keeping tabs on him at that point, and he feels panicked that he doesn't know where he is now because he doesn't understand the machinations of the Forsaken, so he has no idea what the new plan might be.
That is true.
I'm really hoping in the next season that we get hopefully like a scene of him and whoever's pulling his strings to get a little bit more insight into what the whole deal with that is.
Wouldn't it be fun if it was like Bors who was pulling his strings or something?
Oh, like another higher dark friend. Yeah. Just kind of like not really taking the orders from a Forsaken or going off of old orders. That always happened too, like within the books. Like they would have orders that would be out of date like 2 books ago, but they're still going off that stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be useful too, because we haven't really gotten that dynamic yet. We've seen just Dark Friends on their own and Dark Friends talking to Forsaken, those directives. We haven't seen much of the in between, that there is a hierarchy there.
Yeah, that would be very cool. So, but yeah, there was a lot of talk of the look of on Onvir's face before, like when Barthanas comes out, she sort of looks and then just like storms in, and Lizzie Duncan is, oof. Yeah, here it is. Max said it first, and then Dana Lou's saying it as well. Like that was, I mean, most people are running from that face. Let's be honest. She was pissed.
It's such a change. Like we said before, she softened because of the way she treated Barthanas, and now she's hardened right back up because of the way she treats him. It's so dependent on that, and that's when she's like, okay, it was just an act before. She doesn't actually still care about him, and so I should just kind of cut her loose at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and I feel like it's unfair too. They're like, and I suppose to an extent she brings it on herself because she isn't forthcoming about the shit that's going on with her and all of that, but like they're not giving her the benefit of the doubt. They're not assuming positive intent. They're like, okay, well, we're expecting you to act in a certain way. And when you're not acting in a certain way, we're going to assume it's because you're an asshole, not because there's something else going on. Particularly with Anvir, she knows that something is wrong. Like Moiraine has confided a kind of unprecedented amount of information in her. It's not anything super specific, but enough to know that she's got something weighing very heavily on her.
Yeah.
And like, instead of explaining to her adult grown ass son that, yeah, you know what? Your aunt is going through it right now. So she might not want to talk to you.
Yeah. Very, very true.
Don't let your feelings be heard about it. She's got shit going on. Instead, Moiraine is like, yeah, actually, I super just want to be left alone right now. And then Anvir gets mad at her about it. Like,
yeah,
he is a grown ass adult man. Like, you do realize that, right?
He's a man child. He's a man child. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, but still.
Yeah, he obviously has the emotional maturity of a 12-year-old. You can tell that.
Whose fault is that, Anvir?
Well, yeah, I didn't say it was his fault to have that.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Also, can we just talk really quickly about how they're calling them sandwiches? And it's like the origin of the word sandwich. It comes from the Earl of Sandwich, so the Earl of Sandwich doesn't exist in this age. So is that really a holdover from like whatever age it was that the Earl of Sandwich existed, and then it just like carried over that far? Like that was a random fucking weird thing that I was thinking about while he was bringing in the sandwich. Like,
are there sandwiches in the books, or is this just a show thing?
I don't remember reading about sandwiches in the books. It doesn't mean that it wasn't there, but
I'll have to look the next time. Yeah, I just
thought it was kind of funny. Like,
that is, yeah. Dana remembers this shit.
Yeah.
Dana, you've got a good memory. Let us know. But regardless,
like, what else would you call it?
Holder.
Well, yeah, this season, what else would you call it? Like,
yeah,
meat on bread.
Yeah.
Meat on toast.
You can call it whatever you want. Like, what does actually sandwich mean? It's,
it's just named after some guy.
Exactly. So it could be
Mhm.
anything. You could call it fucking Mercedes. Like, oh, you want a Mercedes? You want a beef Mercedes? Like, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, you just name it after anything in that case.
A ham and cheese Mercedes.
Yeah, ham and cheese.
Grilled
That
cheese
actually kind of-
Mercedes.
Grilled cheese Mercedes. Yeah.
New band name, I call it.
I
fair
remember
enough.
watching the scene for the first time, and there's like this moment where Moiraine is looking up at her sister right after she said, what could possibly be this big of a deal? There's like a moment there where you could just like see all of like the pain in her eyes. Like you could tell that she's like, it would be so easy to just have like one person that understands, because that one person is normally Lan, who's not here right now, who she's sent off.
Whose
And
fault is that?
The first time watching it, I was like, wait, is she about to tell her? Because like there's just that one moment. She had so much pain in her eyes. It just, Rosamund Pike's amazing.
Yeah.
She can just do that. And it's like less than a second. And then it passes and you could see her like steal over.
Yeah, I think at this point we all kind of suspected that Onir might be a dark friend, or that she wasn't fully on the level. So there was also, when I first watched this, that worry of just like, are you gonna tell a dark friend potentially, or a potential?
I was
dark friend
suspicious
that
of her for sure. Yeah, I thought that was going to be the reveal, is that she was in it with Barthanes, which I was again surprised by that not being the case. So yeah, they set it up well.
Yeah. Daniel coming in with the fact checking for us. I don't remember the word sandwich in the books, just lots of bread and cheese.
Lots of bread and cheese, yeah.
I
bread.
live a very happy life with lots of bread and cheese. So two wonderful staples that should be in every diet unless you are allergic, in which case I feel sorry for you.
Sucks to be you. Go eat a carrot, I guess.
And we did finally get to see Swan Sanche. Sophoe Okonado on stage, finally on screen. Sorry. Yeah, pretty fucking epic. That's the headdress she needs. Just a crown of knives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to ask, is that pulled from the books? It's been so long since I've remembered like the stylization of like how she takes part in the combat. Is that pulled from the books, or do we think that that's just like what they did for the show because it like resembles a crown?
I think option B there personally.
Yeah, I think it was a stylistic choice, which I think works. I don't think I've heard anyone say a bad thing about that. The crown of the crown of blades that she makes around her. I think it's one of the coolest things they've done with the power.
Absolutely.
And I love that they reuse it, because one of the later scenes, she does the same thing, and it's even larger. Like at that point, they're almost swords.
Yeah,
I have to imagine we're gonna see, like, because we've seen it twice now, and the first time it was dismissed, the second time she's blown away by Lanfear, the third time she does it, it's gonna be like like in defense of like
gets to
at a
use
big
it.
event. Yeah, she probably gets to use it at the start of season 3, maybe.
Maybe she. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's part of the bonkers scene.
Could be. I mean, because that's twice in a row we've seen this, and we don't get to see in action. Obviously, it's kind of similar to like the fire darts that Rand does a little bit, but not quite.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see those in action in season 3. That'd be really cool.
I mean, and also it does, really sort of foreshadow the Crown of Swords situation later.
That's the name of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can say that because there's no Ale on screen right now, so they wouldn't be like, swords bad. But no, it could, it's a nice little something you would watch on, a rewatch potentially, is something you would watch if they put the Crown of Swords in like they did in the books, and be like, she's got like a crown made of swords, like isn't that the thing Rand ends up wearing, sort of thing, It could be a fun little sort of nod to that moment as well. Like,
yeah.
But yeah. All right. So now we've had our first Swan moment. I think it's time that we get our first Swan and Moiraine moment.
Oh, that'll be next episode.
I've jumped ahead one. Sorry.
Yep. Oops. One more. This is Moiraine. This is again combined into the same one because they roll into each other. So Moiraine has a hug with Barthanes, and then Swan arrives in Cairhien. Those are the two that we'll see back to back now.
You didn't see that I was trying to skip the hat scene?
Oh. I did put in the description that Siuan arrives in Cairhien in the best hat
Best
ever
hat,
seen.
yeah.
Well, that was my description for the
That was a good hat.
That's why I was trying to skip it. So all right, here we go. We will play, and I will just. Be
Jonas, this letter needs to be delivered to Anaya Sedai of the Blue Aja. She'll get it where it needs to go.
Yeah, of course, my lady.
Aunt Moiraine.
Well, Thanis, I owe you an apology. The truth is, I've been a terrible visitor and a worse aunt. I do remember your sandwiches were and are very good. I think you'll make a wonderful king, Barthanes.
No, he won't,
Kind
you dumbass.
and thoughtful. King to make our house proud. Oh.
The Amyrlin Seat is here, in Cairhien, with 14 Aes Sedai, and she's demanded an audience with you.
Wow.
Your girlfriend's in town and you're in trouble.
Someone put a nest on her head.
Last time the Amyrlin Seat called 14 sisters to meet with her in Cairhien, we installed a new king on the Sun Throne.
Well, maybe this Amyrlin is a little more frivolous, daughter. We'll have to wait and see.
Get Bentley, Andrin. I can't not comment. I immediately go into reaction mode. Like, I'm mostly keeping my mouth shut, but
it is such an epic shutdown. She just cuts her like. We'll have to see.
I am not having this conversation with you, bitch. Get.
You see the hat? Shut up.
How dare you speak to me when I am wearing this hat, madam?
Yeah. Oh my!
It's funny.
God.
If that letter was meant
Pope.
for Siuan, I think it's so funny if that letter was meant for Siuan, and then she gets it out of her hands, and now it's going off to the White Tower, and then she's like, "Oh shit, she's here."
Bitch.
I don't want to have this conversation in person, but I do like the subtle reveal, and they obviously comment it in the next episode. But Siuan has known Moiraine's whereabouts. Like, they've kept tabs with each other all along the way since leaving the Eye of the World. Like, they've been in constant communication, sending letters back and forth, and that's part of why Siuan's so like hurt that she didn't mention anything before now, is that they've talked. Moiraine's probably made it seem like everything's fine, everything's good, and that's not the case. So I think it's interesting that they reveal that that's why she was able to find her so quickly. She's had recent contact with her. She's had a recent letter from her. So Lan was right to go to her because she did know where she was.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is very, very true. Okay.
The hug moment I thought was very, like, she needed that so badly. Like, she needed that so badly. Comforting human touch. She needed it.
Yeah.
There's the right amount of like believably awkward too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's not used to getting hugs or probably giving them. So she's very much like,
yeah.
Why are you squeezing me with your body? It's like, if you guys have ever watched Arrested Development.
I have.
It was a weird squeeze. So,
what are you doing? Why are you squeezing me with your body?
All right.
Has Sharon posted about Siuan's costume in this scene yet? Because I'm curious of like the choice to go with.
I thought I seem to remember seeing somewhere like the concept sketches, but I don't know that she did any of like one of the longer.
I've only seen the concept as well.
Yeah. Because like obviously like all the gold is very like regal, makes you think of royalty, and that fits with the Amyrlin. But like the dress underneath is like a very warm yellow gold. And I almost wonder if like the choice is to communicate that like she's trying to heal the White Tower and all of like the undercurrent that's going on right now. Is we've heard more than once that, you know, she's on rocky ground and people would kind of like to see her go. So I'm curious if like that played into it at all.
The distinct lack of any blue whatsoever too. Like I think
Yes.
it's very much a choice there.
Well, and you want to know, it's giving like vestments, like if especially with the you know, in her whole cape situation, and then the like almost stole part kind of coming down, and with all of like the embroidery stuff and stuff like that, it's giving like ornate Catholic vestments. And so I think it's very much, she is very much dressing as sort of like, okay, I am traveling in my role as the Amyrlin Seat. I am the Lady Pope of, and so this is what I'm doing. Because a lot of that stuff is really ornate and gold and stuff like that. So that's like, that's the first thing I thought of, honestly.
Yeah, the top layers, I feel like that comes across very well, I think, on screen. Like, it's very clear, like, what they're trying to communicate there. There's more of, like, that, like, underlayer that's kind of just peeking through in the center on the front, a little, like, where her legs are. I was like, is it just because it matches well? Or is it another layer there?
Good questions for Sharon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We definitely need to save this for Sharon. I have put a poll in chat, folks. Did you like Swan's hat in that last scene?
I like it. I think it looks cool.
Currently 56 to 44%, but get in there and vote and have some fun with that. Kev, more artwork because we finished.
I've got another artwork. Yep.
All right.
This
here we go.
one is by That Ordinary Oddity. I'll post that link to them on Tumblr as well. But this one's called Love Story. And it's, again, you know, we're about to dive into episode 7, which has tons of clips. This is like the longest amount of time spent in any episode between the two of them. I figure I would, you know, show a nice happier moment. I might have a couple that we intersperse and kind of briefly look at throughout the next episode, but this one just kind of a really, really sweet one that, again, loads of attention to detail, you know,
Little
hair
fish
piece.
clip. Yeah. That was the first thing I noticed.
Fishtail earrings. Moiraine's got the same kind of blue gem stylistically as well. Tattoo is also always very present, which everyone has such an eye for detail. This even looks like the shirt she's wearing right now. I think it could even be.
Yeah. I mean, look at the belt that Moiraine has on. That looks a little bit like the belt she's been wearing. Varin.
Yeah, you're right.
As
Support
a fun
your
note,
artist, everybody.
Yeah, I've just done the math. There is approximately 30 minutes of Siuan and Moiraine footage in the last 2 episodes. 24 of those minutes is in episode 7.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, so
it's the most we've ever done for a single episode, I think, at this point.
That sounds about right. Unless we did a Rand stream, I think that's pretty accurate. In fact, even then, probably not. To be honest, I'm not. We'd have to go through the stats. So yeah, it's a lot of talking for episode 7, I'm sure. But yeah, this is another great piece. There's a lot of movement in this picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very dynamic piece. You can almost imagine the scene that was leading up to it, almost. So I'll just post that link in chat, and then I'll get the next one. The next one is obviously a long doozy. It's the entire intro for episode 7. It's the foretelling. So I'll load that in now. Yeah,
3 minutes and 16 seconds long. And then just to give you an idea, we've got like another piece that's almost 2, just over 1, just under 2, just over 2, just over 2, just over 1, just over 2, just over 1. And then it ends with what I don't know why I didn't see this before, the actual longest scene for the 2 of them, 7-minute long scene at the end of episode 7.
Yeah. And if you look at the timestamps too, like from the last 3 for episode 7, that's all continuous. Like, so it's about 10 minutes of the last 10 minutes of this is basically just a straight shot continuous scenes between the two of them, kind of bouncing between the two of them from breaking them out.
It is basically the last 10 minutes of the episode is Siuan and Moiraine. They're like moments where it's just one of them, but a lot of it where it's both of them. So it's this is a heavy Siuan and Moiraine scene. Episode. But let's kick it off and go for it.
Do you really think they'll like me?
I'm more worried about you liking them.
Really?
My father's brilliant and kind, but he's absent-minded and he's a bit vague. And my sister, too, she can be really... We don't have to go to Cairhien if you don't want to. It's just that I haven't seen them since before the war, and now it's over.
It's not that. It's not that.
What is it then?
It's just... With the war, it's been so hard to think about any future beyond these walls, and when I think about us, where we'll end up, it's not in this tower, these gowns and the ring.
Oh, where is it then?
It's in a bamboo hut on the river, like my father and I had.
And I'll be your fishwife.
You make a bloody awful fishwife. Have you ever cast a net, Lady Damodred?
I might have. But we're not going to be here forever. We're going to serve out our time and then advise the daughter of Erebor or the king of Altara, and then we'll retire.
Do you mean that?
Yes. But you'll be my fishwife. Gitara Sedai, we bring news from the Amyrlin. The war is over.
The Aiel are retreating.
What is it? What's happening?
Are you seeing something?
The dragon. The dragon is born again. I feel it.
A foretelling?
It's happening now. The baby lies in the snow and cries like the thunder. It burns like the sun. Tell no one, my sisters. You must find the dragon reborn and prepare the world to follow.
Guitar.
In that last moment where they're looking at each other and they're like, all right, all of our plans for the future are fucked.
Out the window.
That was exactly what I noted too, is like those are the face, like I feel like those are the faces that we see them pull the most. Like those are their like focused. I have this is our mission, this is our duty now face. Like that face that Siuan makes, that is like her Aes Sedai Serenity face. Like this is like the moment where they're like when Gitara dies, when Shael dies, that's when their love affair, like that's when their future dies effectively. The future as they knew it died in that exact moment too. And you can see it in there. It's really well conveyed. I feel like when I first watched this scene, I wished for a little bit more dialogue, a little bit like leading into it, like it felt a little bit rushed through to the prophecy, like if there had been a little bit more back and forth. But if you look at that scene as it's more of a framing of their relationship and not necessarily the prophecy itself. Like the prophecy is set dressing to the relationship status shifting in that moment. So when it becomes when you realize the focus isn't on the prophecy moment, which might be what people were looking for, but you realize it's actually the backstory that you need to understand the answer to Anver's question, the answer to why haven't you been home in 20 years? Why haven't we seen you? Why have you been so cold for as long as we've known you? It's this moment. Like that's really what this scene is really about. It's not about the prophecy, for better or for worse, but that is the weight that comes with it. So I feel like it impacted me more right now, having watched through Moiraine and Siuan's eyes for this entire day. It feels more impactful now than maybe it did when I watched it the first or second time. So that was kind of how I felt about it.
Also, I might be aging myself, but when I watched it the first time, I kind of lost my shit a little that was Hayley Mills. I was like, is that fucking Hayley Mills? Are you kidding me? Parent Trap shit? Come on, what the hell?
Yeah. But no, it's like you say, having the focus on them. Now, granted, obviously the focus so far has been very, very heavy on the Moiraine side of the scale. It does, we've seen heavily focused what she's been dealing with, how she's processing it, who she can tell, who she can't tell, who she's pushing away. Albeit in what form she's pushing them away in order to complete this mission. And now to see what, in essence, she gave up for it as well. Just hits you harder.
Both of them.
Well, and the way that they were talking about sort of like what their plan was, our plan is we're going to be together. We're going to go somewhere. We're going to be an advisor to some monarch someplace. We're going to do that for a while. And then we're going to retire and everything is going to be amazing. And then this whole bullshit happens. And it's like, okay, well, one of us really should probably try to be in charge around here. So somebody's going to need to be Amyrlin. And then somebody's going to have to go wandering around looking for this fucking kid.
Yeah.
So no more being together as advisors to some monarch. Now we're separated all the time.
Yeah. Even if you don't go and try and do anything about it, the dragon is being reborn. That the last battle is coming, and it ain't going to be in 60 years time.
Nope.
It's going to be
timer has started.
Yeah. The timer has started, and it's going to be as soon as the kid is old enough to actually physically meet the demands of being the dragon, which if you're lucky is 20 years, because that's how these stories work. So you're just like, so even if we do nothing and we pretend we didn't hear anything and we try and hide away in the corner, you're 20 years and it's done. Like you just it's over. So like it doesn't matter what you do, your entire future has disappeared. So
I feel like this scene makes the scenes back in the hut hurt a little bit more too, because it's now we know it's not just that they have to be secretive to keep their plan under wraps. It's also them like kind of playing pretend at the life they didn't really get, and they get it for like maybe 8 hours, and then it's back to the real world.
Yeah, that's their only opportunity to get a taste of what it was that they wanted. And
how much must that cut? Yeah. How much every time must that, just do an extra little, it's death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? Like every time you say goodbye, like that's, I don't know when this will happen again. So it's an extra little slice on your soul there.
Sucks.
It's a very, very tragic love song. I
honestly, teared up at that scene watching it the first time.
Long distance,
like being able to see them together
in this, the year of our Lord 2024, when there's like, you can text them constantly and you can video chat with them and literally talk to them all day. And then like, it still sucks. So living in a world where, okay, well, you can send stuff by pigeon. Maybe they'll get it at some point.
Yeah. It definitely, it really, you cannot hop on a plane in Redland, and be like, I'll see you in maximum 24 hours, that's corner to corner on a globe quote.
It's like having to try and do that when you're writing a letter on a piece of paper and then sending it via bird, and it takes months to travel someplace, and when you get there they might not be there anymore because maybe they left because you don't know what's going on. It just fucking sucks for them so much.
Yeah.
I like how
absolutely.
simple their
tells them,
costumes are. Too,
Yeah, it's
in
really
this
nice.
scene compared to what we see them in every other scene. Like even
Well, they were just Aes Sedai at that stage, weren't they? Or
yeah,
accepted about to become Aes Sedai. I can't remember.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So
like even with Moiraine, she's got like the just like shirt and skirt get up for a lot of the last scenes we just watched, but like the shirt, it's very intricately woven and it has like these beautiful sheer sleeves. There's got multiple types of fabric going on. So even though it's like the silhouette is simple, like there's still so much detail and a lot going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really love the contrast. I'm just obsessed with all of the costumes in the show.
It's a great show to be obsessed with the costuming on, honestly.
It's all
absolutely.
Well, and
pays
it's
off
definitely a show that you really need the costuming to be on point and believable to really like sell the story you're telling too, because it's this completely, fantastical world. Like you really need, I think it's very grounding for the show to have just fantastic costumes.
I agree. Kev, do you have a piece of artwork to share about this, I believe?
Yeah, I want to share this one very briefly just because it was, fitting with the moment. So this was another one by Marianne Kalo, and this is of the scene of that moment as well. Obviously, they're in accepted dresses where in the show that they've probably timed it up to where they've probably just been raised right before this, potentially.
Well, yeah, Katara called them sisters, so...
Yeah, so we've got, Moiraine holding Katara, the spilled ink all over the floor, and then Siuan kind of there in the foreground as well. So I just wanted to throw that one up pretty quickly. Just again, all these little new spring moments that have just been very lovingly brought to life by this artist. So
nice comment from Dana here. The costumes are very flowing and free because they are currently in that moment.
And for the last moment, I mean, Moraine's lines in episode 1, season 1, "Your life isn't what you thought it was going to be." That's probably what she's thinking right now. So
yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Heavy shit, man.
Tense scene.
Yeah.
It's hit me more right now than it has any other viewing. So air tag.
Okay. Back to the present. So another Siuaraine scene. We are getting some confrontation. All right.
Mother. Leave us, daughter. She's no threat to me.
I'll be right outside, Mother.
Oof, the tone.
Leanna's like...
Remember who you're talking to.
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me you'd been stilled? 6 months of letters, Moiraine, and not one word about this violation. What else did Lan tell you? That you threatened to let Alana take his bond without his permission. You know he told her that you found the dragon. Why are you here, Siuan? I've let you carry this burden for 20 years, love. You've given everything for it. From here on out, I row beside you. It's time I met Randall Thor.
Oh, wouldn't it be interesting if they hadn't started this episode with the Katara scene and we'd seen this confession first?
That would have been an interesting way to phrase it. Yeah.
Yeah. Would it perhaps have hit harder? No, I don't think it would have hit harder, actually. I think it would have lessened the hit of the flashback.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I think it's also Siuan. Siuan almost like, obviously she still has all the love and affection for her, but I think she's kind of taken aback by, like, she's really disgusted at the bond thing. Like, I think that really has made her reevaluate the state of mind that Moiraine's in right now. Like obviously it's been a hard burden for 20 years, but like she's not necessarily the same exact person that she was when they set out. And I think that's the first time she's kind of acknowledging that that she is maybe questioning at least Moiraine's ability to accomplish this goal. Where I think they just kind of had this unspoken, unwavering trust that they would be able to figure it out. They could do it. But I think now she's like, I don't think we can. We can't. Our plan's over. Like, the secret's out. That was a huge component of the plan, was to keep it a secret until they were ready. And now it's kind of done. Like, the damage is done.
Lan's out there blabbing his way.
Yeah, Lan's just out there spilling it everywhere. Like,
he's doing
come
his
on,
best,
man.
but yeah, I know.
Be cool for like a second, bro.
It's like, don't spill that tea, bruv. Come on.
But I think that there are sort of like, I think Siuan got a couple of different shocks in the whole thing that I think, like you said, Kev, has kind of highlighted the fact that either Moiraine has changed more as a person than she thinks, or Moiraine is under such an enormous amount of stress. You know, I can't imagine that there wasn't a feeling of betrayal, that in all of this time that they had been corresponding, Moiraine never mentioned it, because I assume that from where Siuan is sitting, there is a level of trust there that she would not have expected it to be difficult for Moiraine to share that with her. Whereas from Moiraine's standpoint, that's such an unbelievable loss. And, you know, maybe there is a feeling of distance there that Siuan didn't notice, that she feels like maybe the reason that she was struggling with how to say it was because she just didn't feel the level of closeness and safety that she may have felt in the past, just because physical distance can create emotional distance.
It can,
you know?
true. Yeah.
So I don't know if any of that made sense.
It definitely feels,
No,
it feels like a loss of trust.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if you like the 6 months of letters, not one word like that. That's effectively saying you've lied by omission. You've lied to me. We tell each other everything.
Yeah.
And now you're choosing to hide things from me.
Yeah, you didn't tell me this. And I can imagine that this news is all still very new. She maybe hasn't had, there's also a lot of news that she got that she's trying to process. And so perhaps the first thing that she's doing isn't assuming positive intent. And, you know, it's easy to get hurt and think they didn't tell me because they don't trust me, or they didn't tell me because they don't love me anymore. Not they didn't tell me because this is just so unbelievably hard, because obviously Siuan has never experienced that. She doesn't know what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
or what I was going to mention.
Yeah. And
like,
if in the show, it's like it was in the books, nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very taboo kind of subject.
Unmentionable.
So,
Yeah. And then from Moraine's end of things, there's so many layers to it, because like you were saying, like how do you begin to tell someone about that, especially someone else who hasn't experienced it? And then there's also like putting pen to paper and writing it down kind of makes it like another layer of like, oh, this is real. Like me saying it out loud makes it more real. And then I also wonder if there's like, if Moiraine considered and Siuan didn't, that like that's also kind of dangerous information to be putting in writing and sending across the world for, you know, a couple of weeks for someone to intercept.
Yeah.
Like even if you're writing under code names, like we know Lanfear's out, we know Ishi's out, like they're smart. They could probably figure something out.
Well, and there's dark friends out there who are probably, it's not like they're making a secret. There's a big fat seal with a Aes Sedai flame of Carvalin on it. It's not like they don't know that it's mail going between Aes Sedai. You know, people are going to potentially intercept that. So, trying to couch it in terms where maybe it's, I feel like Moiraine got a really raw deal out of this whole thing. So
absolutely.
I mean, based on obviously, just think about how we've started this episode. We talked about that flashback scene and how they're talking about their future together and retiring and being fishwives and all those sorts of things, and the love that they lost because of the dragon being born. Right now, even if they fix everything and they save the world, as far as Moiraine is aware, she's stilled, so she won't live as long as Siuan anymore. So even if they fix everything, and even if they save the world and everybody lives happily ever after, she's gonna die a hell of a lot sooner than Siuan is gonna die. So that future is now doubly gone. You can't even live as long.
Man, I
as
didn't even think of that.
Yeah,
that's rough.
Like, how do you tell the love of your life, even if we somehow get through this and win this ultimate challenge, to then live happily ever after? But by the way, you got me for like another 30 years, and then you got another 200 after without me. Like, how do you have that conversation?
And
like, how do you have that conversation via letter? Like, that's something where
yes,
you can't.
You gotta have it face to face. It's like writing a letter to your friend, being like, "Oh, by the way, I have terminal cancer."
Your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Like,
sorry,
yeah. Lurks has a couple of great comments here, specifically about the letter. That letter where she did finally tell Siuan is going to come back. Do we think she actually sent that, or do we think maybe she decided not to?
She gave it to the guy.
She
did. I totally forgot about that.
It's out of her hands at this point.
It's a good catch.
But then the information is no longer accurate, as we will find later on. So
later on in this episode,
so everyone will be even more convinced that she lied too in that letter, like that it's a lie. Because you can't even write right when you lie. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, because I remember reacting to this, and thinking people are going to think she's in league with, like, that's how the whole bonkers, or not necessarily the bonkers thing, but that's how the whole tower coup comes around, because they think that Siuan is in league with Moiraine and Moraine's in league with Lanfear, and
why wouldn't you, with what you've seen from
with what
Siuan's
you see?
perspective, yeah,
why wouldn't you? So, and then here's proof. You said you were stilled, but then you're channeling, and it just her involvement with a member of the Black Aja gets her booted out the tower. That letter. My God, can you imagine? That's proof that you're like, oh my God.
Speaking of that letter that she sent to Anaya, I don't think until maybe the third time I watched it, I realized she was saying Anaya Sedai and not an Aes Sedai of the Blue Asha. I was like, it feels like just anyone, like, doesn't matter who.
Yeah,
and then,
the
like,
chick's
the
got blue,
time,
give it to
I
her,
had captions on, and I was like, good Lord.
Yeah, this is why I watch TV shows with captions.
She says it so fast. Yeah,
she does. Yeah, you're right. That's funny.
God, Lurks, thank you for that point, because I would never have considered how that letter would come back.
Did you say spank you for that point?
No,
it sounded like you said spank you for that point.
Because I said Lurks, thank you, because Lurks.
Oh,
so
yeah,
Lurks, thank you. Yeah. So.
I was like, oh, okay.
Oh my God, Jess. Welcome to an impromptu episode of TVAD.
I'm
wait,
sorry about
I do the intro. So,
yes, you do. You are an honorary cast member, sir.
Oh God, I remember recording that years back now, Jess. You've been doing TVAD for 2 years?
Yeah, a while.
It's got to be somewhere in that sort of ballpark.
Yeah, it was
just past 100.
Early 2020? No,
it's gonna be 2021 though.
That's
when the fuck did I start doing this show?
That's 3 years. Well, Sorry, Lux.
What? I'm.
100+ episodes. So that's 2 years. Yeah. 2 years.
Wow.
Because I remember recording it, not at the last place I lived, but the place before. That was over 2 years ago. So yeah.
Damn.
Time flies.
Oh, amazing. Okay. Next scene. Yeah, you have it queued up. Yes. This is what have you typed this? Rand meets Siuan.
As you've summoned me, Mother, so I've come. I stand ready.
Do you now, boy? Lan has prepared you, I see. What else did he tell you?
That you aren't exactly what you seem.
Most people are not. In this world, it is wise to guard your truths. But not us. Not today. I have questions for you. Answer truthfully.
And then what?
Dum dum dum. Do I just play the next one?
Yeah, I got it queued up, and the next one also flows in from Lan and Moiraine having a conversation, and then it goes into the rest of the Siuan and Rand conversation as well.
Okay,
so that's all.
Yeah, so kind of we'll run them all together. I think that'll be fun. Oh, what did I do? Sorry. Again, you removed the video. No,
sorry.
I removed the old video. All the videos slotted along, and where I was hitting add to scene for the video, it now moved to you remove to scene. I was like, God damn it, Ken.
I don't know what you think you'll gain from this.
Hopefully everything we've lost.
Leave. I have nothing to say to you.
I have a question for you. And I hope someday you'll forgive me for asking it. After you were stilled by Cairhien, has there been a time in all these months when you thought about ending it?
Killing myself?
I read the Tower records. There's only been 2 women in history who were cut off. Who didn't. First did it with me.
No, I didn't. Not for 1 second. Because I know that protecting Rand, guiding him, that is the only thing that matters. More than me, more than you, more than anything.
That's what I thought.
And this whole thing you're doing with Siuan, it puts all of it, the last battle, the fate of the world in jeopardy. What isn't she telling me?
You have to trust someone. At some point, Moiraine. You can't do this by yourself. You can't. If it's not going to be me, then I thought it might at least be her.
You say you've been careful. How many times have you channeled?
Not many. Not deliberately.
You will continue to channel. As sure as Rome makes fish. You can't help it. And if you don't learn to control it, you won't live long enough to go mad.
What kind of choice is that? Dying or going mad and killing everyone I love? What if I'm tired of being a spoke in the wheel?
You're not a spoke, boy. You are the water that turns the wheel itself. Or dashes it to pieces. Do you know what Tower Law says the Amyrlin must do if she finds the Dragon Reborn?
Gentle him.
Gentle him? No! How would you fight the Dark One without the One Power? Some of my Red Daughters would want that, I suppose, but we are meant to cage you. Keep you shielded, channeling only when we want what we want. And when we go to fight the last battle, you will be the greatest weapon in our arsenal. But not our general.
This is not a conversation. You already made your decision. You made it before you ever met me. I won't live in your cage.
6 months? You've known what you are, and you've learnt nothing. 6 months! Huh? She taught you nothing. A single Aes Sedai can handle you like baitfish. We would have been so much better off if you were a girl.
I feel like there's
thing that people have mentioned in the chat is that it seems clear that she was getting ready to tell him that she wasn't planning on doing what Tower Law says. But then, of course, he had to cop a fucking attitude because what does Rand do but cop an attitude about everything?
I mean, that's Two Rivers folk.
And I think you're right in that regard. I do also think though that the moment he messes up is when he says, I've only channeled a little bit and it's not intentional. And I think that is so revealing to Siuan that not only has Moiraine been misleading her how well she's been preparing him, but that he hasn't been prepared at all. Like he doesn't understand that he can't help but channel. These are all conversations that she had with Egwene in season 1. Like you can't help it. Once you start, you're going to keep going. And like, if she had been by his side, these are conversations they could have and should have had. And in her mind, in her eyes, Moiraine has done virtually nothing other than identify who he is. But beyond that point, he could have gone mad before. He could have done that thing where, like, when a channel first starts, they kill themselves or they die because they don't learn how to control it soon enough. And like that's the whole rush in book 4 of like, I need a teacher because this is going to kill me if I don't. And this is where Siuan's like, all right, not only has Moiraine been lying to me, but we are so behind schedule that where we should be. Like these conversations that she's having with Rand, laying these things out, should have happened 6 months ago, but they didn't. But she's been led to believe they have up to this point, and that's why I think she's so angry and betrayed, is because their progress is basically at 0, and it's a shame because Rand could have said anything else, but he probably felt like he had to say only a couple times. It's only an accident. Like he thought that was saving him, but that's actually what.
Well, I mean, it's not doing him any damage, but it's certainly throwing Moiraine under the bus. But by the same token, how would he know that he wasn't supposed to say that?
Oh, exactly. He had no way of knowing. He was just being honest, or maybe like softening the truth. Like it's probably more than a couple, but he's right. He doesn't mean to. It just happens. So
yeah.
Well, and I think that it absolutely highlights the fact that Moiraine has not actually really told him anything about what being the dragon means.
Yeah.
She let him believe he won. Like, and obviously she thought it at the time too.
Yeah, she thought that was true. But yeah, I mean, I feel like to a large extent, Moiraine was sort of a victim of her circumstances with a lot of this, but she mishandled it.
Yep.
She mishandled a lot of stuff. She made choices, and a lot of time they were not the right choices.
There's the consequences, you know.
It also shows that she hasn't even like gone into like, hey, like when you're talking to Aes Sedai, you need to kind of like guard your words and like pick your words carefully. So him saying like, oh, just accidentally a few times, it like also immediately shows to her, I don't know what I'm doing. Which, you know, had Moiraine been around, even if that's true, he could still pick his words to like not convey. So obviously, I don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
Like He's got a lot to learn.
And it shouldn't be that easy. And that's another thing too. If Moiraine had prepped him, it shouldn't be that easy to shield him. Like it takes 13 eyes. Like no, sorry, it's what is it? A circle of 3 or 4 or 5, something like that. There's a number that it takes to shield a man who's already holding the power, and she does it while he's holding the power. So it obviously shows that he is not at the power level that he should be, or the competency he should be to handle. If he ran into like a group of Aes Sedai in a back alley, he's screwed. Like if she can do that, and obviously she's quite strong for an Aes Sedai by their own standards, but yeah, it says a lot without saying it, like how little instruction he's gotten in every single level.
Yeah, I might have a slightly different take on why Moiraine has not given a huge amount of information to Siuan and has not, like, you know, taken him to Siuan or anything of that sort of nature. I think she recognized, look, they're in a room together for like a minute, and she's just like, well, dude, you're gonna just live in a box now, sorry. I think Moiraine knows how Siuan is, how she would be, how she's grown over the years, the 20 years they've been hunting Rand and such, and has got to know Rand and been like, you can't take this guy by the neck and be like, do this. You gotta make him think it's his choice. If you be like, you should do this, he's the type of person to be like, then I'm not going to do it.
Yep.
You know, and he's got stuck in a room with Siuan, and she's behaved the way she has with her lack of information. You know, she's doing the best she can with the information she's got, but it is the absolute opposite of what's going to make Rand do what what the world needs him to do, and it's just led to the situation they're in. So that's Moraine's fault for not prepping Rand, for prepping Siuan, but I think it's why she's been so, like, you know, lack of information, because she knows the two of them are just going to rub each other up the wrong way.
I'm excited to see the two of them get a chance to act as a unit together, to like kind of contrast with this, like how poorly things are going with them, you know, operating on their opposite sides of the world.
Yeah. If they spend more time together, it'd be good. Yeah. I agree. So, all right. Anything else?
Also, take one moment to talk about like how stone cold, just badass Lyanna is.
Oh god.
Her wardrobe on point. Her fucking stink eye on point. Like, do not fuck with that woman.
Yeah, despises Moiraine. Oh
yeah. I will be outside, mother. The pause just to be like, mother. Yeah, like, okay, like, I'm doing it because I choose to
clean up your mess.
Yep.
But I also feel like that was a little pointed at Moiraine too, because like she's got to have an idea of like how close they are, and kind of like a reminder to Moiraine, like, remember who you're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it was brilliant. She
has not been on screen that much, but every time she has been, I've been like, fuck, I love her so much.
It's amazing how
like, leaves you wanting more, for sure.
100%. I really hope that we get more of her after the coup and whatever. So
it was funny. She got cast and we was like, oh my god, we're going to see her like loads when we're in the tower and stuff. And we saw her for what, 10 seconds?
Yeah.
In season 1.
Not enough, but it was amazing.
And now we've seen her for like 30 seconds in season 2. You know, like, how does
like literally that scene at the beginning of towards the beginning of season 2, I don't remember which episode, but where Egwene is walking around carrying around that like big bucket of like dirty dishes or whatever, and Lyanna just cruises through and drops it in there and then keeps walking. I needed a fucking cigarette after that. Jesus Christ.
God, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Big props.
This is true. All right, what we got next?
Was there anything that we wanted to talk about the scene between Moiraine and Lan?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's almost like the roles have been reversed in the sense of like those early conversations where like she's very much like having him respond to his barbs emotionally, like, but now she's the one that's kind of in the heightened emotional state, and he's kind of keeping it calm. He's got a plan. He's digging for information. He's kind of like probing a little bit, where it seemed like she kind of had no control in that situation whatsoever. And it was an interesting shift from the earlier scenes that we saw.
Well, and I think that it's absolutely a case of like Lan is absolutely 100% done with her bullshit. He's like, I'm fucking sick of this.
Yeah.
Get your shit together. Why are you like this?
He makes a good point. It's like, if you're not going to trust me, like, you still need someone. So, like, I assume the next best person would be Siuan. Like, that's why I did what I did.
And yet, here we are.
It's hard to argue with.
Like, it's so much emotional maturity for him now. Like, he's grown. He's grown so much since they left at this point, and he's become more confident himself. He's like, it doesn't have to be me. It has to be somebody, though. Like, you have to let somebody in.
Well, and I think that was probably the time that he spent with Alana and her warders and her family sort of like helped him to realize that there is, in fact, life after Moiraine being Moiraine's warder. So, like, okay, fine. If you don't want me around anymore, fine. But fucking get your shit together. You know?
Yeah, he's like...
He is, as my mother would say, he's talking to her like a Dutch uncle.
Yeah. He's the definition of loyalty.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah. It's a funny little colloquialism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting talked to like a Dutch uncle.
Yeah. But yeah, he's just insanely loyal to her. He's just like, this is what you need. It doesn't, like we said, doesn't need to be me, but this is what you need. I'm going to make sure you get it. You know, and you can piss and moan all you want about that, but it's happening. You know, and nothing you can say will upset me or stop me.
Yep.
And you'll thank me later. You know.
Yeah. And I've thought a lot about like, why is Lan asking her like, hey, did you ever consider? Have you considered? You know, since you got stilled, I feel like hearing her. I feel like he asked it because he needed to hear her say, "No, I didn't," because kind of like that last step of like, okay, it doesn't have to be me. Like, it can be someone else, because he's now gotten confirmation that like, you know, everything's not great, but she has some level of stability.
Well, and if my memory
can, like, justify
if my
not being
memory is
himself.
serving me correctly, I think at this point he's also starting to put pieces together that maybe she hasn't actually been stilled. She's just been shielded, and nobody can tell because the dude is the one who did it.
Yeah.
So, like, he's already starting to put pieces together. And so by going to her and saying, okay, have you ever wanted to unalive yourself since this happened? And she's like, fuck no, I haven't. And he's like, all right, well, there's another check in the column of, okay, she's not actually stilled.
Yeah.
Like,
It's after the next scene that he goes to see Logain. Yeah.
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 And it's a great scene. It really demonstrates Moiraine's sort of mental state at that moment, because that's the type of shit she should pick up on. You know, that he's probing, he's working things out. He can't be shaken. Like, he is back to his solid rock situation. Like, he is, you know, he is like, okay, I found the place again. This is me. This is where I am.
Yeah.
I'm not moving. You can't get me out of it. Like, we're doing this. And she is not getting that. She's just, or she's angry. She's pissed at him. You know, all she can see is, you've gone behind my back. You fucked shit up. You've done this. You've done that. And she's just got all that emotion running through her head. And if she was actually in her right mental state at that moment, she'd have been like, why are you asking me that question? What are you probing? What are you looking at? What are you doing?
Yeah, like, why are you asking me that? That's a weird fucking thing to ask. And then thinking, okay, well, he asked me that. Why haven't I wanted to unalive myself? Because by rights, I should have wanted to do that.
Yeah.
It's about it's a hard, it's, and like, he's right, he is right to say ask forgiveness for asking that question, because it is kind of crossing a line. In most cases, that would be crossing a line to ask somebody that, but it is a question he had to ask. It was a Band-Aid that had to be ripped off one way or another. So it's a crappy thing to ask somebody, and you know, but in the context of what he was trying to do, it was a necessary thing that he had to do. So I get it.
So yeah, it shows his dedication, his loyalty, and the mental bullshit that she's trying to work through, all in a very simple scene. And then yeah, it's a great moment. So all right, anything else or next scene?
Yep. Yeah. The next scene, I'll load the second one back to back too, because I realized I split them up for this one. But yeah, I'll load the next one because they're back to back as well.
Okay, so this is
the aftermath of the shielding, and then we'll see him in the cell after that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Siuan taking control Rand in a cell. So we'll just kick off with the first one while Kev's loading the second.
Let them through.
Release him, Siuan. Now.
No. We tried our way, Moiraine, and we nearly lost everything. The Tower's laws have stood for 3,000 years. It's time we obeyed them.
This is not what we agreed to.
The Reds will gentle him.
Not while I hold the seat.
The Tower is filled with your enemies. You're this sure of your power. We each had a task, Siuan. I was to find the Dragon Reborn. You were to get the Tower ready to support him. Or have you forgotten that day?
Of course I've not forgotten. But you were supposed to be with him, ready to shield him if he started to go mad, yet here you are, stilled. You can't control him. You can't guide him. Can you imagine, Moiraine, if one of the Forsaken got their hands on him? He's no more ready now than he was before you found him. You left the fate of the world to chance for your pride. Tomorrow, when Queen Galdrian returns, we shall announce him as Dragon, here in Cairhien. With 14 sisters by our side to show he is under our control. Prepare him for what is to come.
What is happening to me?
You've been shielded from the One Power.
It feels...
You've lost everything you ever were, and everything you could possibly be. Don't worry, it's temporary. She has to channel to keep the shield in place, but when it drops, you'll feel yourself again. Siuan said you were leaving. Where were you going?
Fun. Egwene is there. Ishama has her.
Lanfear showed you this in the dream world.
I know. They want me to go there. But why farm of all places?
The dragon is supposed to proclaim himself there. Bannered across the sky in fire.
They want everyone to know who I am. Before they try to kill me. If they need me in farm, and they certainly don't want me being held prisoner by the Amyrlin Seat.
Dum 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 dum. Also, I love how we all chuckled when it's just like, what happens if one of the Forsaken got their hands on him?
It's like, oh,
they
she
did.
got her hands all over him.
Yeah, and then he got himself all up in that. Yeah, rough times all around.
Yeah, not great.
No. Siuan is. It's after we've watched, obviously just their scenes, but at this point when their, relationship really breaks down, you've seen 32 minutes of footage in this episode, and the first few were seeing how much they were in love and they're planning their futures together. 30 minutes later, you're just seeing Siuan be like, "You done fucked up. You're out. You're stuck. We're doing this." Just like basically, they betray each other. You know.
Well, and I think this is where they're running into the issue that comes with trying to cope with that kind of power dynamic. Like, there are levels to this. First of all, there is a breach of trust just on a relationship level. Moiraine withheld critical information that you would share with your partner. She then withheld that critical information from the person who is her partner in crime in this particular thing. She can no longer fulfill her part of the plan. And instead of telling the person she's working with that's what happened, she withheld that information. And then on top of that, she's lied to the fucking Amyrlin Seat. And now the Amyrlin Seat has to fucking pull rank and be like, okay, you're not my girlfriend in this scenario. You are daughter. And I have to pull the boss card on this.
Yeah.
You know,
she has no choice. The secret's out. Yeah.
Yeah. Like now she has to be the Amyrlin Seat, and like she can't. Her hands are tied at this point. You know, there's just layers to the levels on which their relationship is falling apart, and like it's hard to watch. Just like you can, like Sophie is such a phenomenal actor because you can see just abject misery on her face as she is contemplating all of this and what this means, and like, you know, learning things about Moiraine that she maybe didn't think she was capable of, like that whole thing about threatening to pass Lan's bond to Alana without asking him. Presumably she would have assumed that the woman that she loved wasn't capable of doing something like that.
Yeah, you would hope.
Yeah. So like, I feel like Siuan is not having a great day.
No. Yeah. It's a bad day for everybody.
Yeah, everybody's having just a real shit day.
Yeah, it's really going downhill. So we also get some good exposition about how shields work. Which again, like all exposition in the show, feels like it just comes in very fluidly and very organically. So, you know, a little bit there about how it makes you feel different when you're shielded.
Yeah.
Which is a new flex. I don't think that's not in the books, is it? That it makes you feel that way. You feel like you're missing something, but you know, he's like, I don't feel like myself. Like there's almost like a physical pain to him or something. So.
Yeah. Also another hint that that's what's going on with Moiraine too, because she basically just described how she's been feeling since the Eye of the World.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that.
And her false information of you have to channel to keep it in place kind of thing. So
yeah. Amazing. Like she's not been herself the entire time. So that's never picked up on that. Nice one.
So the next clip, since it is the continuous, I forgot that I cut it this way. The next continuous stretch of the jailbreak all the way to the end is one clip. I'm happy to pause it when and wherever if there's natural points to pause. But it is all just one continuous kind of flow between the four scenes. So
yeah, basically it's like the last 10 minutes of the episode.
Yeah, the whole 10 minutes. Yeah, basically.
I did have one more comment. I do like that we get a little peek at Rand's intelligence in that scene, because he's actually the one who brings up, like, wait, we could use Lanfear to our advantage because clearly they don't want me here. Because like so far, I feel like most of what we've gotten from him is, you know, he's overwhelmed by the situation. He wants to protect his friends, but he is also a very intelligent person. It's just kind of been overshadowed by his stubbornness up until this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something you can do with a more mature character that you couldn't do with a 17-year-old boy. You know? I mean, you know, being in his early 20s, he's still like, oh, hot innkeeper woman wants to bed me. Yes, please. He can still do that. And then in the same breath be like, I have a wee bit of life experience and I can pay attention to things occasionally and come up with good ideas. You know, and it shows that he's, you know, gamer housing the Aes Sedai, which is ballsy.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, honestly, he's obviously been like the wheels have been turning. He's listening to the conversation that Moiraine and Siuan are having. He's thinking about like, why would Lanfear show me Egwene in Falm? She's not doing that as a favor to me. She's doing that because she wants me to go there. Okay, why does she want me to go there? You know, like he's putting puzzle pieces together too. So yeah, you're absolutely right. He's not stupid.
Yeah.
It also shows that maybe he hasn't learned too much about channeling, but he's learned a couple of things, and he's still actively learning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little nugget of hope there.
A little bit, just a smidge. All right, let's crack through the last 10 minutes. Everyone feel free to be like, actually, I think this would be a good place to pause. I want to throw in some comments about what we've just watched for the last minute, 2 minutes, whatever it might be. And we'll run it through. But yeah, basically this is the last 10 minutes of episode 7. And then we've got about 6 minutes of footage in episode 8. So yeah.
The city's ready.
The Amyrlin requires your strength to protect Cairhien. I've been told to watch the boy. This is an order, Lyanna Sedai. I'll take his shield.
Don't let her get close to you. You're very clever with your words, sister.
The Dragon Reborn. I'd say you'd spent long enough in Cairhien, wouldn't you? There's a waygate hidden.
All right, there was a request for a pause. I also think it's a good thing. We should analyze Varin's word there for a second. Not that it's very Swan and Moiraine orientated, but I want to ask, yeah, she's been good with her words. She doesn't actually lie. How is she able to order Lyanna around?
So nothing that she said, strictly speaking, was a lie. The Amyrlin did need her to help defend the city. Like the city needs defending. So obviously the Amyrlin is going to need everybody that she can get, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Not a lie. Also, I've been told to watch the boy. She didn't say that Swan told her to do it.
Agreed.
So
Yeah.
somebody did, probably Moiraine. I'm guessing they're in cahoots.
My question is, how can she say to Varin, that's an order, Varin? Like, why?
Maybe it was an order for her.
She's ordering.
Maybe she's saying, she's saying, I received an order. Yeah.
And honestly, like that's an order. She doesn't say who it's an order from. It could be an order from her.
Yeah.
Like she says it and she lets Lyanna make the assumptions.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like she didn't lie if she's the one who's ordering her. Like, I'm ordering you to do this. And if she's doing that of her own volition, but she wants to let Lyanna believe that the order came from the Amyrlin Seat, well, that's not a lie. That's Lyanna making an assumption.
Yeah. Okay.
Agree.
Yeah. I had to ask that question because
it's clever that
because of reasons.
Because of reasons, yeah. So all right, we'll carry on.
In the city.
That's just a rumor.
With a grain of truth.
No gear steading once stood in the inner city centre. Cairhien families built right over it. Yeah. Where was he taken?
Farm. Come and head.
Above Toman's head shall he proclaim himself, bannered across the sky in fire. You plan to have him declare himself the Dragon Reborn? Real waves.
Good work. We'll take him from here to the waygate. Just make sure that we're not followed.
You're not alone in this any longer, sister. But you need to hurry. The city is not safe. I hope you're with this boy.
Light be with you. Let's go.
Link with me.
Now there's fire and mud.
I'm here, Mother. Who's shooting the boy?
Varin Siuan, you sent her.
Lead your sisters and heal the injured. That boy must not leave the city.
It should be somewhere.
There.
You'll have to channel into it. Split it open with sheer force if you have to.
You won't. You're going to open it.
Just do it.
Look at Moiraine. With the source.
Lan.
Not just your eyes. What do you see?
Don't.
It looks like a knot tied together.
That's him. It's impossible.
There's a story from the Age of Legends about the Forsaken's powers. A skill that's been lost for thousands of years. To tie off weaves and leave them in place. It never made sense to me, Moiraine. What you were feeling, Shamael didn't steal you. Not even a Forsaken could do that alone. It is a shield that he's tied off. Which means...
It can be removed.
Yes.
What do I need to do?
You don't have the skill to untie this knot. You'll have to cut it.
I trust you. Go on.
Cut through it. I am sorry it took me so long to do my duty.
Close the waygate, Moiraine. Now. You lied to me about being stilled.
No. I cannot. I've been more truthful with you than anyone else.
We failed, Moiraine. At the eye of the world, you failed. The stakes are too high to fail again. Close the waygate. No. I don't want to force you. You swore to obey me on the oath rod. An unbreakable oath. Bound by the One Power.
Siuan.
Close it!
Siuan.
Moiraine Damodred.
No, if you have ever loved me, don't
I
do
command you to close the waygate.
She's too strong, Samantha.
No,
I told you the next time I saw you two together, I'd kill her.
you're not going to touch her. None of you want my help.
Every day, you grow more like Luz. Lucky for you, a broken Amyrlin is more useful to me than a dead one.
Oh,
you made it.
There's a whole lot of roughness going on there.
Yeah.
So, shall we? I'm not sure where to start.
I think what I thought too is while we're discussing it, I'll put the next pieces of art. Just want to make sure we get to all of them as we get through the last episode. So I'll put some up while we discuss as well.
Yeah. So there's a discussion which Rapunzel's put back in. I don't know if it was Rapunzel originally, but it was put in earlier. Siuan using the testing out whether Moiraine has the oath still in place to see if she's a dark friend or whatever, because she's like, you lied to me. Now Siuan couldn't say that unless she believed that Moiraine had lied to her.
Well, I think the other thing to bear in mind is that this doesn't necessarily mean anything because like Moiraine didn't retake the 3 oaths. She swore an oath to Siuan. They basically did like a get married thing, right? So if she had had the 3 oaths removed prior to making the oath to Siuan, she'd have to obey Siuan because she swore an oath to do that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that she couldn't lie, and it doesn't mean she couldn't do any of this other shit. So like that doesn't actually, like, she just did this fucking white hot betrayal.
Yes.
Basically nothing, because it doesn't prove shit.
No, I think she did it to be like, to really be like, I am, I'm the boss card, like we said earlier, like I'm the boss. I've decided what we're doing. This is happening. You think you can not do it? Here's me proving that you will do what I tell you. Full fucking stop.
Yeah.
Like, because I have this trump card. Yeah. I will use it, and then it destroys everything between them.
Yup. So they fucking broke up.
Yeah. And I love the flashbacks from the beginning, of the episode.
Cut in there?
Like cutting in there. Yeah, you see Moiraine looking, Siuan being like, oh, and it just, it was, pretty incredible. But yeah, with Dark Friend or not, becoming a Dark Friend post that, pre that, whatever, there's, I don't think it could have worked. I don't think it would have. Yeah, because like, here we go. I'm saying Siuan could have been thinking that Mo was turned at the eye, then all 4 arrows would be removed. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Unless
I think it was in there
that they can probably decide which ones they're going to remove.
Yeah, I think it was put in there purely like to destroy their relationship. I don't think it's been put in there to test whether she's a dark friend or not. She's this literally like sent her a letter and told her she's been stilled, and then she stumbles upon her running out of the city with the Dragon Reborn that she's demanded to be kept imprisoned, and is channeling. You know, like, I mean, if I walked in and saw that, I would be like, well, there's evidence that, you know, you lied to me, and only Black Aja can lie. So, you know, and then Lanfear shows up and you run off with Lanfear. You know,
Tryon has a pretty interesting theory.
Tryon says, I think Moiraine and Siuan had planned that meeting and they played Lanfear. The episode is named Dares Damar, so I don't think this is real at all.
I think that was a popular theory the day it aired, and I think that it was one of those ones that was like quite contentious because like there were people who were like, oh, of course that makes it very clean and makes them have the happy ending, and then everyone was like, no, this is the reality. They're done, and it's I think it's an interesting one because I think both are just as possible.
I think neither one of them are plausible. For sure. Because the thing is that, like, yeah, that stuff could have all been happening off screen, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I buy that one. Like,
Emotions feel
Siuan was absolutely
very raw.
blindsided. She was blindsided by the allegedly being stilled thing. She was blindsided by the fact that now Moiraine is suddenly channeling. Like, he was obviously blindsided when Lyanna showed up. Like, there wasn't any kind of indication there that like this was something that she expected to happen. So, you know, I personally, my feeling is that Moiraine fucked up. And she's like, okay, you want to know what? Our plan is not working. We're going to go with this other plan. And I can't rely on you anymore. And so we're going to do this other thing. And Moraine's like, yeah, no, that's not how this is going to happen. And
the
other thing.
I don't see how you can plan to double cross Lanfear like that. With the channeling thing thrown in there, like, you know, because I don't know. How do you know Lanfear isn't going to show up and kill her?
I mean, that's the thing. And what evidence do we have that Siuan knew anything about Lanfear being around?
Yeah. And
but wouldn't Lan have told her? Because they know at that point by the time they get
at least
to her,
that
right?
she's free. Yeah. He would have at least broken the news that in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think any of them would have known that she was in Cairhien. Like,
it was Rand's idea. It was Rand's idea to use Lanfear to get out.
Yeah, I think they could have safely assumed, though, that wherever the Dragon Reborn is, they can expect that the Forsaken are going to have their attention directed that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess what I walked away from all of that with was not that they were using Lanfear to get away. They were realizing that if they wanted Lanfear to not come to Cairhien, which they absolutely did not want Lanfear to come to Cairhien, that like, all right, well, there's a prophecy. He needs to go to Falm. He has to do the thing. So we're just going to get him down there because that shit needs to happen. And we'll deal with the fallout after the fact. And so, like, you know, it seems like the Forsaken are just as invested in making him the Dragon Reborn as
they are,
as the Aes Sedai are. So, because I mean, honestly, okay, if they turn him, then right now he's just some guy. But after he is proclaimed the Dragon Reborn, then they've turned the fucking dragon.
Yeah.
So,
Rapunzel's saying like she thinks their plan was to have Moiraine escape with Rand. That would make Rand trust Moiraine more. If he sees her go against the tower, then when Rand suggested Lanfear, Moiraine didn't have an alternative idea.
See, I don't think that he suggested Lanfear.
He did. He was just like
in the cell,
when he was in the cell when he was imprisoned.
Yeah, but it wasn't a suggestion of, hey, let's have Lanfear help us get out of Cairhien. It's that Lanfear's coming here.
It was the distraction.
She sent me in this. She told me in this dream that I need to come to Falm. That's where they want me to go. And there's a reason that they want me to go there. And that's when the whole thing with the prophecy comes out. But I don't remember hearing anything about him being like, yeah, let's have Lanfear help us get out of Cairhien, like she showed up and nobody was expecting her. So
it was in the dream sequence, like during that, like after that little snip, we didn't see it because it's just Rand and Lan for in the dream. He goes to her and asks her for a favor to get him out. Like he has to ask very nicely for him to get out. But again, I think it was more of a in his mind, it was like, she'll give us a distraction and then we can slip out. And I don't think Rand's plan was, let's meet up with Lanfear and escape together. I think it was like, let's get her here, cause a diversion, get everyone's attention off of us, and then we can find a way to get out after that. So I think
and do we think, did he tell Moiraine that Lanfear was coming? Like
that, I think that's what he would have, because
in that conversation that they had, she said that I need to go to Falm. He didn't tell her that he asked her for a favor. He didn't tell Moiraine that he asked.
That was before that was before the favor. He has that conversation with her because of that conversation with Moiraine. So it's like he tells Moiraine that they'll want me to go to Falm. He takes a quick little nap, has that conversation with Lanfear, and then the scene kicks off where she says the city's burning. So that's like that's the course of events of how it goes in the episode. So it's Rand's in the cell, says Lanfear can help technically. Then he goes to sleep, gets her to help, wakes up, and then maybe tells Moiraine some of the plan. That's the sequence of events.
I don't think he said anything about Lanfear helping. He said, I don't think, Rapunzel just quoted it, I don't think they want me being held in a cell by the Amyrlin Seat. And so to me, what that's saying is, you need to let me out of here, because otherwise she's going to come in here with her crazy ass and she's going to raise this building to the ground.
He does hop in a dream with Lanfear and ask for her help.
Yeah, but he doesn't tell Moiraine that. Is my point.
No, but he doesn't.
He's doing a double dealing thing. So my point, what I am trying to say, is that Moiraine and Siuan didn't know that Rand asked Lanfear for help. They were not banking on Lanfear coming and helping.
Or at the very least, Siuan couldn't have known. There's no way Siuan could have known.
So what I'm saying is,
maybe he tells Moiraine, but not Siuan.
Being a setup. Is not like no.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree that I don't think it's a setup. And I think if it was, it also kind of takes away from how emotional all of that just was too. Yeah. Because like if they planned doing all of that just so Lanfear could see them fighting with each other and get away, like that, her forcing her to close the gate with the oath, like that's
the absolute look of betrayal.
Exactly.
That shit was real.
That was
very much. I agree with that. Yeah, and also we wouldn't have gotten flashbacks from the beginning, opening flashback in the middle of that if it had been a plan.
They were both in on it.
Yeah, if they were both in on it, it wouldn't. It wouldn't fit when you. It wouldn't be a payoff later on when it's revealed as being in on it. It was just that you're setting up the wrong thing there. You're promising the wrong end to this story. You deliver something else, it's not effective. Brandon Sanderson taught me that. Right, more artwork. Is it Kev?
Yep, I've got one queued up.
Beautiful.
So this one's called This Life or the Next, and it's by Iz. So this was a nice, a very sweet one as well. Another high quality one that was sent to me. Just kind of a
wow, the flowers are incredible.
A good fitting end picture. Well, a good picture to show at the end of that episode. I felt just what they used their phrase of this life or the next kind of thing. So,
what you mean after they've screwed each other over?
Yeah, well, in the next life maybe things will be easier. I'll pull up another one as well real quick. Since
the lighting in that one again was just insane. Artists blow my mind with how good they can be.
And then here's another one, and this one's called Rest. By Pine Art.
Aww, little tears.
Yeah,
tears as she gives her little headache, maybe cure, so to speak, maybe perhaps.
Let me tell you, I could deal with some of that. Like, God, I have a headache all the time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna heal my shit. My head hurts. I can't take NSAIDs anymore. I'm stuck with fucking Tylenol.
And then I'll show one more before we jump into the last episode.
Jess, do you need to head off soon?
Yeah, it's dinner time, so I need to boogie.
That's okay.
No problem. You've stuck with us through quite a bit, and we
this is really fun.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Perhaps once we've done this art piece, we should reveal who we're going to do in August, Kev.
Yes. This one was by by Lone Vessel, and I noticed that they said this was a pen like a pen line drawing that they weren't sure if they were gonna like, but in the end they really liked it. So
I love how they've done like the highlighting on the hair in that. It looks like it's shining because obviously most of it's done with a black pen, but the two tones of gray really, that's very, very cool.
A little bit of stippling in there for some texture as well.
Yeah,
so,
that's
incredible. A lot of talented artists out there.
There are indeed. So, like we said before, folks, we will be sharing out these photos, and I will be adjusting the description of the video to include links to all of their channels and Tumblrs and things of that nature that they've provided to us, so that we can, spread the love for them. Glad we've been able to do this. So, Jess, thank you so much for sticking around.
Thanks so much for having me. This was great.
If you feel like it, perhaps you might join us in August when we discuss. Do you want to tell him, Kev?
Matt Cawthon.
Yeah, I'm fuck with that.
We figured because Kev and I, it might seem random the way we pick characters of who we're going to talk about, and admittedly, starting with Elaine and then doing Lan was very much just for Kev's,
who we like the most,
who we like the most. Lan, Malkitos kind of had to do it, but we're trying to not just repeat same. So there's some characters that have a lot of moments together. So if we do one character, it's pointless doing a certain other character because there's so much that aligns with them that we end up repeating what we've talked about. So next up is Matt, because we feel like Matt has a part of the story in season 2 that we haven't really dived into.
We've covered Varin. We've covered Elaine, which touches on Egwene and Nynaeve. We did Lan, which was a lot of Moiraine as well, but a lot of Alana and Maxim and Yvonne stuff. So Matt will be the first time we actually get to see Min, really, for any of it.
Yes, basically. So it's and obviously just it's just there's a lot of fun things to explore.
Yeah, hit me up when it's closer to the time. I will absolutely jump on for that.
Yeah,
got it.
So I'm gonna have fun.
All right.
Talk
to you later.
Take it easy. Bye, Jess.
Bye.
Let's wrap this up. We got few scenes left. We're in the home stretch.
K-Pax, you're good to hang out.
Thank you.
I'm good to hang out. Yeah.
Yes. I was very excited when you were going to join. Not that I wasn't excited about everyone. Like Kev told me who he'd invited and who was able to make it. And I was like, these are all amazing people because there's new people I don't know. But then I was like, yesterday, I was like, wait, K-Pax is on the list. I love talking to K-Pax.
It's like, yeah, we had so much fun at WotCon. We have to get her on.
Yeah.
I'm so sad I can't go this year. I already have intense FOMO.
You're not a.
No.
Man, might have to boot her off. Sorry. Bye. No, I'm joking.
This will be a bad time then.
Anyway, into episode 8. Yeah, wait. So is it just me on stream now? No, I know. I know, Kevin. I'm so sad I won't get to see you. All right. Last 3 scenes. Let's kick off the first one.
So we got 3 and then 2 more after that. I've got a preload.
There was one thing.
What's up?
When Lanfear calls Siuan a broken Amyrlin, does she just mean she's just like she's physically broken? Because like we see here, like she seems like she's unable to move. Or do we think that like Lanfear has, because like she's spoken with Liandrin, do we think she probably has like quite a bit of insight to like the political stuff that's going on with the tower?
Now you've asked me that question. I think
like
she's not
one of the few things left over from season 2 that I feel like I don't have like this is what I think about it. You know, like I'm still on the fence. I could be persuaded.
I don't think she's referring to Siuan. I think she realizes the situation that she has helped fan the flames of, which is Siuan thinking that Moiraine is Black Aja. And then that coming out and being revealed, because there's no way that Siuan can now just get up and walk out of there. You know, she's been thrown to one side and is, unable to get up as they're all walking out. So she's going to be found and healed. Like the situation's going to come out. She's going to lose her seat, and we're going to get someone else in. And I think this is Lanfear being like, I know I've screwed up the tower. Whoever they put in place is going to be much easier to control, and someone I could use as a puppet or something of that sort of nature. And like DK Moon is just put in like a broken tower. I feel like,
yeah,
broken set.
And also,
I feel
like killing her could make her a martyr, but the fact that she's alive now, the focus is like, oh, you let them get away with a Forsaken, and so now she has to bear the brunt of that. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
because
because when I was
not just a throwaway line,
when I was talking to Meg and Jen on Three Wheeling, we got talking about this, and I literally think that is the catalyst for the coup, because not only is she like, you lied to me, but she's gonna run off with Lanfear. It's I think the combination of all that. So a broken Amyrlin just sort of plays into that, I think so.
And then you could have the layer that maybe people think Siuan has lied about Moiraine being stilled.
That is possible as well.
Also possible.
Yeah.
It's getting spicy.
Gonna get very spicy, I think. Or one might even say bonkers.
And bananas.
And bananas. Oh, bananas, not bonkers, isn't it? Bananas.
He said both. Did
he say both?
Used both words. They used both words. Yeah.
Thank God for that. I thought I was just remembering badly there. Okay, last 3 scenes. In the ways. Have a fun trip.
You two are being very quiet back there. Should I worry? This is it? The Waygate to Fulham? Open it. Why don't you? Ishamael took my power from me. Oh, you are so good at twisting your words in knots. I know you've got it back. I can see it in you. You're alive only because I allow it. Because you have a role to play still. When the time comes, raise the banner.
Where are we?
You're nowhere. You're on a beach. Wet. Because you fell in the water. In the words of Dana Who, yeet. Nice foreshadowing, I think, for when other people may or may not get yeeted themselves, through doorways. I'm pretty sure that's before book 6.
It's pretty clever. Yeah, it's pretty clever.
Yeah.
And I kind of, book 5, nice. And I kind of want Moiraine to be like, I'd like to you remember that time you tossed me out of a gateway or a doorway? I'd like to repay the favor. Bam! Something like that. I think it would just be really fun. So, not a huge amount in that scene.
Yeah, I do love how Lanfear is kind of like toying with them. It's like, you guys are being, and like the camera kind of pans out right after she's like, you guys are being kind of quiet. You can see her like, she kind of chuckles. Like, even though it's like not in the audio, you can like see her kind of like her shoulders kind of.
Yeah. It's just like,
she definitely.
Plan what you like. It doesn't matter. I can whoop your ass without even trying. So
fully aware of how tense everyone is and just like enjoying it.
Yeah.
She revels in it.
It's very, very cool. Hops in the next one, where we actually start to get a bit more like juicy stuff, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The bond. We're going to talk about it.
Do you really want it back? After everything I've done to you?
I never asked for my bond to be released. Nor will I. Stop pretending, Moiraine. I think you're afraid. You don't want me to know how weak you feel. Unprepared. Overwhelmed. Because then you'll have to face it yourself. You can't hurt me anymore, Moiraine. It took me a long time to accept what you said about us not being equals, but I understand it now. And I believe in what you do. Even now, and I know not half of it.
The only reason that I was able to say that you're not my equal is that I've known one thing to be true since the first day we met. You have always been my better.
Let me back in.
Ooh.
Yep.
That's a beautiful scene.
Daniel Henney's face when he's like emoting as if he is now receiving all of her emotions again is just like unreal.
Yeah, you could see the relief, but also the pain and the anguish, and it's like, oh. Rapunzel, my God, you'd killed me today. Director, okay, you should go stand on the beach and act romantic, but in a platonic way, and don't touch it all. Like,
no, but that's exactly kind of what I was going to bring up. I feel like they've done such a good job of like really driving home that like they are like very intimate, but like not physically, like it's not romantic. It's that they, know each other so well. And I think like that scene with almost any other, like so many other character pairings, this fandom or the next, people would be like, kiss.
Right.
But like that never once crosses your mind because like they've done such a good job of making sure that you understand what the relationship between these two people is.
Oh yeah. It is. It's so impressive what they've done. And it's truly something to just kind of behold, that it's not just how they've written it and how they've produced it, but how Dan and Rosamund have played it, and then they reinforce it with every moment you see them like off screen doing things. Like they text each other one day and it was like, Dan's like, oh, how you doing, like blah blah, and like what are you up to, and Rosamund's like, oh, I'm laying plasterboard or something ridiculous like that, required wearing a face mask because of dust and stuff, and he's like, no shit, I'm like removing mold in my house, and text back a picture of him wearing a face mask, and it's just like, what is what are you two, like, are you is this real? Like, yeah, it's ridiculous in the best possible way, and it's just delivered in the most stunning way in the show, and it's a tribute to the writers, producers, but to the actors more than anybody, because you could write incredible material, you could produce it in the most stunning way possible, but if your actors don't deliver it properly, then you it don't mean shit. So
how long is that scene?
Kev, I've actually closed the ground.
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
There we go. So yeah, pretty insane.
one of the longest continuous shots for any character in that episode too. Like, outside of like
Yeah.
Rand on top of the tower, like most of them are relatively quick cuts, 1 to 2 minutes tops. But that was a nice long scene that had a lot of time to breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which it needed. It couldn't. It's not a scene that could be rushed.
Yeah.
And that they managed to pull it off with such limited, filming situation was just brilliant. Very, 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 very impressed. It's a tribute to the production.
It's kind of a hard scene to talk about because like you finish the scene and you're just like so enveloped by the emotions.
Yeah.
It's like
catharsis of like after this whole day.
Yeah, it's like what could I say that like hasn't already been delivered by the scene that we just saw? You know what I mean? Wow.
That really does.
They deserve all the awards. Give it to them.
Yeah, just give it to them. They deserve everything. It's ridiculous if they don't get stuff. So, but yeah. Right.
3 short scenes left.
Yeah, a couple of short ones coming up. Here is I would lie, there was 5 in this, so I don't know why I said 3 before.
I only had the 3 loaded because I could only load 3 at a time as a guest to the StreamYard.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go. That's fine. So here goes number 3 of this episode 8.
You're faster than you used to be.
Feels like I'm running without buckets on my back.
Call back to episode 1.
Yep.
You're thinking about Lanfear.
I still don't understand why you only woke her.
Too dangerous, I think, the others. The Forsaken fought among themselves as much as they fought the dragon. But everything that I could find out said that Lanfear, Varin, and Ishamael were inseparable before the War of Power. They were best friends.
Just like these kids.
I think I know where we are. Lanfear planned this.
She did not like that comparison. She did not like that he compared them to the friends.
Yeah.
No, they can't be buddies. That's not okay. Why is that what you're picking? It was quite funny that was her reaction. So, but what can you do?
Love this scene because we finally get back the like fluid back and forth between them of like kind of predicting what the next one's gonna say and just a little
the
bit of levity
nonverbal
to
communication.
it.
They need that nonverbal aspect of the relationship, like I know you're thinking about Lanfear, like.
Yeah.
Like this is despite the situation they're in, you could tell like they're both relieved to have restored that relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make a difference. So I thoroughly approve. Right.
It's battle time.
Just battle time, yeah. So by getting through these short and quick,
I'm waiting for the scene.
Little snippets, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a badass scene.
There's soldiers on these cliffs. What is it?
Shielding.
Are there weaves?
I think it's round the shielding.
Why? You don't know who they are. What if Lanfear put us here for you to do this? What if those ships are full of innocent people? What if it's not Rand?
I will let 1,000 innocent people die if there's even a chance that he will live. That is what it means to support him. You two understand.
Finally, badass Moiraine.
Yes. Been waiting a while for it.
I kind of want to see the pre-VFX version of Moiraine just like on the beach. Because it looks so good. Her choreography is so amazing. I know they build the VFX around their choreography, but I want to see how goofy it looks without the VFX in there, because it's so dramatic, and I think that's just a testament to Rosamund as well. It's just like I don't even question it. Like I don't see it like through the lens of like a TV show. I'm like, oh, she's actually doing this right now. Like it totally like sells the immersion for me. Like I don't question it at all in that sense. So yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, basically all of the actresses that are playing Aes Sedai that we've gotten to see channel, they've all done a fantastic job.
I agree. Yes.
The movement coaching that they've gotten this season, especially, I think they've talked about that too. Like they worked with them before deciding what the weaves were going to look like and stuff to make sure it looks as natural as possible. Like they all have their own unique movements, and I think that it really shines through, especially in moments like this.
Yeah.
I agree. Very much.
At this point in the episode, have we already had the scene with Egwene figuring out how the cuff and collar work?
Yes, because she's protecting Rand against the Shaman at this point. Yep.
Yeah. I love that we can see some of the Sanchin ladies. Like they can like feel the channeling that's like coming towards them. They kind of start to sit up like, wait a second.
It almost feels like Suroth and Alwyn can too, because like we get that hint of like, is she being like, I know why you swore. And it would be totally reasonable for the reason she swore to the dark to be to hide the fact that she can channel. Like that would be like reason number one for a Sean trying to do that to me. So
that was my assumption when I saw that scene the first time.
Yeah, because they're reacting to her for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't mention it. I didn't mention it earlier, but I like how they've shown that if she's become very prepared and has like a whole bunch of women shielding Rand, rather as opposed to when they had Rand in the cell, it was just Leanne sitting there,
just one,
which like kind of like shows that like, you know, even though Siuan knows that he has a lot to learn, they're still underestimating him. Like imagine if he had just tried to push back at all. Like I thought it was a weird choice, honestly, to only have one person shielding him, especially when we have like 2 or 3 people shielding Logain back in season 1.
I think because of how he demonstrates how little he knows. That Siuan feels comfortable just having one person shielding.
Yeah.
You know. So
I feel like it's kind of hubris on their part. Just be like, oh, he doesn't know anything. Like we'll just, we'll take the risk. We only need one Aes Sedai over there.
That'll be enough, especially when half of Cairhien is burning down. So,
it
does kind of make sense.
They only have 14 to go around where they're at.
Yeah. This is very, very true. So, but yeah, just great to see the two of them in sync. Not that she's fighting the Seanchan with him, but that they can feel where the other one is, and she knows that she doesn't have to like watch her back because she knows he's there and she can feel he's there and is doing his job. So,
after all the trust issues this season, just like trust.
She never glances back once. She knows. Yep.
Yes.
Doesn't have to look back. Oh, yep.
So, and he doesn't have to, worry about what she's doing because, this is the back in sync. It just works so well. Like, she let him back in, so, which just again, Lan is the person nobody deserves. Like, seriously, the way she treated him, and he's just like still there, still loyal, still helping, still being the water she needs, the water she doesn't want, but the water she needs. And just dude is he's a unicorn. So all right, the final Moiraine scene. No Siuan in this one, mostly Moiraine that we've seen today, but that's fine. So here we go, let's enjoy it.
Retreating.
Above the Watcher shall the dragon be proclaimed. Bannered across the sky in fire.
I felt we all earned the dragon roar. That was what I left that part in for.
Thank you for
We
that.
earned it.
Thank you for
Yes, definitely. Rapunzel's like, where did the second fireball come from?
That was her fireball that she had just kind of
Mo-
left out in the sea. Yeah.
Yeah, Mo sends out a tiny little fire about the bush giant fire dragon. When I watched this in my head, her channeling kind of attracted the fire that was going on around the ships to bolster her weeps. You know,
Yeah.
So yeah, that was
And probably a little Taviranish, kind of twisting, you know, definitely like, because she seems maybe a little surprised by what has happened, but so it seems like it might have been like slightly more intense than she was expecting, but not by much.
Yeah, there definitely was a little look on her face, be like, "Oh, I'm good," you know.
Yeah,
yeah.
Also, I think the largest display we've had from a channeler so far, right?
Oh yeah, that's got to be exhausting. How
Yeah.
much fire
Yeah.
that she just pulled out from there. Yeah,
Yeah. And she's not even from the Battle Asha.
yeah. Fire is
Like-
not necessarily her strong element at
Yeah.
all.
No.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, because I think obviously we had the episode 8, Nynaeve, Egwene, and the other 3 sort of display there, and we'd had a preview of that with Moiraine in episode 1, which until this very moment I hadn't realized about how that reflects back.
It does.
You know,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So that's very cool. Wait, so did we get like any dramatic fire display at the beginning of season 2? No. We've had nothing. So this is a solo thing, which fits because you know it's the announcing the dragon sort of thing.
And I guess I shouldn't say largest channeling, more specifically like combat channeling.
Yeah,
because like we have like we see the scene with Egwene where she just like atomic bomb, goes through the city, and so we know that like how powerful some of these women are. But this is the first time we've really seen it used against other people on that scale.
Absolutely.
I feel like there's definitely more people here than there were like Trollocs in Emmonsfield.
Very much agree. I love that now they're discussing that Moiraine needs a nap and some snacks. I hope Lan has a sandwich for her, and then it's like buttered sandwich, no, double buttered. Call back to, well, he's in jail because he's a dark friend, so she ain't getting no damn buttered sausage, buttered sandwich. So yeah, but hopefully she can rest a little bit after this moment.
Well, maybe Rand learned a few things.
Yeah, maybe you learned how to double butter a sandwich. Yeah,
double butter a sandwich. Yeah, from that magic cow. It has been a very, very cool journey going through Moiraine and Siuan's experience in this season.
I got one last piece to show. One last piece for everybody for us to close the show with. Yeah.
I was about to say, I see you have a piece of art ready for us to finish out. It's been an emotional journey. The last 7. This might be our longest live stream actually. It's coming up on 7.5 hours, which is very, very cool. But yeah, this is the final piece you have for us, so I'll pop it up on screen.
Yep. This one's by Aoya. But it was they had sent me 2 portraits. They were 2 separate files. I just made them into a single file for the sake of displaying them on screen. But yeah, 2 very beautiful, detailed portraits, side profiles of both Moiraine and Siuan. So I thought this would be a good one just to close the show with.
Yeah.
I love all the pieces that have gone out of their way to include some of like warmer tones, like reds and oranges and yellows, because they are both blue sisters originally.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you could absolutely just fill it full of blues and stuff like that and leave it there. But yeah,
Mhm.
there's been so much like the lighting and the movement, the feel of movement in the pieces today has been just insane. Like even
It's
this
not
one
easy
here,
to do.
no, it's
Not
not
at
easy
all,
at
yeah.
all. I studied art at school, and this was, drawing and painting and things were not the areas that I focused on because they were just not in my wheelhouse. But this is incredible stuff. Rapunzel's like flip the Moiraine one, and then they're looking away from each other. An absolute heartbreak. Oh, yeah, that's kind of that they started facing each other, and it's gone the other. Yeah, so. But yeah, very, very cool art pieces. As I've said before, I'll say it again. We will be posting these out. I will add links to all the artists into the description of the video. So keep an eye out for those. If you're watching back later, those should be in the video by now. I'll get that done.
And show them some love. Show them some comments, and whether you're on
Yes.
Tumblr, most of these users exist on only on Tumblr. So if you don't have one there, feel free to make an account just to follow their artists.
Yeah,
there's so many great artists that on like Instagram or on Twitter at all. So you might be missing out on amazing art like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much agree. Thank you to everyone who joined us today as guests. Was some topsy-turvy moving around last minute stuff thanks to times and schedules and things. Thank you to, no matter how long you stayed around for, thank you to all the guests for doing that. K-Pax, thanks for coming to the end. Multiple people who are first timers today, which I love, Kev. It was very, very cool.
I like to spread the love, try to get some fresh
It's a good
faces on
time.
to share some new perspectives. So I'm glad that we had you on, Kayla.
Yeah, me too.
So,
Thank you. Feel free
yeah.
to invite me back. I enjoyed this.
You're on the
Good.
list.
Yeah, you're on the list. I love that. Folks, if you're going to be at WotCon, you will be able to see me at least there at WotCon. I'll be there handing out ribbons and doing the meme off and some improv and other things. But if you can't make it to WotCon, come to Prague in September to MalkyriaCon and, just be in the city where Wheel of Time is filmed. Cannot promise anything other than Guy Roberts turning up, but that's.
But you never know.
But you never know. Hey, mate.
Never
Based on
know.
the place I went to the other week, where I'm just like, I bumped into Rave twice in a
I know.
6-day period. I was like, what? No,
That's insane.
yeah. I'll tell you about it afterwards. I don't want to talk about the stream of it. But yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone involved in this. Big shout out to Kev. Kev does a lot of this work for me, especially at this time. So the match stream, I need to pull my weight and do a favor for him. So
It all balances out.
it does. This is true. But yeah, that's it, folks. So we will catch you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Andy!